Has actually grown.
Recording in progress.
Pitch perfect. See that? We have a great technician. There you go. But it is, we're a very small team, but we are so blessed with also the kinds of support we get from the entire community. And what you know yesterday is what we saw is the heart of our community, is that our patients. And that patient panel, right, was absolutely powerful. And I didn't mean it in saying that we don't want to have patients back up on a panel. I think it was very important to say we do need to, but we want to make sure that when we're moving into this, we are absolutely able to have the patients there participating truly. We're going to open today with a patient engagement panel that looks at kind of how patients have participated, where we're planning to certainly recommend that they be as part of the system. And I think that is so very critical. And as you heard from every single person, including our international experts, the heart of being able to make this work is having deep patient involvement, expert patient involvement in every aspect of it. So we're going to talk a bit more about that. I mean, really, you heard from Ed and Marlene, 20 years now they've been doing the advocacy. You heard from Michael and Marguerite. Again, 17 years from diagnosis to finally getting to treatment, and still worried every 6 months as to getting a renewal for your script for a life-saving therapy. I mean, the only reason Michael actually made it that long was because he quit working and was on 40 hours a week dialysis. I mean, hello, that's a job. And relying entirely on everybody else. But he had to do that level of dialysis to keep his kidneys functioning enough to even get to the next point. A lot of people would have given up. And I think that's important to know. And as Suzanne said to us, patients should not live their lives once they've gotten a diagnosis, trying to fight to get access to the services and to the treatments they need. It's really impressive hearing from Carrie with the FOP community. It's not just the drugs, obviously, and it's not just, getting access to some of the other supportive services, but some medical, surgeries, other kinds of interventions. In some respects, of course, I think we're all recognizing in Canada, we are really lucky, because a lot of that is included, a lot of it is covered. And when we talk about many of those kinds of interventions, and I made a little bit of a joke yesterday when I talked about the minister who says, I can't treat you, but if your kidney fails, I'll give you a kidney transplant. And it is true. I mean, we do have a health, if we can find the kidney, but we do, have a system that actually does it. And what we're trying to do is get drugs, kind of included squarely in that as part of the mix, but also rare diseases, as we all know. I mean, this is something that we fight for on the global stage, and I really was pleased with some of the comments around it. Globally, what we're trying to ensure that rare diseases get, the equal treatment as every other condition. And we are thrilled with the UN resolution on universal health coverage, which we absolutely enjoy tremendously here in Canada, but the real admonition in that universal health coverage declaration that came from the UN to say, and rare disease patients need to get that same level of care. If we truly mean to leave no one behind, as the WHO lead on public health said at the meeting I just came back from in Geneva, if we are not including rare disease patients, we cannot truly say we're living to the mandate of leave no one behind. Because in many cases, no matter what, rare diseases tends to be left behind. So I think these are the kinds of things that we want to make sure in Canada that our healthcare system is doing, that rare diseases get that equitable treatment. We really were thrilled with, Adam Vancouverden, who also made the comment in terms of the equity, in terms of involvement in all the spheres, right? In social, economic, in educational, and occupational. And certainly, as he was talking about it, in sports. We need to make sure that we've got a system that is inclusive in all of those aspects. And that's part of what we're working for here, right? So we're talking about a drug strategy, but we're not just talking about drugs. And we know that. And yesterday, we began the discussion of centers of excellence. We're going to expand that today. Why are centers of excellence so essential to absolutely being able to have the best use of drugs? And of course, why are drugs so essential in terms of the life and well-being of patients? And we know that. That's what everybody recognizes, in terms of that next aspect. So I think so really thrilled with the kind of involvement we've had, the kind of support from the entire community. Some of the other things that came up, I think what we heard really was how much we've advanced, actually, even over the years, newborn screening programs that we've got. And kudos to the newborn screening, networks are actually taking it on themselves. So it's okay, nobody's doing it for us. We're going to come together and figure out how we can get, universal newborn screening across Canada. What Kim Boycott presented in terms of next generation sequencing, exome sequencing, genome sequencing, we are at that point of really being able to diagnose almost anybody with a rare disease. The mandate for ERDIC, their 2027 goal was that everybody who actually has a disease that could be diagnosed should be able to get a diagnosis within 1 year and a referral to an appropriate specialist. That's sort of a global, aspiration. We could do that, quite frankly, in Canada. I think some of the other things we heard is that if we give people a diagnosis, we need to figure out what we can do and how we can do it. And there's a lot of ethics issues there. I was in a global meeting just not long ago, and listening to one of the experts speaking from, I'm going to say from Africa, but I can't remember exactly now. And he made the strong point. He says, we can diagnose a lot of people. And the sad thing is we've introduced some of the diagnoses. We can't treat them. Even if there's a treatment there, we can't treat them. So there's some ethics around, what do you do with a diagnosis? But there's also, other people said, we'd rather know, and we will fight like hell for the treatment. So, give people the opportunity, give people the right, to be able to make that. And I think that's what we heard from many of our people as well. So it's a balance. And I guess the question is, how do you get to the right answer? And the right answer is you include the patients and families. And maybe it goes back to where we want to go in terms of treatment as well. The diagnostic question, right, is I met a wonderful woman last night from GWU who was telling me about her involvement with regard to diagnosis and family diagnosis and the huge challenges there. I mean, and across the family, right? We know with these genetic conditions, there may be huge variations in what people want to know. And what's the right answer? The right answer is you give people a choice, and you set up a system that allows people to be diagnosed if they wish to get diagnosed, but you allow them to have the opportunity not to be diagnosed if that's what they choose, so long as we also think about the implications for the whole family. It ain't easy, and we know that. But how do you get to the right answer? You include the patients and the families in that kind of decision making. And that's going to be so important for us as we move this system forward. We've talked about this system going forward, and Sandra has actually put up her hand to volunteer as always for helping us move towards the next level of planning. But we're going to talk about 4 pillars that we need to put into this recommendation to Health Canada on the rare disease drug strategy, but really toward a rare disease system. 1, we talked about centers of excellence yesterday. We need a fulsome proposal on centers of excellence. 2, we need to have pathways for access, including alternative pathways. Managed access could be the heart of it, but really we're looking at many other pathways that would include things like early access, that would include also what would go into the 4th pillar, and that's research and innovation. So we need to make sure that we're able to really, I'm recognizing, we need to put them in as full recommendations, hopefully with action plans and probably even with budget allocations. We have $500 million to play with. Let's play with it. And I'm saying, and I put this out there and I've said it before, I would love to see the private sector step up and give us and match that. I would love us to have $1 billion a year that we can put into how do we actually keep the rare disease system programs working. And we know there's lots of investment already. A lot of times it isn't counted, it isn't recognized, it isn't necessarily well organized, so it's invested in the absolute best places. And I know for many companies, you go to where your patients and your populations and your clinicians are, and that's not bad, that's not wrong. But maybe if we actually had a better plan, we could also invest collectively so that that money is in fact the most effectively dispensed, so that it has the multiple goods, so that what you're doing in terms of one clinic for one disease group and one set of, experts, actually, I think as we heard yesterday, we could invest it better. And maybe it would have, the same kind of opportunities elsewhere. And this is where those centers of excellence come in, right? Don't just treat one disease in one area. Can we treat across? So I think these are the kind of things that we want us to think about as we're putting this forward. And I really am asking, you to step up. We believe strongly, and the Europeans have demonstrated that strongly, public-private partnerships are the way to go. And we want to make sure this is, in fact, a partnership going forward. We know that we can't do it without it. And that means making sure that as much as possible, though, that we're working together on one game plan. And that's where hopefully CORD can play a big role. So come to us when you've got proposals. Come to us even when you're working with specific disease groups. And let us talk about, what are the applications right across. Because we could leverage that to do so much more. And we need to provide the opportunities. And this is, again, where those centers of excellence come in, right? So we also want you to come to us. I'm looking at Anil. When you've got opportunities to go out and speak to other constituencies. I really thank him. He left yesterday to go to a meeting. I hope I'm not telling tales out of school with some senators. And he said he took the opportunity to talk about where he was. And he was here on rare diseases. And it was like, oh, wow, that's good. Can you tell us a little about rare diseases? Yes. We need to do that, right? And we need to put it out there. We need to raise that awareness. We need to put the emphasis. And you never know, right, where some of that might go in terms of the next step. So that's really, really important. But we need to make sure everybody's engaged. We heard yesterday some of the stuff around, the challenge between being agile and nimble in terms of our system and also being predictable. Okay, they're not, they're not a paradox, but it's a bit of a challenge, right? We want to make sure we got predictability, sustainability for the patients, for the clinics, and certainly for the, for the industry. On the other hand, we know that as these things evolve, we've got to be able to pick up and move to kind of where, it best fits. So how do we do that? And what are the ways in which we can have these systems? And that's where we go back to what's a smart system. A smart system is one that has big goals, but it's actually set up in such a way that it works in small goals. And those goals then can be reevaluated and reassessed. Not losing the big picture, but the actual, identification of what those specific goals are and the pathways to them can actually be flexible. We also heard about smart technology, and that's going to be hugely important, right? Everything from, and I think we heard yesterday, the huge investment in telehealth that's happening everywhere. Canada was one of the leading countries in that early on. Obviously, given our regions, we actually never made the deep investment in it. We never took full advantage of it. We did more now with the pandemic. And again, what can we do better, right? And certainly for rare disease patients, I've heard Kim talk about, the value that she's had with this. Because patients in which she used to have to do a diagnosis who were very far away, they did not have it set up in such a way that she could actually give them and counsel them remotely. They would have to wait sometimes months before they could travel in and then get access to an expert. You can do it by telemedicine. Really well. So all these things are important. Data came up over and over again as a most important component of it. We talked about how do we actually move from, early access to being able to track that information. We had some wonderful, presentations around the ability to actually not only collect but also manipulate the data. As I said to Pentavere there, Aaron, we got to do the, in Christian, we got to do the real demonstration sometimes in terms of how we actually can apply those algorithms, not we, but they can, apply those algorithms, to, qualitative information and to medical notes and to actually come up with, those of you who do qualitative analysis know that we have great programs, right, that can actually sort through that kind of information, look for keywords, be able to identify them. It's getting the algorithm right. It's being able then to reassess them. So it's not as much voodoo medicine as it sounds like, but it absolutely is powerful, and we ought to be able to take advantage of it. And that includes then the need to have these patient registries. And I think we love to see in Quebec that they really recommended Quebec registry. But as we all know, a Quebec registry, and we heard that yesterday, in and of itself, even being a big province, is not enough, especially for rare and ultra-rare diseases. So how do we make sure that we're able to connect all of these registries? And how do we make sure that we're connecting internationally as well, globally? I think we had a great deal in terms of where one of the important things that we heard was that, we're now being able to do things in rare diseases we were never able to do before, and we know that, right? And we have absolutely, one of the challenges we heard before was that we don't have any data about the natural history of patients with some of these rare conditions as they go into adulthood, because they never lived to adulthood. And this is, important for us then to collect that really information on the lifetime and be able then to analyze it and be able to come up with better treatment pathways and better predictability and actually managing the treatment better. So all that is so important. I think, I said yesterday, and it really is a fact that, one child in Canada with a rare disease dies every 18 minutes. It's a startling fact, and that does not include the rare cancers. Actually, we know we've made huge progress in treatment of rare cancers because they've gotten a great deal of attention. And we've made some real breakthroughs in terms of treatment and early diagnosis. But we need to be able to do more of that, right, in all the rare diseases. It's a real challenge. It's interesting, we talk about 6,000 or 7,000 rare diseases, but I actually got a study, I think, that was passed on to me, which I thought was powerful. It suggests, and NIH had said that a few weeks ago, we may actually have 10,000 rare diseases. We may be significantly undercounting the number of rare diseases there are. But before everybody who provides services and provides, payment for treatments, has a heart attack directly in terms of what that cost increase might be, many of those truly are ultra-rare diseases. And about 80% of those actually affect fewer than 1 in a million people. So you're not talking about the same kind of an impact that we've had with the earlier, breakthroughs in terms of cystic fibrosis, sickle cell anemia, hemophilia, really of a different order. But it also means we have to figure out a different order of doing things. I mean, honestly, gosh, I don't know what the commercial equation is for some of these ultra-rare diseases. I was in a conference just before coming here, and I was looking at one of the companies that's producing a drug for a very ultra-rare disease, and I know when they first came to me to talk about this, they were talking about how do we actually raise awareness and how do we, bring this out. And I said, you're never going to make any money with this drug. There's zero possibility you're going to recoup any money. They said, we know that. I said, why are we doing this? And very good reason. And actually, it was a very heartwarming story. The leader of the company said to me, he says, we know a family. And that family led to other families. And we decided it was worth the investment. And I'm going, their first thing was to try to find where all the other families are. I mean, I'm not saying that every company needs to do an altruistic program and that you really can keep a company afloat by being able to provide treatments that you have to give away and make no profit on. I'm not at all suggesting that. What I am saying is that there are many, many diseases out there. There are many pathways. And at the end of the day, we're trying to balance this out, right? So there's no right answer. So it goes back to that need to be sustainable and predictable, but at the end of the day, there's got to be many pathways to it. So I don't have an answer to that. I don't really have an answer to how do you get to all of these. One of my great colleagues works in emergency medicine in Ghana, and he has developed a tremendous program for diagnosis. And he's actually convinced physicians around him to actually diagnose. I mean, we're talking about physicians who traditionally say, we don't even believe in rare diseases, and we don't believe in the kind of diagnostics you're doing. And then, it's getting them convinced to be able to prescribe the medicines. Sometimes it isn't convincing the family. They're there. It's convincing the doctor who says, I don't know these medicines. I don't know in these studies. I have no faith, and it's not approved by our regulator. Why are you asking me to prescribe this drug? So it's absolutely doing that level of education as well, right? And we have that same hesitancy here sometimes. Physicians who don't know the treatments, don't know the diseases, don't know the medicines, who kind of want to retreat back to. I mean, again, that's why centers of excellence are so important. Reach out to somebody who is the expert, who can provide that kind of guidance, support, security, evidence. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on so long. I don't know why I got started on this. But I do think that what I started to surprise is we're going to have 4 working groups coming out of this. One on centers of excellence, one on pathways to access. A really important one is going to be on patient engagement. We are really committed to making sure that patients are engaged at every single stage of the system, at every single point in it. But that also means a tremendous amount of training and support for the patients. We get no funding as a patient organization from any of the public funds. In many countries, patient organizations actually support it. In Australia, about a third of their allocation for their rare disease strategy is going to the patient group. In Europe, many of the European countries and the EU itself heavily funds the work that's done by patient organizations collaboratively with patient organizations. And I'm not saying that that's the right or the wrong way in which we can do this. NIH does a tremendous amount of funding, and you heard Marshall say yesterday, these rare disease research centers are funded out of the NIH. We see many of the initiatives funded, by the government. So we need to think about that in terms of if we really mean that we want patients to be there and be a part of the system, how we're going to actually support them to be there, but also how we're going to train up. Okay, so we covered a lot yesterday. A lot of it came back to, I think, the importance of the multi-stakeholder collaborations and the recognition we're all one community. And I really, again, can't thank you enough for all that we're doing together. We're going to have the fourth group that we're thinking of is research and innovation. It's something that I'm not exactly sure how we actually want to put it in there, whether it's part of everything else we're doing or whether it is a pillar on its own. But we do know that we want to invest in research and innovation for rare diseases in Canada. Okay, with that, I'll stop, and then maybe I can do is I'd like to invite up our patient panel. Jamie, Christine, Daphne, Oksana, and Naya. So Jamie is the CEO, Jamie Meyer, CEO of PHA Canada, and has spoken for us in a number of different occasions. We're thrilled that she's here and able to come in directly. Christine White, as you know, is the CEO of or president of the National Gaucher Foundation. I've known Christine like forever, and she has recycled back numerous times on our board. We can't seem to get rid of her, and she can't seem to get rid of us. So this is a great combination here, and we're very thrilled. And Christine also has two daughters who I think are really providing some real support in terms of advocacy as well. Daphne Dumbril, who is here with HAE Canada, and really, really thank you very much for stepping in to participate with us. Oksana Iliak, who is on our board of directors at CORD, who has absolutely been able to do some amazing things for us because she brings in both the expertise in terms of research and the regulatory space, but also has really taken on the banner of the patient advocacy. And then Naya Awada, who actually I first contacted a number of years ago because I read this amazing patient paper that she wrote. And I said, we need to have this person working across from, she's, I think, finishing up or maybe almost finished her PhD at Carleton on rare diseases. And she explained to me some of the studies was doing in terms of patient engagement, especially around some of the lysosomal storage diseases, and has been participating with us on the advisory group for the last number of years. And we thought, great opportunity to get somewhat of a different perspective as well from not just her research, but also the long time that she's been participating with us on what the role in terms of patient advocates might be. I thought I'd open it with just giving you a couple of slides, and it's something that some of you may have seen in other areas, and I like this because it really, for me, is sort of like a personal experience, and that is how has patient advocacy changed over the years. You know, we think about patient advocates, and not that long ago, and in many countries and jurisdictions, this is still where patient advocates are, right? They're outside. You know, and, you know, they're outside the gates, they're outside the wall, they're outside the fence. And as I said, no matter how noisy you are, no matter how effective you are in terms of that kind of street-level advocacy, you're not going to make a change. You cannot make a change outside. You've got to be able to get inside. But if you're noisy enough, if you get enough support and attention, somebody invites you inside, right? So what you hope is all you can do is get an invitation inside. First experiences inside are a little bit challenging, and whether it's in industry in those early days, or whether it's into a policy environment, or whether it's into a hospital and clinical environment, oftentimes you're there as the patient advocates. I always sort of feel like, you know, a little bit of like that little bit of a strange fellow, you know, where you're not quite accepted. I always tell the story. The first time I was ever invited into a policy meeting at Health Canada with about 60 clinicians, I was the only patient advocate there, and every time I spoke, people just ignored me. Now, that's really hard to do, but they did. And until one of the clinicians said, well, you know, Durhan actually made a good point there. We ought to take that up. That happened like 4 or 5 times, right? This is a good number of years ago. And I realized coming out of that meeting is that, you know, no matter how much experience you have, no matter how much expertise you may have or knowledge, no matter how many initials you have after your name, Once you're identified as a patient advocate, you immediately lose 50 IQ points. And I think many patients still come to the table like that. And it isn't just them. Sometimes it's very deliberate, right? So, but I think it's changed a lot. So, and then we get to the stage where I call patient advocates as strange bedfellows. You're there, and you're there because you've got something to offer, and the other's got something they want to get from you. So you're not necessarily on the same page. You're not necessarily aligned in terms of your vision, your principles, kind of what the ultimate goals are. It's a bit of a political, exchange, right? And it kind of works because you're there at the table, but, it's not necessarily the best way of moving forward, right? So it's mostly transactional, which is not necessarily the greatest. And then we've come to where I think we are now, where everybody seems to want a patient. Certainly patient-centered, patient engagement, is really the important thing. And I get, people say, well, I just need a patient here. And I'm kind of like, really? You want just a patient? or you want me to find this patient and just, kind of bring them to the table? But we know that, right? And it does show that I think we've made tremendous progress. And we have everything. I think for the most part, and especially where we have environments now, patients are not tokens. Patients are not just there to be kind of studied and be the object of what it is that's being done. Patients are, in fact, very much engaged. And the more that we've been able to demonstrate not only experience, but also expertise, the more we've been able to master the system and to be able to recognize, how to actually bring, our contribution to actually have value for the entire system, I think. And not just there because I need to be and I want to have my piece. So I think it's great. Patients are not just being asked to come in there and say, well, can you just tell us your story? I remember in the early days of creating the Canadian blood systems, we pushed for the fact that we need to have the Red Cross out of the system and an independent blood system. And it took a lot of convincing. They did a lot of surveys to demonstrate that people would not stop donating blood if the Red Cross weren't collecting it, et cetera, et cetera. And then they said, finally, okay, we'll create a group to actually try to develop this new agency. And we said we'd like to have patients involved. They kind of looked at us like, really? And, it was like, it was kind of our idea to begin with, And they said, okay, fine, we can have one patient representative. And they said, Gerhard, you can be the patient representative. I can tell you, those first few meetings I was there, they would have this big table inside, honest to gosh, where everybody sat around the experts. I sat outside the door. When they needed what they called a patient opinion, they would bring me in, explain to me the situation, ask my opinion, and I get ushered back out the door. Honest to God, I sat outside the door for 2 days. But that was their idea. And they were able to come back and say, we had patient involvement. Well, I'm like, okay. But you know what? That's what you had to do. That was all we got. And then when we actually got to setting up the Canadian Blood Agency, when we actually got to the point where it actually wasn't, we actually convinced them we need to have 2 members on the board. They didn't actually make them patient members, they made them public members, but that was okay, and at least one of them. So it's inch by inch, it's bit by bit, right? And sometimes you just have to suck it up and kind of do what it is to kind of get to the next step, and you have to demonstrate your worth. You have to be able to step up to it, and it's not perfect, but you know what? That's kind of the way it is, right? So I think we've gone a long, long ways from there for the most part. But, I'm not too sure that we've kind of, the last slide I love, and that is like, I think the fear is that, the patients are taking over the asylum. And, we're not exactly there yet, but quite frankly, as I say, when we look at how the hospitals or the asylums or the systems are run, I don't think the patients could do a worse job of it. Let's be real clear. So here's where we are. Do I have another slide? Was that it? Oh, this is, I always love this slide, because this is one that's a very old one, when we talk about prompt innovative therapies. The left is kind of what most people see, right? Oh my gosh, look at this new therapy coming. You heard it even yesterday. Okay, we're finally going to get it. And then, of course, what you actually get is this. And David called it yesterday. What we need to do is unpack that box. We do not need to have. And yet, still in many cases, it's still a black box. Even when we've gotten to the point where it's on the table. I'm looking at people like Stephanie. We don't still know who gets access. And we don't know how long you're going to get access. And we don't know what it constitutes a successful, kind of experience, right? You're always worried about it. Next step. I think I've got a couple more. I won't go into much. This is different ways in which patients can be engaged and what the value is in terms of the patients, especially patient organizations, if we look at it. Because we are really the interface between the patients directly and in fact the systems. And I think being able to recognize that we need to have patients there, but we as patients also have to be able to be successful there. And I think I have one more slide, I'm not sure why. And this is just the ways in which we can actually contribute. I come back to what's the role for the patients in terms of optimal access to therapies. And that's everything from what you hear over and over again, patients really being able to provide the information about what their needs are, patients really there to be able to indicate, and this is a huge part of it, that getting access to a therapy is not a privilege. It's not something that you should be allowed to do, it's a right. And this is something that we have to make sure that we understand. It's our right to get treated and to get the best treatment possible. But also then it's our responsibility to make sure that we use these therapies appropriately and that we're also able to, and this is where the patient data, real world evidence, patient registries come back in, that we're also responsible, that we contribute back in terms of the information, in terms of the optimal management of it, ongoing. We've had questions, if we give a person a gene therapy, does that mean they'll disappear? How can we make sure they'll come back for the ongoing, assessments? We need to make sure that that is built into the program because it is an obligation. And not just the fear, okay, something's going to go wrong. And then we need to make sure, of course, that we are fully participating in terms of patient organizations to be able to provide that kind of management. So patient organizations are critical to this. And then at the end of the day, of course, always being there as that partner. So I think that's it. With that, I'm going to stop the slides, and we're going to go right directly to our panel. And I've briefly introduced them, but what I'm going to do is to kind of give a couple questions and maybe ask each one of them to kind of just respond from their own perspective. It really just a little bit of a nutshell, maybe where you're coming from, what organization you represent, if any, where you see the, what your experience has been as a patient representative, as a patient advocate, and what do you see has been, this is a long question, what are some of the challenges and what are some of the benefits you see in terms of patients being engaged, involved in that system? And I may actually start with Christine, because Christine, you've been at it for a long time and you've worked with us in so many different roles. Maybe just a little bit briefly in terms of your role and kind of why are you still doing this and what is it that you think that, we get from patients being involved, but what are some of the hurdles we've had?
Okay, oh, do I have to press something or can everyone hear me?
I think you're good.
My strategy to sit at the end so I'd go last did not work, obviously. Anyway, I'll forge ahead. So I'm Christine White. I'm head of the Canadian Gaucher Association. We've been around for since the early 1990s, and we were founded based on an advocacy. We met patient to patient in someone's home, and at the time, a new therapy was coming to Canada, or the only therapy, I think, in the world at the time, and we wanted access, so we began an extremely loud media campaign, and back to what you were saying about getting noisy, and we actually, one of our founding members was to meet with the health minister at the time, and unfortunately, on the day that he was meeting the health minister, he had what was called a bone crisis, which is been described as a heart attack in your bone. And patients are on morphine for 10 days. And so we were back and forth with this minister, not getting anywhere. And finally, when my friend had the bone crisis, he wouldn't cancel the meeting. So the meeting was held in the hospital, and she saw the agony he was in. And shortly after, we got approval to treat patients. Oftentimes, it was a little bit late for some patients, but we've fast forward almost 30 years. We have three treatments available, and we have a couple of oral therapies. And the biggest challenge I see now as a patient advocate, our patients are well managed. So our role is we're more a role of bringing people together. We hear from patients when there's an issue with their drug. Otherwise, it's very hard to engage them, especially the last couple of years with COVID. But I really think key is bringing the community together, like meetings like this, including patients and experts and so on. But I probably didn't answer your question. But
No, you answered it brilliantly, Christine. And I think even by your very example, right? And we said that yesterday. People who have been able to advocate, and for many years. I mean, it's easy to kind of just hang up your hat and say, we're going to go home now. But to continue to do that advocacy and to continue to be involved and continuing to look for the advances. So, no, it's really a tremendous asset. And again, bringing that experience to the table for others, and how do you work at the table? I think that's an art. You know, how do you come to the table and be part of that? So thank you a lot, appreciate it. And also your continuing service with CORD, because it contributes greatly. I may just go to you next, Jamie, you're right there, and then maybe you can explain a little bit about your organization and your role there, and what do you see patients doing? Because you have some amazing patient advocates, we know that.
We do. So I'm Jamie Myra. I'm the Executive Director at the Pulmonary Hypertension Association of Canada. We have been around for almost 15 years now, and we serve people with pulmonary arterial hypertension, which is a rare disease, as well as several other types of PH. Our organization has really grown, actually, from one that was started by rare disease patients to being a larger, more umbrella organization. Personally, I've been in rare disease now since 2014, and I started in the community-based health sector in the late 90s in the HIV movement. And I think being brought up in the HIV movement, based on principles of nothing about us without us, became very integral to my, to the values that I bring to the work that I do. And to say, well, what are the benefits of patients being engaged? I think even at the sort of most individual level, when patients have the opportunity to meaningfully participate in decisions that affect their lives, it empowers them to be able to make better decisions about how to manage their own lives. They have the ability to work cooperatively with their clinicians in ways that they might otherwise not be able to. They learn to advocate for themselves, to educate the people around them, to find meaning and reward in mutually supporting each other. And so I think, not even at a systems level, which I know we're going to talk about, but even at a very personal level, that activation that comes when people have the opportunity to participate in a meaningful way, I see the difference that has to the way in which people just live with their disease.
And PHA, of course, is a very challenging, complex disease, and many times, as you say. And I remember very much in those early days, in Ontario, complicated, therapies coming to the table. And the system at that time said, well, we can approve one drug, and we want to see head-to-head trials at the other. And the PHA community is saying, well, we need a cocktail of drugs. We need them combined. Well, we have no way of being able to do that. And it was really huge advocacy with the clinical community that allowed them to come together and say, okay, you designed the rules for it, Because, I mean, we still have some of those kinds of challenges, right? But it was the patient community and the parents, I remember as well, really stepping forward to say, this is what we need. Thank you very much. That was great. Maybe I'll just go in order. I mean, I was going to come back tonight at the end, but you're coming from a much more research academic perspective, but I know in that context you've interviewed many, many patients and families. Maybe you can just give us a little bit of thumbnail, maybe a little bit about your background, how you got involved in this, and maybe what you've learned in terms of patients and patient advocates, and how we might be able to apply this moving forward.
First of all, thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Naya Awada. I work as a research project manager at the Ottawa Hospital Research Institute. I'm also a PhD candidate at the Carleton University. My dissertation is titled No Decision About Us Without Us. Us is patient with the rare diseases. So what I'm planning to share with you today is some tips, practical tips on how to create a rare disease patient engagement framework that meaningfully engage patients at all levels of health domain, starting from personal care up to program design and institutional governance up to the policy-making level. And I can also share with you some important tips and tricks on how to transform this theoretical-based framework into a practical tool that helps to engage patients in an effective and sustainable way. So would you like me to share some information now? Or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We don't have a whole lot of time, but I think you've kind of teased us enough with it that
Stop me whenever you want. Okay, so a patient engagement framework for rare diseases, there are many. We don't need to reinvent the wheels, but however, we need to address the multi-unique needs of patients with rare disease and tailor something according to these needs. So we need to engage patients at all levels of health domains, from patient care, direct one, up to the policy level. So the question is how to do that. At each of these level of health domains, forms of patient engagement change. Also, the patient role and responsibility to change with different approaches. So with a rare disease patient engagement framework, there should be outlined like a range of patient engagement approaches along a continuum of engagement, where patients' extent of power started to be kind of like small and increase as we move along the continuum. It started with consultation and informing patients, which is where the patient can be heard and can hear what's going on, but however, there is no guarantee that their voice will be heard. And this is what happened with Health Canada consultation session in 2021. And then we move along the continuum to engage patient and other forms of engagement and strategies like deliberation. And we keep on moving along, increasing the extent of power given to patient over authority and authority over decision-making up to the level of partnership and leadership. So it's not easy to reach that level of partnership, and it's rare for patient to reach that level. Can we do it? I know it's hard, but I believe, yes, we can do it if we have a measurement system in place for this patient engagement that helps to build evidence-based and generate evidence into the effectiveness of the outcome and of those engagement platform. So to reach a higher level of patient engagement, we need to prove that at lower level, the outcome has been effective and the engagement has improved health outcome of patient. So this is kind of like, a gradual process. It builds trust and it builds an evidence-based and proven framework. So now how can we do that? So the magic trick is very simple. We can use patient experience as a measurement tool. How we can use that and why patient experience? Patient experience has been used as a very robust measure to inform policy, and because it's a way to assess the need and challenges patients have. So second of all, patient experience is also a very important indicator and performance measure that has been used to evaluate healthcare, quality of healthcare, as well as performance of programs and policy that we implement. Actually, the NHS, they developed a patient experience framework, and they consider patient experience as the third quality indicator of quality of healthcare, alongside effectiveness and safety. So they have this one, and they give it equal emphasis. They developed that in 2019. So we need to create, like, this patient experience things can be measured in a different way, of course, qualitatively, quantitatively. We can create patient-reported experience outcome, PREM and OR-PROM. So patient experience is very, very valuable, very simple to be used. However, it needs to be kind of developed, piloted to make sure that we have robust measurements and prove, like, this is effective, let's move on until we reach that high level of partnership, hopefully. Now, how to guide this patient engagement framework? So we have the tools, but we still need the guiding principles. It's very important to have guiding principles that guide like the process and the progress of patient engagement. This is not a new language for Health Canada and like within a healthcare system. Health Quality Ontario, they developed a patient engagement framework that has this concept that I just discussed right now, and they also have a guiding principle, including responsiveness, we need that, transparency, we need that, and empowerment, and other principles. Now, with
I'm going to
patient...
need you to maybe take a breath there, okay? Because
Okay.
I didn't want us to go into the
I can
entire
stop if you want.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to ask you to do that, but I think we
Okay.
can come back to it because what you're saying is so essential in terms of how we're going to build, and certainly I'm looking at Matt there. I know we've talked a lot in terms of the patient engagement, hugely important, and part of what we're hearing here as well, and we know that, but we don't necessarily always put it in, and that is, how do you measure it? How do you, and you know, we hear it over and over, if you don't measure it, it doesn't count. If you don't measure it, you don't know if you're making progress. If you don't measure it, you can't improve it. And we're talking about a learning system. So essential. So You're not going away ever, but we're going to come back to it. We're talking about, what do we need in terms of training programs? And having this as a fundamental aspect of it really is essential. So thank you. I'm sorry to stop you off, but I want to get on a bit in terms of the panel, but appreciate it so much. I think we do have a much clearer, sense of what we need to ground into it. Okay, over to you, Daphne.
Well, HAE Canada started very similar to most groups as a small group of patients who are angry that they don't have access to their treatment. So they got together, they banded, and they amplified their voices, and here we are today with treatment. So HAE Canada started about 10 or 11 years ago. And HAE, for those of you who don't know, it's a very rare disease, and it causes swelling in your body because of a C1 deficiency, and it's very unpredictable, and it can be life-threatening when it's in the throat. So treatments are very important because you never know when you're going to have an attack. So we engage on multiple levels with our patient group or with our members and with the healthcare system. We start with 2017, we had our first national report card survey, and in 2020 we had our second. So we have a lot of data. We regularly collect data, and we use that data to create abstracts and posters, and we visit international and national medical events to present the data to amplify the need for treatments, and it really makes a difference because it makes people really listen when they listen to the real-world evidence. So real-world evidence is essential, we believe. So we start there. We also really engage with CBS. We've engaged with ministry when we need to advocate towards getting access to treatments, and that's been very, very crucial. It's a lot of work. Our president, who is very active and amazing, she's a retired nurse, Jackie Badu, and she's crossed Canada multiple times advocating for treatment access, and she's been very successful. We have 6 approved treatments now in Canada, and it's growing all the time, which we're very grateful for. We're very lucky in our group. And during COVID, of course, meeting wasn't possible, so it made emails, so letters were sent. So we keep engaging with the ministries, CBS, who's also very progressive now. They have different forums. They listen to patients a lot more now these days, and they're amazing. So we're very active with them so that our patient voice has always been heard. So we're very active, but it's an ongoing battle because we have different types of HAE. Some of them get treatment, others don't. So that the patients with normal C1, they don't get treatment. So we still have to shout out and shout loud to try to get treatment access to some people that should get it the same as other patients. So it's a struggle, but we keep going. And it's the same thing. Like we try to do things with early diagnosis. So we're trying to get HAE added to the ACLS PALS curriculum, so that doctors who see patients in the ER will be like, oh, this is HAE. It's not an anaphylactic. So that's an ongoing struggle as well. So
It's a huge struggle, as you say. I mean, HAE is one of those multisystemic, diseases. So, and in different patients, it may manifest in different ways. When we talk about diagnosis, and we were talking yesterday, certainly you can't just get to HAE not with newborn screening, and you're not going to get to HAE even with genetic genomic, sequencing. It's not going to give you. And certainly, as the same with, other diseases in which there can be many variances in terms of the symptoms. Even, where we listened to Orion talk just about phenotypes and phenotypes, right? That is not that straightforward because there are many different pathways in terms of HAE. So
and
again,
patients respond to different treatments. Every individual patient responds to the treatment differently, so you have to have a variety. You can't just have one treatment. So
and who should be the best guide in terms of the choice of treatment?
who is the best guide?
Who should be?
The patient and the physician
Absolutely.
only.
I mean, this is one of those conditions which is so important for us to understand, right? Where's the heart of that decision making? Because it's so varied. I'll tell you sometime, but HAE I think, as you say, is very fortunate in terms of having many
We
different.
are very fortunate.
Many treatments now, but it's not that straightforward. You know, Canada's like this. I'll tell you very quickly. I was flying back on a plane in Poland, sitting next to a woman. We started to chat, and she started to tell me that she works for a pharmaceutical company. She's VP. And she's telling me about this new treatment they got for HAE. And it's like an amazing treatment. I said, that's great. Are you going to come to Canada? She goes, oh, no, we won't bother coming to Canada. It is too small a country. You got a really challenging kind of an access program. We don't even want to bother coming to Canada. I said, no, you got to come to Canada. We have this amazing HAE patient group. And they've really been able to kind of really come to grips. We can help you in terms of getting, you know, kind of regulated approval, and we can help you. And they said, well, we don't have an office. I said, no, you got to come to Canada. I said, well, you know, I'll go back and talk to my president about it, and he gave me a card. Called him up. I flew down to Washington to meet the president. I said, you gotta come down. You will not believe the kind of support you can get. They came up to Canada. They actually got the drug license. They actually got it in terms of, you know, bringing it through. I think it was one of the first other therapies for HAE that came along. And it was, you know, but again, those are the kinds of obstacles.
Yes.
But the essence to it, and what we were able to sell, is we have HAE Canada. And it's not just a patient community, it's a multidisciplinary community. They work so closely with the clinicians. You will get all the support you need. The drug is still here. The drug was eventually, as many small companies, was bought by a bigger company, and, you know, and still being available. So there we be.
Yeah, we're very lucky. We have we have amazing sponsors. They're extremely important to stay engaged with, and we're very fortunate to have a very engaged
Yeah,
sponsor group.
you're lucky because you do the work and you are the community.
Yeah,
You know,
we-
this luck has very little to do with it sometimes, right?
Yeah.
You gotta have the patients, and you gotta have the patients and the clinicians available, and you guys
We
have done
do,
a
and we
fabulous
have
job.
amazing clinicians
Yeah, you do.
that help us, and we help them when we can, but they are very helpful, and that's extremely important.
Yeah.
And we also have an international organization that's extremely important and helps us a lot with advocacy and stuff, yeah.
And the commonality, right, between PHA, between Gaucher's, and what HAE's been doing, one of the later comers to this is exactly that. The strong patient advocacy, but also the very strong
Yeah.
collaborations. Thanks.
Yeah, and
Oksana.
patient voice, yeah, anything to amplify the patient voice to get it out there is amazing, and
Yeah.
we try to do that, and I know our sponsors try to do that a lot too, and it really makes a difference to make the payers listen, and how important it is to get the treatments covered, because it's vital.
Thank you. Oksana, you're gonna take us in a slightly different direction.
Oh my God, I don't even know where to go. Because to be honest with you, when it comes to the patient's advocacy, I'm not even a teenager, okay? My advocacy experience is about 5 years, so I feel extremely fortunate and humble being here. But when I joined CORT, I brought my 15 years of working in pharmaceutical experience and 10 years working in the regulatory, and the last 5 years working with different pharmaceutical companies trying to develop the multiple drugs, and working with multiple health authorities, including Health Canada, Food and Drug Administration, European Medical Agency, and what Doreen said, majority of the companies said, we're developing a drug globally. It's for US and Europe, and this is it. This is our global development, yes. So Canada, Australia, all the other countries is not part of our strategic global development. So that was kind of my advocacy. Let's make a daily global development. So I've been listening yesterday very carefully. My speech will be very short. I always believe that picture makes and I placed 1,000 words. So I put one slide here, as you can see. So let's put patients right in the middle of absolutely everything that we do with regards to development of the drugs. And as the patient, they have a big challenge, of course, big journey from diagnostic to the access to the treatment. So the ideal is not to talk about this patient journey. We always talk about patient journey. Let's reduce this patient journey, and ideally we want to replace it with no travel, like a COVID restriction, okay? So you're diagnosed, you got your treatment. This is it. And the measurements of the performance of the system should be by reducing of this time between the time of the diagnostics and access to the diagnostics to the time of the treatment. That's the ideal situation. And of course, how we can do it through the partnership. And you can see at the bottom, there are all the stakeholders who contribute in some way or form in either to the drug development or to the drug approval or to the cost or to the delivery, including, of course, the research, the industry, the health authorities, the healthcare providers, and if we all comes together through the collaborative center of excellence, and as I said, it shouldn't be like a dictatorship in a way, but it should be a point of the contact and development, and making sure that we keeping in mind needs of the patients. What is this statement is for? Yes, and with that approach, with that framework, I do believe we can build a smart system that will be sustainable, that will be helpful, and that will be actually bringing patients back to being a full contributor into the society. And hopefully, we can apply this system to other diseases and make our whole healthcare system, in this beautiful, smart way. So that was my couple of cents.
No, thank you so very much, Oksana. And as you say, it does make, a picture and helps us. And I'm going to open up the discussion. I know we can ask more in terms of our panel, in terms of where they would see, patients and how patients can actually be engaged into the future, step up a bit more. I think Anaya has already provided us with a bit of a research academic-based template and a path forward, but actually it would be great to think about, how do we test that out? Can we actually implement such a system? And as you're talking about, what are some of the measurements? But beyond that, I really would like to get some engagement from people here. There's 2 microphones here. If you would like to pose a question to your panel, I think it would be great. And if we have some questions online as well.
We have one question from online. If you want me to start.
Yeah, let's start with the questions online. And thank you so much for the people that are listening in. It's not nearly as exciting for you as it is for us, but we appreciate.
By the way, the folks online said you're doing an awesome job. So this comes from Connor Douglas. And Connor, you can let me know if I'm getting this wrong. Do you have any thoughts on about the public and patient engagement process associated with the proposed revisions of the PMPRB guidelines on drug pricing, or just the PMPRB in general? Remember that acronym? I don't know if that...
We almost escaped having to talk about the PMPRB, but I guess it's coming genuinely from somebody who's paying attention and working with us. We have no thoughts, we have no... I think we can really think about it. It is such an important part. And, I'm glad that, quite frankly, we're at a point where we don't have to be obsessed with the PMPRB as we're moving to this next stage. But it is indeed an important part of our drug system. And so the question is what the patient engagement should be in this next stage of consultation?
Well, just the experience to date with engaging with the PMPRB and what you hope that could change into there's still some mop-up and stuff to do with and around the PMPRB as it changes guidelines.
Bill, you're in a good position to tell us. The PMPRB, not what to do and not the mop-up. You do a great job of mop-up sometimes. I've seen you. No, I think it is a challenge, right? The PMPRB, like CADTH, is actually a autonomous organization. The PMB are a lot closer, obviously, in terms of its direct relationship in the past through the Treasury Board, but now reporting into Health Canada. So it's not as autonomous as, say, CADTH is, but in some respects, it is supposedly, right, arm's length from government.
It doesn't even report to the health minister. It reports to Parliament through the health minister. But it does have a legislative requirement to consult with stakeholders. They wouldn't even talk about patients. They would talk about consumers, for that matter. So consumers, the regulated sector, other governments in Canada. So, that's more the framework around it. But, maybe we should shift to a more positive way to frame this. How would you like to be able to engage with organizations like that about regulations and guidelines like that?
Okay, I'm going to open it up certainly to anybody in the panel, but I also see, and Stephanie just disappeared on me, but hopefully she's coming back. Some of our patient advocates also in the audience that have actually had some experience with that. If you don't mind, we could also invite you to kind of make a statement. Moving forward, you're saying, what should we do?
Well, and there was a follow-up question about how patients are engaging with the rare drug strategy as well. So this doesn't have to just be about the PMPRB. This can be, this is a lot of what this panel's about. We're about to change and have a lot of more consultations on the rare disease drug strategy, on the rare disease strategies that are coming out just from Quebec right recently, on the PMPRB guidelines. I mean, patients should be everywhere, and you are. So over to you.
Go ahead, Jamie.
So I think this may not specifically answer the PMPRB question, but I think the PMPRB situation is a perfect example of why what ultimately patient groups, patients and their representatives need is time and money. Like, that's what we need. Because like PMPRB in particular was a very technical, very complicated piece of policy. And the expectation of patient groups and patients to be able to engage in that process, I mean, it was so difficult. And just the knowledge required to even understand what was being discussed was incredibly high. And so the amount of time and capacity building that is required to be able to engage in a process like that is immense. And so never mind just the labor that goes into, you know, participating in consultations or writing submissions or consulting with your own community, but the actual work that goes into understanding the concepts, understanding the frameworks, you know, applying them to be able to make meaningful contributions, whether it's PMPRB, the rare disease drug strategy, a pan-Canadian formulary, like all of these things are highly technical. And so if patients are going to meaningfully engage, they need the opportunity to learn. They need time to learn and to be trained and to understand what it is that they're participating in. And it just takes time and it takes money. You know, and I think your framework sounds great, but we would never be able to implement it without time and money.
Thank you so much. And I think, you know, those of us who sat in on some of those PMPRB, does anybody here need to have a background discussion on what the PMPRB was and what it was that they were, you know,
The thing is, you can't do it in 30 seconds, right?
No.
You know?
I mean, the Patent Medicine Prices Review Board, I think, as we all know, for the most part, is in fact the agency that actually determines, in theory, what are non-excessive prices, so that Canada does not pay more for, you know, patent medicines than what would be considered fair pricing. And the question is, how do you get to fair pricing? So that's their job, to actually be able to come up with the guidelines within their regulations to say, how do we determine whether a company and a specific drug is actually priced appropriately. And a few years ago, 2019, they came up with a change in the regulations in terms of how they would actually determine that, the process by which it would be done, and the benchmarks they would use. That created a lot of controversy because for many people, the feeling was that by implementing those, it would actually cut off many of the innovative therapies can come in. My little story about Poland there, that was even pre the changes in the PMPRB. If I'd been sitting on the plane during the time of the PMPRB, she probably would have changed seats just so that she wouldn't have to engage with me on this issue. It's like, why are you even talking to me? Go away. It felt it was that draconian. And so there were a lot of consultations that took place, a lot of measures that were taken to try to come up with, you know, rationale for why it could not be that way, what needed to be done differently. And it was a really, you know, a several-year process in that's putting it into a tiny, tiny little nutshell. But I think, as Jamie says, in order to even provide the input, you had to kind of understand kind of how they did these regulations, what these guidelines were. And they were very complex in many cases, the kind of formulations they were using, and the rationale for those. Not intuitive, not something you wake up from as an ordinary, you know, person or patient and say, okay, I got that, you know, the price of milk in the store, you know, we can kind of get the difference in terms of why it went up or down. Even the price of gas and the regulation, that is trivial compared to what we're talking about here. So if you understand why gas prices are what they are, you're way ahead of it. So that's a great answer. Any other thoughts in there? Go ahead, Beth, because you guys were active in it, not... It can be.
Oh, good, okay. Yeah, so to your point, the education is huge, and it was so complicated to try and read through that. Like, we kind of just gathered for CF Get Loud and the CF community what made sense to them and how these regulation changes were going to impact our patients and the patients of the rare disease community. So breaking that down for them, And we will talk about it later when we present, but we did a form letter with a patient experience part that we sent out to patients and had them engage at a level that they could understand. So that was huge in getting our patients. I believe we had over 11,000 letters sent to the PMPRB showing patient experience and how these changes were going to impact them negatively. The other thing, I think that there has to be some sort of relationship fixing. We need somebody to fix that relationship between patients and like the pharma industry, because patients are suffering because of that adverse relationship between pharma and the PMPRB. They need to be looking at how to help make it an environment that people want to, pharma wants to submit those drugs to get to patients, and that's not the case when we see them having a $56,000 budget to kind of push back at patient advocates that are fighting to get these drugs in to save the lives of patients. There's something definitely wrong with that relationship. So I think working on that is huge to see. You're supposed to be on our side. Like, we're Canadians as well, and we understand your part, but you know, rare disease patients and patients that need these drugs need to be considered in these policies, and we need to fix that relationship. So I think that's something we can somehow work to get done as well.
Can you repeat? Can you kind of be a little clearer, Beth? I mean, I actually missed it. The relationship between.
PMPRB and like pharma.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant us in the industry. So okay.
No,
you don't
no,
mean
no.
the patients in the
PMPRB and pharma, like, it shouldn't be. Like, it seems like our whole system is built against pharma, and patients are being lost in the middle. And it should be better than that. That we should all be working. We've said it a million times, but we have to get to the point where everyone's working together to get these drugs and not setting up additional roadblocks like the PMPRB was doing, especially in a little market like, what do we have, 2% of the, you know, what are you thinking? Like,
Yeah.
anyways.
No, those are great points, and really CF, you know, Canada and also Get Loud did an amazing job in doing that, breaking down that education to try to actually educate people as well. And I think, as you said, we're somewhat, I don't think we're unique, but we're certainly at the very bottom end in terms of relationships between pharma and, you know, not just the PMPRB, but some of the others in terms of payers, et cetera. And, you know, yeah, we do. I think as patients, we often feel like, you know, mom and dad are having a huge fight and we're caught in the middle. And at the end of the day, we're the ones, you know, that get tossed out. And, you know, this is not as it should be. So I hear what you're saying, you know, and good for CF, you know, CF Get Loud to actually become adults in that process and kind of step in the middle there and say, hey, you know, you guys, pay attention, you know. Yeah, Amy.
I have a question, I guess, about your artists and what can we learn from the capacity building and the training that they do for patients to equip them and provide the governance structures and frameworks, and whether you envision kind of a future where CORD can play that capacity building role so that that integrity is unquestionable, that the frameworks and governance are established, and everybody's operating independently, but with, you know, the principles in mind around transparent engagement.
I can't say it better than what Jamie just said. We need time and money. Reuters actually has support from EU in terms of their operations. Certainly they run their summer school, which is what they call it, in terms of capacity building for the patient advocates. And we've had some patient advocates, and I've gone through that summer school myself, but it's very European. And it's really designed around how is the European drug system regulated and the opportunities there. And it's really focused a whole lot in terms of preparing patients to be at the table at the EMA, the European Medicines Agency, and being an effective advocate, which is not bad, but it really does not work. We need some of that. We last year, and I think I wish Maureen and others were here, we ran our own, you know, patient advocacy training, and we want to do that again. But that's just us doing it, right? And so, yeah, we would love to have, you know, some of that. There's amazing programs in the EU. There's EUPATI, the European Patients Academy, you know, which really trains people to engage in the HTA process and understanding beyond just the regulatory component of it. And there are, in fact, you know, other kinds of, you know, those services. The Europeans have done a great job. But we recognize Europeans are working in a climate where you have the, you know, IMI, which is, you know, the Innovative Medicines, you know, consortiums that really is a partnership between pharma and the EU. You know, you look at what's happening in the UK right now. Their deliberate policy to say we need to be an open, inviting country for pharmaceutical investment. They also recognize that our being able to open up the access to therapies is a way of inviting pharmaceutical investment. Now, we'll see how well some of what they're saying is actually carried out, but they're saying the right things, right? And they're actually creating incentive programs that allow companies to actually come in and want to be partners. And they don't see partnerships with the government, partnerships with the healthcare institutions as being a bad thing. And, you know, and patients don't get caught in that crossfire, as you say. It is an environment. I was really impressed, and, you know, the Australians aren't as impressed as I am, but with the new, you know, proposal, the deal that they're bringing to the table as the relationship between Medicines Australia and, in fact, with the pharmaceutical industry there. The whole idea is that we want to, and we heard, you know, as a preamble to that, is we want to be the environment where companies will come first. And we recognize in order to do that, we have to provide an opportunity not only for them to invest, but also to be able to recoup their investments. And I think those are the kind of things that we need to, and it may be a big stretch for us to think that we can do this as part of the you know, Canadian Rare Disease Drug Strategy, but it shouldn't be. And I'm looking at Jason, right? I mean, it should not be, right? We should absolutely recognize that the more we invest and the more we open it up for collaborative investment and the more we open it up for partnerships, whether it's in the clinics or in the research environment or with the patient organizations, the more we will actually be able to develop a high level of services and therapies. You know, it's not the opposite. The more we put into it, the more we're sucking money out of I don't know what. So it's a total change in mindset. Yes, Oksana.
That the education, training of the patients is extremely important. Imagine how much time we all of a sudden will have if we take the patients out of the fight and actually put them as a member of the conversation and have a seat at the table and give them a time and again resources to be educated, because every patient or supporter or member of the family has a good education, yes, and we all willing to learn in order to move that development forward. So yes, that has to be a cornerstone of everything when it comes to the patients and engagement.
Yeah.
And there are good examples, you're right, your ages, NORD programs.
NORD has some amazing programs as well. I mean, we were talking yesterday, I was talking about patient registries with one of the groups there, and we were making the offer that, you know what, we should partner with NORD to ask them to bring the patient registry development program here into Canada. You know, if you're interested in patient registries, they have, I mean, as you heard Pam talk about, they have an amazing program, and it's really, half of it is steeped in what are the legal issues around it, so patient, you know, has to recognize that. But yeah, I mean, someone do. Marshall, you're gonna make an offer to us. I realize
No,
that we
actually-
cannot refuse. Step right up.
CHIO's already doing that. I mean, there's already the NORD registry program is in Canada now, being used as a baseline for that. And it's a software platform that can be used almost anywhere, and they've tried to make it crossover. I will share something with you guys just to keep in mind. I talk to a lot of different folks in the pharmaceutical world, particularly when they're doing study designs and looking for places to do. Most of them avoid Canada. They know long-term there's not going to be a market that they can really live with, and that it's a high hill to climb. And I'm not commenting on the validity of that, the truth of it, or anything like that. It's just what I see a lot, and something y'all should think about.
Thank you. I mean,
Doreen, can I just add that, because the other piece of that is
can you introduce yourself, Wendy?
Sorry, I'm Wendy with Alexion, AstraZeneca Rare Disease. The other piece of that comment, though, is we have a responsibility to clinical trial patients in country to be able to have access. So it's not just, we don't think we're going to be able to sell a drug in Canada. It's
No,
that
it's the access
it's the
issue.
whole piece.
No, it is.
And so we don't want to put patients in a clinical trial if that access is in question later. And so that thinking and building the frameworks and getting the alignment has to start really early with patients, industry, and regulators at the same table.
Absolutely spot on. Thank you for finishing the thought, 'cause that's correct.
No, it is. It's very
I'm
important.
thinking like Marshall, we're all in trouble.
If anybody's thinking like Marshall. But, you know, I mean, not to put a damper on everything that we're talking about, right? and not to kind of be a downer on this, but it's everything you've experienced already. We know that from the patient community. It is a long hill to climb, and we don't make it. And as Beth says, we're 2% of the market. Why are people going to stand on their heads in order to, to go after a market? It's not just that they, maybe, companies will come eventually, but they'll come last. I mean, is that what we want? Are we going to build a system where our patients get access last and don't get access to the clinical trials because there's a fear that if we bring them into the clinical trials, there's an ethical responsibility that companies have taken to say, we're not going to kick you out. And even for some of the trials that are placebo or crossover trials, we will actually give those patients who did not get access to the therapy access. But now we're asking companies, you're not only going to do the clinical trials, you have to make a commitment that you're going to invest in these patients for life, because we don't offer you a bridge in terms of sustainability. And I think, that's the reality of it. So it is, how do we actually set ourselves up, to be part of that? But I like what the Australians have said. Can we be first? What would it take for us to be first? I like what the UK is saying. UK, took themselves out of the EU. They woke up and said, oh my gosh, we better figure out how we're going to come, make ourselves more attractive. I mean, in Canada, we're smaller than the UK. Think about it, What are we going to do over here in order to, with the giant of the US sitting down there and says, we've got the monies, we've got the patience, we don't care about you guys in Canada too much except when we run out of oil maybe, and if you can pump a little faster and send it down, and why the hell aren't you sending it down? No, we did decide not to extend the pipeline, but hey, that's not our problem, Can you kind of get it down here, because we're suffering. I'm only kidding. But you know what I mean, right? I mean, this is kind of the reality we live in. So we've got to build a system, as we're saying, that's not only going to be able to provide the access, but we've got to have something to be able to deliver. And we want to be a center of innovation. We want to have innovative clinical trials. Sorry, I didn't mean to get on that soapbox. Other comments there, thinking. What time is it? We're going to almost run. Oh, I have 1 minute left in this panel. In that 1 minute I have left, I'm going to ask each one of the panelists to say then, tell me what your wish is. We're going to set up this rare disease strategy, rare disease drug strategy. What would you say if you could put a line in there in the submission that we're putting into Health Canada, and a line that would give us some actual monies in there? What would you wish for in order to make sure this system works for your patient community? And I won't start with Christine first then. I'm going to start with Oksana here at Court. Talk about Court and the rare disease community. What do you want? What's that one line we need to put in there?
Oh my God, that's the responsibility. I just feel a pressure. Okay, let's replace patient journey with no travel. Okay.
Patient journey with no travel. That's great. I like that idea.
So from the diagnostics to the access. Okay.
Okay, this meta world is becoming realer and realer, right? We're going to get instant transport. Thank you so much. Perfect. Daphne.
Well, besides money aside, I mean, everybody wishes for more money to be able to
No,
do
you
stuff.
should not say aside. I mean, absolutely. $500 million is not trivial. So we need to talk about what do you want as HAE Canada out of that $500 million?
Well, there's always a challenge, and I know every group probably most likely has the same challenge of getting the patients into the trials and to get the patient submission into CADTH. It's a long process. It needs to be reduced. So if they could do it all at the same time, have the patients who are in the trials, if it's mandatory for them or highly suggested or however you want to put it, for them to be surveyed and to provide their input so that a very meaningful patient submission can be produced at the very end of the trial so that it can go straight to CADTH and get the timelines reduced, that would help a lot.
Okay, so getting, as Oksana says as well, from diagnosis to the therapy to actually, getting,
Because when we
to
do our
get into
patient
the drug.
submissions
Yeah,
into
absolutely.
CADTH,
And there may be
it's
lots
hard.
and there may be a lot of pathways to that. We actually like to bypass CADTH altogether at this point. Because quite frankly, as we know, most of those submissions that are going in at that early stage, right, they're actually not getting the full benefit of a CADTH assessment because there's still not enough data The data is not of certain kinds of quality, and we're not going to get that data until we're actually having the drug experience for many years. So,
You need it to be more.
yeah, we need to be, thank you.
timely,
Okay.
And we need to know who the people are on the
Okay,
patient submission.
yeah. Okay, great.
In addition to time and money and evidence, we need to have willingness to share power from the government officials. Those kind of patient engagement avenues need to be organized and initiated by government officials. They need to be clear on how to engage and how they're going to use a patient voice in making decisions. Otherwise, it's hard to build trust. And to be realistic, we have to have this kind of power sharing willingness.
I love that. We came back and we heard those words yesterday, right? Where's the trust? And one of the ways Naya says we build trust is that we actually share power. And that may be sharing in terms of a real governance structure that has deliberately roles for patients. Great, thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, the power sharing, but I'm gonna come back to the money. Because I think it's like very explicitly, I think you already mentioned it earlier, it's public money for organizations like CORE to do that capacity building, and it's public money for patient organizations to engage, recruit, work with our patient communities on all of the things that we've talked about today. And I mean, the real world evidence piece, we have barely touched on it, in this discussion. Again, it's going to be very time intensive. It's going to take a lot of resources. And so if decision makers, whether those decision makers are making decisions with or without us, want that evidence, they have no choice but to engage patients. The evidence exists with patients. And so they're going to need to assist patient organizations if they want the evidence to even get generated in the first place.
That is so really critical. And, sometimes we are really afraid to kind of really call it the way it is, right? But the patients aren't. And it is the case. We're asked to make these kind of submissions. We're actually asked to do the surveys. And sometimes, and then we have to declare kind of where the monies or what monies we're getting. And they're saying, well, it doesn't matter. We're not calling it on it. Then why are you asking for it? If it makes no difference to you in terms of what kind of support I'm getting from an industry, in terms of how you're going to evaluate my submission, why the hell am I putting it there? And I think that is such a critical, if it doesn't make any difference. And the other part of it is even more important. If you're not funding me, where do you think I'm doing this on? The back
Don't get me started.
Okay, never mind. Okay, fine. As you can see, when we put out our donation letters, and we don't do it as court because we don't want to step on the patients themselves, but no patient group puts out their donation letters to their community and says, hi, can you give me a donation so I can make a CADA submission? They're asking for donations to support the patients, to support research, to provide for better care. That's what people are going to donate to. Nobody's going to donate for a CADA submission, but guess what? That's what we're taking the monies and using it for. Okay, over to you, Christine.
So this is going to be, more than one line. For this book is going to be more.
Oh, she really is expecting to see it there. I thought it was sort of a metaphor, but go right for it.
What I would like to see on that document or paragraph or whatever is like patient first, patient access. Don't make sick people fight to save their lives, essentially. But if there is a treatment on the books, don't make patients switch to a cheaper product. Blah blah blah. Patient, and that's it. Don't make sick people work.
Suzanne McGurn may regret the date she used that statement here because she's going to see it a lot, right? Don't make patients fight to save their lives. And I think that's an important point. I cannot spend my entire life fighting just to save my life. Thank you guys so much. That was so powerful. Thanks to everybody who kind of raised comments and asked these really tough questions. And hopefully the PMPRB question becomes moot and you don't really need to know anything else about it. But it probably won't. So thank you very much for everybody. Thank you so much. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break, which actually wasn't listed in your program, for about 15 minutes. We'll come back at 10:50 and we'll go into the Centers of Excellence. It was great having the balance there. Daphne.
they brought up the very complicated thing.
When you're done talking, I don't want to interrupt you.
Okay, I'm giving you guys a 1.5 minute warning. You have 1.5 minutes to get back. 90 seconds, yes. Okay, 90 seconds, we're going to start. Well, 75. Okay, we're going to get started and back to our theme. And I think you heard it again this morning, you know, coming from our patients, our patient advocates. And you certainly heard it strongly coming from the comments online, representatives in the room here. We absolutely need to have an infrastructure. We absolutely need to change our system in order for us to be able to move forward in terms of what I think Christine said at the end there, and that is, how do we have that seamless access to the medicines, what Oksana called a patient journey with no travel. We need to be able to go instantly from having availability and access through the research and development to actual patient access. So we're coming back to talk about why IMPERFECT Centers of Excellence is key to this, what's the core of this. You know what, and can I don't want to do the whole slide deck, but I'd like to do that one slide. If you can flip through it very quickly. Oh, yeah, I do want to thank our sponsors. It really, a whole host of sponsors. You don't get programs anymore, but we could not do this without the huge support that we've had. You know, we're going to have presentation. Brianne Stewart from MISRIN, the Maternal, Infant, Youth, and Child Research Network, is going to present to us about the research component of what we heard yesterday in terms of the Children's Healthcare Canada. And, you know, again, we go back to, we have an amazing collaboration, coordination is already taking place within Canada, both real and in terms of the projects. And then we're going to hear from someone that's not at all a stranger to us, Cheryl Greenberg, who's going to talk about not only what is happening in terms of Manitoba, but also what the vision is and how what they're doing across the prairies with a metabolic program, it can actually be the basis of a Prairie Centers of Excellence. Going to come back, and Jim Dowling's going to talk to us, building on what we heard from Craig Campbell yesterday in terms of the neuromuscular program, but also the vision then and what we can do with regard to Ontario. You heard from some of our leaders in Ontario at CHEO yesterday with regard to the bone health, with regard to the newborn screening and genomic sequencing. We have such a base in terms of the ability to move this forward. And then hopefully we can have a broader discussion with others here with regard to, you know, how do we put together what is basically, at this point, I say, a decentralized network to have a network. So, yeah, we just kind of, you know, I want to just kind of show you. So, oh, I guess I have a clicker here. No, I'm not sure these are the right slides. In fact, these are not at all the right slides. No, these are not at all the right slides. But it's okay. You know what? We can skip the slides. I think we'll move directly into Brianne's presentation, and then we'll come back to it. Brianne's going to talk to us then about MISRIN, and those of you who do not know MISRIN, I think will really get an opportunity to understand, as we all have been saying all along. We have, in fact, the fabric for creating this network here. So, Brianne, over to you.
Thanks so much, Doreen, for having us today and allowing us to present on behalf of this wonderful group that's here. I think I have some slides that are coming. we're just gonna buy a little bit of time here.
Can you sing?
Well, not well. I don't know if you want me to do that. But you're welcome to. That's an excellent. There we go. Excellent, thank you. So as the intro from Durhane, MyCERN is the Maternal Infant Child Youth Research Network, and I'm Brianne Stewart. I'm the Associate Director of Clinical Trials for MyCERN, and I'm presenting on behalf of MyCERN's Scientific Director, Dr. Thierry Lacaze, who unfortunately couldn't be here in person, but he is joining us via Zoom, so if I miss anything, he will be right there to jump in and help us out. So what we're doing is we're connecting minds, removing barriers for the high quality health research, kind of doing that whole life cycle from drug development right through to the access to patients. I think we have a different slide deck, but that's okay, we can use this one. So MyCERN was established in 2006, and we link 18 of the child and 3 of the largest maternal health research networks across Canada. We are, as of 2011, a incorporated not-for-profit registered charity organization, which uniquely positions us to be able to do from some different services and fill some gaps that maybe some institutions aren't able to fill. We have a board of directors that oversees us and an executive with our coordinating center based out of Vancouver. As we talk about networks of centers of excellence, we are a decentralized network. We have coordination out of Vancouver, we have scientific direction out of CHEO, I'm based out of Edmonton myself, so we're really kind of across Canada and being able to work together. We are funded by research institutes as well as foundations and departments. We do have some supplemental funding from CHR, Genome Canada, for the Rare Diseases Models and Mechanisms group. And then as of recently, the last about year and a half now, we've built up some capacity to support our investigators in the research community to run clinical trials with some service supports. And I'll talk about some academic research services as we go on. So this is kind of the governance structure of MyCERN. As you can see, we are overseen by the board of directors. Our national coordinating center, we have our scientific director, Dr. Thierry Lacaze, and an executive director based out of Vancouver, Stephen Barbazak. And then we have four kind of main pillars of what MyCERN supports. So not only clinical trials, but the training components. So CCH-CSP, which is now Enrich, empowering the next generation of researchers in perinatal and child health, so helping support those investigators in the clinical trial and research space. We do some research advocacy work, which I'll go into a little bit more in detail. And then we support some research platforms and academic research organization services. Jumping back to the research networks, we link 25 subspecialty networks in the maternal child health space across Canada. Some of them, as I mentioned, were the Rare Diseases Models and Mechanisms group. Another initiative that MyCERN has participated in, and we serve as the collaboration and coordinating center, which I joins already existing research networks. So an example of this is with a CHR awarded COVID-19 grant to look at COVID in children and the impacts, both directly and unintended consequences. And so MyCERN is kind of that glue that brings together existing national networks of the Canadian Immunization Network, the Pediatric Emergency Research Network, the Inpatient Network, and the intensive care units, and following children across their whole healthcare trajectory. So MyCERN is bridging some of these networks to be able to set up clinical trials and research at 16 centers across Canada. And we're facilitating the ethics process, so a streamlined ethics review process, as well as a contracts process, which is a really big pain point for clinical trials. Right now we're embarking on a research collaboration agreement that all 16 centers will sign on to be able to facilitate the rapid startup of clinical trials. So we're working on some master material transfer agreements, data transfer agreements to streamline this. But the main point is that MyCERN does reach across a variety of subspecialty networks here in Canada in the maternal child health space. Okay, so another unique piece about MyCERN is we have a clinical trials consortium that identifies common processes, shared efficiencies, and best practices. Our Clinical Trials Consortium is made up of the list of affiliated hospitals and research organizations that you can see on the screen. We have representation that is both scientific and operational from these centers to help provide us some capacity building and identify some shared priorities. Oftentimes in clinical trials, we work in our silos in our individual institutions or in our provinces, and our Clinical Trials Consortium here at MyCERN is really bridging those gaps to work together to share those efficiencies. In terms of advocacy and national partnerships, MyCERN does support the Maternal Child and Youth Health Research Director Council, providing a national voice. We work on collaborative opportunities, COVID-19 challenges for maternal child health. We also support and work with the Pediatric Chairs of Canada on Research Resident Day, so providing a platform to share research there. And we heard from Paula Robson yesterday from Children's Healthcare Canada. MyCERN is working with Children's Healthcare Canada right now on integration of a learning healthcare system, integration of research into the hospitals, clinical investigation unit, so that we can get to the place of being able to integrate research into clinical care and provide the best care options for patients and their families. And then we do a lot of advocacy work with Health Canada, stakeholder engagement. Most notably, we've worked on some of the modernization initiatives, looking at streamlined pathways with a risk-based approach to be able to streamline those clinical trial pathways moving forward. And then as we're talking here today, we also support and work with Health Canada on the National Strategy on High-Cost Drugs for Rare Diseases. So something that we heard from one of the from NORD yesterday was around centralized IRB, or here in Canada, the Research Ethics Board. And MyCERN is one of the principal applicants on an initiative that's funded by CHR, IDSI, and Genome Canada to be able to support a streamlined ethics review process. The ultimate goal is to have for child health a single review across Canada. We're not there yet, but we do have this initiative to start building so that we don't need to do ethics reviews and individual submissions at 16, 17, 18 centers across Canada. So part of that is building a web-based platform, which is already under development with Clinical Trials Ontario. So MyCERN is partnered with Clinical Trials Ontario for this grant. We have a qualification process for research ethics boards to be able to do these reviews and kind of build that trust. And then we also serve the education modules for our research ethics platform. And part of this is building out some of those consent forms for patients and involving patients. There's a lot of patient involvement in this to make sure that patients are fully informed and that they can provide their input on how they would like information to be delivered from an ethics perspective. Okay, so we changed up the slides a little bit. So sorry, I'm skipping over a couple of them, but I have touched on most pieces. So kind of specifically and operationally, what has MyCERN done over the last little bit? We are building towards a decentralized clinical trial infrastructure. We recognize that we support 18 of the child health academic centers and maternal centers across Canada. So we did an exercise with clinical trial unit capabilities and capacities to see where the gaps exist. So we know that not every institution or research institute has the same number of capabilities. And so MyCERN embarked on an initiative to see what's existing out there, where are the gaps, and can MyCERN play a role in filling those gaps so that we have equal access and opportunity to clinical trials from coast to coast. So part of the academic research organization services that I'm going to speak about came from some of this work. And really what we wanted to do with this is make sure that our clinical trial units across Canada in the child health space are ready for site participation for industry-sponsored clinical trials and investigator-initiated clinical trials. MyCERN has also supported trial guidance documents. It's very challenging to navigate the clinical trial space and the regulatory framework and knowing what to do. So MyCERN has worked to develop some guidance tools for research teams and institutions, research institutes. And the last point there on those slides is becoming kind of that central point of contact, a one-stop shop for investigator-initiated and industry-sponsored clinical trials, specialty networks. We've built out a database that has a rich pool of investigators that have self-identified as wanting to provide protocol optimization, study design, study feasibility for investigator-initiated trials. But this pool also serves as a resource when industry comes to MyCERN. We have some memorandums of understanding and partnerships with counterparts in Europe and in the US. And when they have industry-sponsored clinical trials, they come to MyCERN as one of the points of contact to be able to reach out to our sites, identify investigators, investigators and help with some site participation at our Canadian sites. So removing barriers, that's one of the main things that MyCERN is trying to accomplish here in the clinical trial space. So we are working with academia to be able to remove some of those barriers in creating, it says centralized there, but I like to call it a decentralized national infrastructure because we are spread out with our project managers and our research teams to create academic research organization-like functions, which are similar to the contract research organizations, so the CRO space. So what do these services look like and what does MyCERN offer? Being an investigator can be really challenging, not knowing where to go, not knowing where information is. There's a lot out there, but not readily available. So MyCERN is trying to play that role and fill that gap to make sure that information is readily accessible. So pre-award services, we offer some consultation for regulatory budget review when investigators and study teams are putting in for a grant. So this is primarily in the academic space. We also use the scientific database that I mentioned to provide some strategic and scientific depth protocol optimization, clinical expertise, and methodology statistical support for teams that need that for their study protocols. And of course, we provide letters of support for teams. The post-award services is where we've built out a lot of capacity over the last year and a half, 6 months for sure. And this is a cost recovery model. We're not for profit organization, but we do operate on a cost recovery for these services. But we offer a protocol transition. So we know what Health Canada is looking for. When we talk about clinical trials, we want to start up clinical trials as quickly as possible and as efficiently as possible. Our team does work with study teams to be able to transition an awarded grant into a Health Canada preferred protocol to minimize that approval time for the no objection letter and to get patients enrolled. We also provide some regulatory submission support, so clinical trial applications, investigational testing authorizations, as well as single patient studies. And that's what I think is really unique here in this space and relevant to this space is we have a regulatory expert that has been able to successfully, just in the last 6 months, help a family with cystic fibrosis that was denied compassionate care, access to a medication. The only way for them to access a medication was through a single patient study pathway, which is really challenging for a clinician that has never done research because you still need to go through the same regulatory requirements and framework. And so it can be a little bit daunting. And so we were able to help this clinician and the family navigate through the regulatory space to do a single patient study application to Health Canada, get the no objection letter, and receive medication for treatment that otherwise wasn't going to be possible. So again, increasing ways that we can access medication for patients and families in a timely fashion. The other, on the screen there is the ethics harmonization piece. So the CHEER initiative that I had mentioned, MyCERN is helping support study teams through that. The other big gap when we did our clinical trial unit environmental scan was in quality assurance and oversight. MyCERN has now developed a cross-institutional monitoring program to be able to provide that on-site quality assurance and monitoring to make sure that we have high-quality data coming out of these clinical trials and support for investigators and their study teams. It's one of the sponsor obligations to be able to have oversight and monitoring. And for investigator-initiated clinical trial that's grant-funded, has very little funds to support, this is a way that we're able to help make sure that you have that high-quality data for data analysis. The contrast facilitation piece, again, huge pain point in clinical trials. We hear this time and time again, and Canada's participation in global clinical trials has been criticized because of slow study startup times. So MyCERN is championing some of this contract work and working on some master agreements in the child health space to be able to reduce those timelines to hopefully get clinical trials starting up a little bit quicker. We also provide some support to study teams for safety adverse event reporting, data management. We work with REDCap a lot for our investigator-initiated trials, and we don't do any in-house data management, but we do work with a number of data coordinating centers across Canada to be able to do that. Project management, another big area that we've been supporting to help study teams kind of navigate the clinical trial regulatory space and the rest of the services above, facilitating all of that. Now, I mentioned at the beginning our charitable status and how we're a little bit unique. We've been successful in helping study teams procure drugs, study drug, just because we of our charitable status, we can kind of act as a broker between study teams and industry partners. We've been able to procure drug from 3 different drug companies to help support the quick and timely startup of a clinical trial, as well as build some relationships with the different placebo companies so that we can have child-friendly placebos. I mean, placebos are hard to make, and especially as it relates to children, having those child-friendly formats is nice, and having resources available is what our research community needs. So just wrapping up here, kind of one of the last pieces that MyCERN is unique, again, when we talk about bringing in clinical trials and having capabilities here in Canada, one of our goals from our Clinical Trials Consortium was to be able to drive in the number of clinical trials here. And where we saw a gap was in some investigator-initiated grant-funded trials that were happening internationally wanted Canadian site participation, but because of the insurance and the inability to acquire insurance here in Canada, we weren't able to open up centers here. So MyCERN has now acquired clinical trial insurance to be able to serve as a sponsor, and we don't act as a sponsor for industry-sponsored clinical trials because obviously you have systems in place, but there have been instances now where we can provide support and become the regulatory sponsor here in Canada to allow Canadian sites to participate and patients and families to participate in clinical trials that they otherwise wouldn't have been a part of. So kind of what does this role look like? That's MyCERN taking on the responsibility for Health Canada submissions, quality assurance monitoring, oversight, contracts, negotiation, budget negotiation, all of those things kind of from start to finish. And then lastly, this is my last slide. As it relates to what we're here for today, we're not quite, we've drafted a proposal right now in response to the National Strategy on High-Cost Drugs for Rare Disease. So MyCERN, I talk about the services and what we can do, but we have a relatively small team, and so we did draft a proposal that's being circulated to some of our stakeholders right now to help support a clinical trials infrastructure specifically for this National Strategy on High-Cost Drugs in the maternal child health space. And really the basis of this proposal is around ensuring effective and novel therapeutics and interventions are available for children and their families here in Canada, that we can improve that access and equal access across Canada. Implementing those processes we've talked about, real-world data, registries, those are big. A large portion of our proposal does include mechanisms for how we might be able to champion some of this and help patients and families with this. And last point there is on generating the high quality data to inform Health Canada and facilitate decision-making processes for access and pricing moving forward. So thank you so much again for the opportunity to speak here today.
So if you're a bit dizzy about everything that is absolutely being done through MyCERN, it is stunning in terms of the kinds of initiatives that are taking place, the kind of collaborations taking place, coordination here. And again, as we say, this is such an important component of where we want to go in terms of having a rare disease program, but also the importance of tying, access to research and innovation. So this is, hopefully we, are able to bring all of those pieces together. So thank you very much, Brianne. And honestly, God, I did not tell her she had to speak at warp speed. So yeah, I was just grateful that we did not have a translator here who was trying to do simultaneous translation. I could see that person passing out in the booth. That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much. Now we're going to switch gears slightly, and we're going to introduce online Cheryl Greenberg. Yesterday, and I don't know how much you were listening, Cheryl, yesterday, but we were talking about we were talking about the importance of many of the clinical leads that we got, and we start to identify people as national treasures. And those of you in the rare disease space will know is that Cheryl is not just our national treasure, she's a national treasure in many of the communities around, but really has been an outstanding clinical lead, patient advocate for us. And really, I asked Cheryl to speak on a number of things here. One, I think you're in Calgary at the moment doing some training for there, but really has taken the time to participate with us a great deal here. And I asked her to speak on a couple of things, including what I heard is, when she presented at Garrett just recently about the role of the clinician, as a patient advocate, but then also to talk about what is happening in terms of the prairies, in terms of a metabolic network, and how, again, that can be the basis for where we can think about in terms of a prairies rare disease network. So I'm going to turn it over to Cheryl, and thank you so very, very much, Cheryl.
Thank you, Doreen. I hope you can hear me. Yeah. I have some echo here. I'm not sure why. Do you hear an echo?
We do not hear an echo, so you're fine. As long as it's not distracting you too much, we're doing fine. You probably have two, kind of computer sets open?
No.
No?
I'm not sure why.
It's not too distracting here, so, as long as you can muddle through without being too distracted by your own echo, I think we're fine here.
Okay, can I send slides to Hillary?
We've got the slides here, and I think we're ready to go with them.
Okay, good. And if this echo becomes bothersome, please let me know. Okay. Well, thanks so much. In working towards this national rare disease strategy, I'm very honored to be asked to participate and share some of my insights. My message of gratitude is for the patients, really, who put their trust in us as clinicians. And I've learned so much about partnerships with patients, families, and communities. And yesterday and today so far, we've heard about the amazing initiatives, both locally in Ottawa, provincially in Ontario, nationally, and from the global research community, all pointing to support for the UN Declaration. And my motto, of course, remains, let's make anything possible. And I don't see my slides. Does anybody see my slides? No. Should I be doing something? Okay. Should I share from my end? There you go. Okay, thank you. So, okay. I participated in quite a few court symposia on access to drugs for rare diseases. And we all know from talks yesterday and even today, there's no shortage of dialogue at the federal level, as well as many other jurisdictional levels in Canada, on how to improve access to drugs for rare diseases. Next slide, please. These are my disclosures. Next slide. And today, over the next 15 minutes, I wanted to share two main stories as requested by Doreen. One is my perspective from clinical trials to access, and really speaking to all my clinician and healthcare providers in the audience, the role of physician advocacy. And this is an ongoing theme and one that needs to be revisited. And the other aspect I want to talk about is something related to that theme of rare, or I guess it was called the Decentralized Community Center of Excellence for Rare Diseases. And what we're doing in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta through our Canadian Prairie Metabolic Network to help build capacity and provide precision health to Canadians in the prairies with suspected inherited metabolic diseases. And yesterday, Pranish and others talked about what inherited metabolic diseases are. I won't review that. Next slide, please. My work as an academic clinician began at the basic science level. And now we're moving through clinical trials and now to precision medicine, and then how to incorporate real world evidence into decision-making and translational medicine. Next slide, please. Those of us at the University of Manitoba who are disciples of Joe Dope, who is a visionary clinician scientist, showed this slide of moving from the essence of basic biomedical research and ultimately to health decision-making in clinical practice, and the hills and valleys that go all along the way from discovery to practice. Next slide, please. And this is really lifelong discovery and translation. And we're really at this end of the spectrum related to incorporating discoveries and translating them to clinical practice that myself as a clinician scientist, this is the journey that I've tried to follow over the past 43 years since moving to Winnipeg. Next slide, please. So the first aim was really for me to describe one physician's perspective from clinical trials to access. And actually, I was surprised yesterday to hear how poorly Manitoba is performing with respect to new drug approvals, because in many respects, that has not been my experience, nor has it been my experience related to the small size of Manitoba, our small population. We're regularly approached by our pharmaceutical partners and industry partners to support clinical trials, to enroll patients in clinical trials. And Winnipeg has been the site for several, I think, pivotal clinical trials and continues to be for our patients with rare diseases. And many of you know that we were the site for Canada for the first clinical trial for a new drug for a previously untreatable metabolic bone disease called hypophosphatasia. And I know Dr. Ward actually mentioned a little bit about hypophosphatasia, which is a hereditary disorder of bone mineralization, which up until recently had no approved treatment. Now, so we participated in clinical trials as the site for Canada, and we were only able to be a clinical site for this disorder because of support from all levels of government, from our hospital, from our university, as well as from the industry sponsor, which started out to be Innovia Pharma, which is a small company, was a small company in Montreal, and then taken over by Alexion. And now it's Alexion AstraZeneca Rare Disease Division. And next slide, please. We've heard a lot about the incredible delay from the time of Health Canada's submissions to the time of listing a drug that has met the approval of Health Canada and has passed and has been approved through CADTH and recommended to list on provincial formularies, how long that process can be. And this is an experience I've had over and over again with several of the drugs that we've been involved with clinical trials. And my experience with hypophosphatasia and the drug called aspartase alpha was no different. Next slide, please. So aspartase alpha was the product developed by a University of Montreal scientist, and it was the drug that was used for the clinical trials that we were the center for in Canada. And this was a global trial. We had enrolled quite a few patients from around the world who came to Winnipeg for 6 months to participate in the clinical trial for this metabolic bone disease. The submitted indication to Health Canada was for long-term enzyme replacement therapy in patients with pediatric onset HPP. And as I said, this was a molecule that was discovered and developed in Canada and to meet the needs of HPP patients in Canada and around the world. The notice of compliance with conditions was issued in September 2015, and Alexion Canada made the submission to the Common Drug Review of CADTH within 90 days prior to the NOCC. Now, CDR of CADTH recommended listing the drug on provincial formularies for pediatric onset HPP for children under 18 years of age at a reduced price on March 23rd, 2016. So you had to meet indications for instituting enzyme replacement therapy, but you had to be on treatment, and the application to be included in the treatment with this new ERT, you had to be under 18 years of age. And PCPA began their negotiations in May 2016, and it took several years till it was on provincial formularies, because the negotiations were, as you know, so protracted. And there's been a recent product monograph revision. So next slide, please. So again, the challenge with respect to HPP, enzyme replacement therapy approval, and begin to get the drug to patients, started because the ERT that was approved was only for pediatric onset HPP, provided the enzyme replacement therapy began before adults. Currently, there are fewer than 24 infants and children in Canada with HPP on ERT who meet our indications for enzyme replacement therapy. The adults, whether they have pediatric onset or adult onset disease, are not approved for ERT on provincial formularies. Occasionally, private insurers approve, but this is very, very rare given the incredible high cost of the drug. Now, we had about 8 adults who participated in the clinical trials. And at the end of the clinical trial, which ended in 2016, compassionate access was approved for the 8 adults. But this is no longer an option. The Alexion Global Access to Medicine program, called GATM, it's now called a bridging program. We've heard about this yesterday. And the reluctance to approve long-term treatment of patients who participated in clinical trials, if in fact it's going to be a bridge to nowhere. And this is something that was extremely new to me at the time and very, very problematic. That what happened was the 8 adults who after 2016 were put on compassionate drug, and they were only put on compassionate drug after a fair amount of negotiation with the sponsor. But in fact, and they are being continued on compassionate drug, but any new adults who we feel through our National Clinical Advisory Committee on access to aspartame alpha, our adults who we feel would meet approval for ERT no longer have the option of a compassionate access to medicine program, because the bridging program in Canada really reflects that all compassionate requests are now denied. And I understand some of the reasoning why indications for treatment of adults with HPP across the board was not recommended by CADOF. Evidence was relatively poor for adults. Cost is very, very high. And, in accepting the challenge to try to provide evidence for select adults with HPP, we continue to look at our diagnostic criteria, our indications, and we have an expert consortium in Canada that is trying to change the indication and resubmit to CADOF to relook at the indications. A recent new phase 1 open label clinical trial of newer ERT is apparently enrolling, but I think there's only one site in Nashville that's enrolling patients. And we know that most of the evidence related to enzyme replacement therapy for many drugs, as well as other types of molecules, most of the evidence is accumulating after marketing. And we know we've talked here many times how to address real world evidence and incorporate this into decision-making. And new pricing models, and we've talked about this many times, through the CORD fora, is how to, we've talked this morning already about the challenge of PMPRB, new pricing models are needed. So we're facing now the situation where we have adults who we feel require treatment, who cannot have access to a compassionate program and no access to a bridging program. Next slide, please. Somewhere. Okay. So what did this look like during my recent application for compassionate access for a Canadian patient who we followed? And this is the information that I received from the sponsor. I'm sorry for both the decision and the time it took us to reach it. Like I had put the application and compassionate access for this adult months in advance. To describe the GATM program in a nutshell, it's a bridging program designed to address pressing unmet medical needs that patients with rare disease face while we work towards the development of long-term sustainable access solutions. Totally understand that. At this time, there's no likelihood that adult patients with HPP will ever gain reimbursed access to aspartame alpha in Canada unless they started on treatment as a child. I find that a little bit too harsh. Excuse me, one sec. Okay. Because of the lack of this bridge, the patient had to be denied due to our global principles to the program. Sorry. Please note, should the reimbursement situation change in Canada, we will reconsider this case. We'll also let you know should a trial or other access mechanism become available. Sharing this information with the patient was not easy. But this is the patient's response. Thank you so much for all that you've done on my behalf. It's been a roller coaster of emotion. Not knowing what was wrong with me, learning what was wrong with me, finding there was something that would help me, anticipating a life of healing and the possibility of less pain and less fractures, and then not having access. I can't envision what the future will now look like for me and almost wish I didn't know it was HPP, because I still had some hope of getting better. It's a mental game again. Thank again for your advocacy. I do really appreciate your time. I just need to get the tears out and then maybe I can get my head around things. So, I work with pharma, the sponsor. Of course, I work with patients, and it's not easy to share this information, but it certainly heightens my resolve to try to make things better. And we're going to continue this effort in Canada to change the indications for access to aspartame alpha. But it takes time and it takes evidence, and some of that indeed is lacking. But it doesn't mean that in any way that we're going to give up. And that's what advocacy is all about. I'll never leave a patient without hope. And there are alternatives and different things that we're continuing to offer the patient. And next slide, please. Okay, and I think this is really important because, again, the vast majority of data around patient exposure to interventions occurs after clinical trials have ended. And it's this group and that real world evidence that we're working on, not just for hypophosphatasia, but for many other disorders in which I'm involved in clinical trials, where both we're a site, both from a global clinical trial or where patients have participated in other clinical trials to try to accumulate real world evidence. And I know we've had this discussion, and I think that's where much of the answers lie, how to incorporate real world evidence into decision-making of our payers and our regulators. Next slide, please. I want to just move to moving from the challenges of moving from clinical trials to access to trying to build a strategy to capacity for diagnosis, which is the front end of access to drugs for rare diseases. If you don't make the diagnosis of an inborn errors of metabolism for the patient, then having particular access to a drug becomes a moot point. So through the Canadian Prairie Metabolic Network, which is one of 6 Genome Applied Partnership Program projects funded through Genome Canada and Genome Prairie, we've had the opportunity to submit an application to look at whether an omics first approach will provide improved rate of diagnosis of inborn errors of metabolism. And ultimately, once we have a diagnosis, will this change the paradigm in terms of access to care? And this was a proposal that we based on entirely for inborn errors of metabolism. And it's really based on a clinical need. Next slide, please. The challenges in access to therapy, you know, I know. Okay, next slide, please. I don't want to know. Okay. Yes. The Canadian Prairie Metabolic Network, as I said, is one of 6 Genome Applied Partnership programs, and based on a clinical need. And there's limited local capacity in Manitoba and Saskatchewan for seeing patients with suspected metabolic problems in a timely way. And if you don't make the diagnosis, then you have no possibility of providing access to clinical trials, new treatments, and improving outcomes. And we've tried many ways across many years in Manitoba to increase the support for the infrastructure for our metabolic program without success. So having the opportunity to develop a regional prairie metabolic network to meet some of these challenges was a huge and wonderful opportunity for me. Next slide, please. So, you know, the current approach to the diagnosing of inborn errors of metabolism, the traditional approach, it can take 1 to 3 years at our site in Winnipeg, if we're lucky, to be able to see a patient, work them up, provide DNA testing, which is generally out of province, out of country, follow up by results, and when if there's an implication for treatment, then bring that back to the patient. And one of the challenges in approaching the diagnosis of inborn errors of metabolism the traditional way, with biochemical testing first, maybe followed by DNA testing, is that many people aren't thinking of inborn errors of metabolism. The clinical features are often very nonspecific. They're very variable from patient to patient. Symptoms can occur at wide ranges of ages. And we've already heard that the adults with inborn errors of metabolism and other genetic disorders as well, their needs are not being met because we do not have the infrastructure to support adult metabolic medicine. And most inborn errors of metabolism, in spite of the advances that we have certainly participated and support with in newborn screening, they're not picked up at birth, because newborn screening often will pick up classic cases, but will miss patients with milder mutations and subtle biochemical differences. Next slide, please. We've seen the problem as in Manitoba as related to metabolics, you know, over the past 2 decades or 3 decades, is a dramatic increase in the number of referrals with virtually no change in staffing. The wait times, as I showed, is incredibly long. And yet in parallel, we've seen dramatic advances in what genomic-based technology can afford us. And you've heard many of those talks yesterday, and the increasing treatment option. And this was untenable for us in Manitoba. And I can tell you the situation is as bad or maybe even worse in Saskatchewan, where at the moment there are no metabolic physicians. And I've been consulting to Saskatchewan now for many, many years. And it's an interesting way of providing care to metabolic patients, but in living in another province. But it can be done, and you need an opportunity to have a much more formal metabolic network was a great impetus for us to make this proposal to set up a Canadian Prairie Metabolic Network. Next slide, please. So our Omics First Canadian Prairie Metabolic Network project is working in parallel with the traditional approach. And the Omics First approach really is that a referral is received from any healthcare provider. It could be a nurse practitioner, could be a primary care provider. If they think the patient can have an inborn error metabolism, we will review the case. We will accept the referral directly. A referral does not have to go to genetics or metabolic, and it'll be triaged at our intake meeting. And if the test is approved, a sample is collected for DNA testing. That's a cheek swab. And our service provider is Discover DNA, a company led by Dr. Anil Khan in Calgary. And we get results within 2 to 4 weeks. Compare this to 1 to 3 years. The Discovery DNA is currently doing whole exome sequencing, but this summer is where you're only looking at the coding regions of genes, but this summer is transitioning to whole genome sequencing. And the next slide, please. You know, our hypothesis is, compared to the traditional approach, the omics first approach, starting with comprehensive DNA testing, will lead to improved timelines, improved diagnostic yield, fewer tests, shorter stays in hospital, same at lower cost, which is going to have to be essential if our Shared Health Manitoba Service Genomics Laboratory is going to take this up, and it has to provide same or better quality of care. Next slide, please. I didn't put the slide in about where we're at to date with our Canadian Prairie Metabolic Network, but I can tell you we went live in November 2021, and to date, Manitoba has gone live. Saskatchewan is coming on board this summer, and Alberta, Edmonton and Calgary, you know, they are participating in the Genome Canada project run by Dr. Bernier, who's going to say a few words after this. And their service provider is going to remain Alberta Public Labs, but are very much engaged in the clinical network about looking at what full genome sequencing is going to afford our patients with suspected hereditary metabolic diseases in the prairie. Will it improve access to more rapid diagnosis, improve therapy, and improve patient satisfaction? We think the answer will be yes, and our early results would support this. And it doesn't mean that metabolite testing is not important. If anything, metabolite testing remains equally important for confirmation and further studies of what we find on full genome sequencing. So this may turn out to be a second-tier approach for confirmatory DNA testing, what we find on full genome sequencing. Next slide, please. So I think I hope I've not taken too much time. So as a researcher and as a clinician, I've always felt very strongly about the responsibility to move forward, driven what's in the best interest of patients and the communities. I continue to advocate for patients with rare diseases and for communities we face who are facing challenges because of their unique genetic identities. I can tell you that the University of Manitoba, our Department of Pediatrics, Shared Health Manitoba, which provides our Service Genomics Laboratory, and our Children's Hospital Research Institute really support a very strongly articulated mission statement of an anti-racism policy and has taken meaningful steps to promote equity, diversity, and inclusivity. And as such, my work as a metabolic specialist for rare diseases and through the CPMN and through my work with industry really speaks to what I feel Manitoba has offered, will continue to offer our patients, especially those who are more disadvantaged and those who have unique genetic identities. I am committed to fair access, to remove barriers to participation in clinical trials, and I also have to know when to pull back. Not always easy to do. And I provide full information and full access to results. And I try to do this with a personal touch for families in crisis. But again, the final analysis that I've learned over the years is empowering communities and working with patients as full partners built on trust and mutual respect. And it's really a model that I have also tried to promote in my interactions with industry and sponsors of the clinical trials. And I hope that they will continue to come to Manitoba and to our site and to the Canadian prairies for participation in clinical trials. And I'm optimistic that that will happen. Next slide, please. And that's all I really want to say, and I'm happy to try to take any questions. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. We're going to try to do a little quick transition, though. We've had, and thank you again. Well, hopefully we'll have an opportunity to have a few questions with all of the presenters in this panel. Let me move, though, to Jim Dowling, who was with the Hospital for Sick Children. I know Jim was on with us yesterday for a good part of the time in terms of our discussions. He's been with us in this panel, and I understand he's got to get out of, he's got to go back into clinic or be out to do service. So I'm really wanting to switch over to Jim Dowling, Hospital for Sick Children, to talk a bit about what's happening in the Ontario region and following up, I think, what we heard yesterday from Craig Campbell. So Jim, over to you.
Hi, can everyone hear me? I guess I can hear the echo. Maybe that Cheryl was hearing too. I don't have any organized slides, for which I apologize. I'm also sorry I wasn't able to be there in person due to some call schedule that I couldn't work around. But I did wanted to mention a few points related to both our neuromuscular network, which Craig Campbell highlighted yesterday, as well as just, I think, highlight some potentially unique approaches that SickKids is considering and that are in progress, which might be interesting things to consider on the more national network front. So just in terms of the network, I think Craig very nicely outlined yesterday the NMD4C neuromuscular network that is kindly funded through CHR, as well as support from Muscular Dystrophy Canada and Defeat Duchenne. And one of the main pillars of this network has been considering access to therapies, both from the clinical trial side, but also on the post-trial end of things. And one of our goals is to really try to have Canada be a primary consideration by industry in terms of neuromuscular trials. We do have a strong track record of participating, but I think it's been highlighted by others. We're often a second thought, potentially one site in a phase 3 trial, and not necessarily considered in the early phases and really on board through all of the phases. And we're hoping to lean on some of the models from some other countries. And I think the model in Australia is pretty attractive in terms of thinking about being considered as one entire site as a country that could then provide access to the relevant individual clinical sites as a means of providing the sufficient patient numbers, but also the clinical trial organization and readiness that might be very attractive for, particularly for early phase trials, which if they can be done in a more streamlined fashion would be very interesting. One of the things we're hoping to do as well is be more proactive in terms of engagement with industry to basically let them know the great advantages of doing trials in Canada. And thus far, when we've been able to engage with companies early, I think they have seen that the Canadian landscape can actually be quite positive from a trial perspective, whereas I think there's a historic view that clinical trials are challenging in Canada, which I don't think is currently true any longer. And then at the end of the road, what we're really trying to work on is helping with the Health Canada submissions, any supporting documentation that would be needed with CADETH, and really prepping companies where we hope that they have an effective drug and we want them to come seek approval to understand the steps and I think demystify some of, again, the myths of how difficult it is to get drugs approved in Canada, which I think is variably true, but with advanced preparation can be made faster. And I guess I would point to the example, maybe it's a contrast to the example that Cheryl presented of Zolgensma for spinal muscular atrophy, where I think, even though it was, I think, still a situation where faster approval and funding would have been amazing, because it did leave us with about a 1-year situation of patients being in limbo and a somewhat unusual expanded access program. But I think ultimately that process went relatively quickly, or certainly a lot more quickly than the ERT for hypophosphatasia. So I think there are some models where early engagement, both with Health Canada and regulators, as well as with the industry partner, can result in a faster process through the whole system. And I think the SMA drugs can be pointed to as somewhat of a success story, even though there's certainly been a lot of challenges along the way as well. And so that's something I think that we feel as a network that we might be able to help facilitate. And we have dedicated administrative individuals as well as support clinicians to help with the process, as well as advocacy involvement. And the other interesting thing I think to think about from the neuromuscular perspective, which might be informative more broadly for rare disease, is the integration with international efforts. So in particular, there's very tight integration with Treat NMD, which is one of the overarching neuromuscular networks that links to countries around the world. And there's been some really exciting advances in terms of real world evidence that's been based through Treat NMD, but that is involving multiple countries, including Canada, in terms of real world data collection for SMA and the new therapies. And a lot of that was really helped by the Canadian Neuromuscular Disease Registry, but also its integration with other registries through Treat NMD. So I think there are really good opportunities to be integrated with the international community. And that's really been helpful in terms of having Canada included as one of the considered sites for real world evidence generation. But I also think it makes this process potentially much faster when there's alignment between the government organizations, the networks, and the companies in terms of what's needed. And so, aligning with other like-minded countries in terms of how the process goes, the UK, several European countries, has really been helpful, I think, for this real-world evidence pathway for SMA. So that's what I wanted to mention about the neuromuscular networks. And then I'll quickly comment about what's happening at SickKids related to rare disease. There's been an overall mission shift, or I guess a mission statement related to precision child health at SickKids, as it being the driving force really across all areas of the hospital and the Research Institute. And one of the specific areas within PCH that we're developing related to rare disease has to do with therapeutics. And we have two specific nodes, one related to access to therapies. These include ones already approved, where there may be challenges with access, but also drugs such as Cheryl has mentioned and others have mentioned related to that may have approvals in other jurisdictions but are not yet available in Canada, and how to help facilitate that process. And so we have a working group related to that. And then where I'm more directly involved is in our growing effort for ultra rare therapeutics, and considering how we can have a more streamlined process between diagnosis, consideration of therapy, development of therapy, and implementation. And as one example, we just recently did an N of 1 gene therapy trial for an ultra rare disease, which we provided gene therapy for a individual who we believe is the only individual with that condition in Canada. So I think it's potentially a really illustrative model of how one can implement therapy for extremely ultra rare conditions. And we're very aligned with some of the things that have been happening with the N of 1 consortium around the world, and the idea of thinking about how we can be developing therapies for every patient with rare disease, basically from the onset of their diagnosis, and starting to roll in modalities like exon skipping for individual mutations, or matchmaking of therapies with disease pathways, and how we can rapidly test those and then bring them to the patients potentially in the type of clinical trial settings that was mentioned, that the MyCERN group mentioned. So I think we're very excited to be hopefully partnering with other groups across the country and thinking how we can develop a national strategy related to rare disease, both from the therapy perspective, but also from the clinic network and the centers of excellence. So I'll stop there. And hopefully, I guess maybe there'll be a panel in the afternoon for more discussion, but welcome questions if this
Thank
time.
you very, very much, Jim. That was very important, and I really appreciate your being able to contribute that now. And certainly, I think the last part you mentioned is something that we will actually have to explore much more fully in some future work. I mean, the intersection, as you say, in terms of research, in terms of care, but also in terms of, innovative treatment modalities on the N of one, I think is absolutely fabulous. And it's been great that, in fact, Sick Kids and others have actually been part of those kinds of consortiums. And really, we in the rare disease space globally are looking with great deal of interest in terms of where that would go. So really, thank you very much for that. As usual, we seem to be running short of time again, but really would like to switch very quickly then to Francois Bernier, who's with Alberta Children's Hospital, who's going to provide us with I think you've got a few slides as well in terms of what's happening out in the Western region, but also kind of updating in terms of the conversation here. So Francois, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, happy to chat briefly, and it's been great to listen in. I'm also getting the echo that everyone else is here, but I'm just gonna hearing, so I'll just continue on. I'm gonna, if someone can enable screen sharing, I'll share screens. I'm not going to focus so much on Alberta. I think there's big strengths in Alberta. We haven't heard from other major places that have big strengths in rare diseases, thinking of BC and Quebec and our eastern centers. So instead of being centered on, there we go. On Alberta, I'm going to kind of present a bit of this overall vision. And I think we've talked a lot about the goals of ending the diagnostic odyssey and access to precision therapies, and a little bit like Cheryl and the other clinicians, and I'm sure the families will resonate with this. I mean, families and communities are always at the center of all this, but I think the system sometimes forgets to find ways to support and prioritize their needs. And that can be needs within the school system, within the community, within their own families. And what can we do to improve outcomes at a more system level than simply focusing on a diagnosis? And obviously therapy is important, but life goes on and life is challenging for so many of our families. See if I can advance. I think this slide really bothered me, and this is the UNICEF Canada Report 17 on child health. And we trended the UNICEF Canada outcomes. These are global ratings of everything from health outcomes to mental health outcomes to systems level outcomes. And Canada is trending downwards and failing. And I think when we dig into these data sets, and I just want to remind us that there's probably two major challenges that Canada faces. One, we're a resource-rich country. We don't tend to redistribute as much of our resources, particularly compared to other jurisdictions. And then we have income inequity. And so we have communities in Canada, particularly Indigenous communities. But I would also say that our rare disease communities fit into this, where we don't redistribute our income to support those communities. And I think this is an approach that the rare disease community has to think of. So how do we get a more equitable redistribution of resources, including resources to support, yes, the diagnosis, particularly access to therapy, which has got to be a focus and been a great focus of this meeting, but also to find better ways of supporting individuals with rare diseases. And this is not to co-opt the incredible need for us to think about EDI and our racialized communities, our new immigrant communities, and our impoverished communities in Canada that are struggling, and to try and insert the rare disease narrative into that EDI language. It's simply one of the communities that I think is being underrepresented in its need to redistribute resources. So we have a CFRAF. Most people don't know about CFRAF. They're typically about $100 million projects that are being developed. They're federally funded. We have one being developed in Calgary. It's in partnership with U of A. But this CFRAF, it's going to get submitted this summer. I think one child, every child hopefully will exist, whether the CFRAF gets funded or not. But is really to think about the thematic approaches to improving the better beginnings. So start of life type of approaches. We have major issues within neonatal care units in reducing rates of prematurity, poor growth, developmental outcomes. There is a precision health and wellness, so that's a big theme within our Alberta context of both U of A and U of C. In this context, it is very much focused on developing multi-omic new clinical trial approaches to patients who have chronic illness. Many of them are children who have chronic illness, many of them have rare diseases. And the last one, overlapping with precision health and wellness, is the challenges of neurodiversity and mental health. And many children and adults, obviously with rare diseases, also struggle with neurodiversity issues and mental health challenges. Okay, so the Center of Excellence challenges in Canada. So maybe this can spur a bit of dialogue if we have time. We are a geographically really big country. And we have unique populations within that country. This drives issues around access, particularly for some of our northern communities, but certainly many of our rural communities in Canada would just say access is a major issue. We are a federation that creates unique challenges in Canada in terms of the funding of healthcare, crossing healthcare boundaries. If we were to find ways of getting patients across those boundaries, how would we fund that? And then we have capacity issues. There was a meeting that Kim will remember well. I don't think she's on the call yet, but some other people may have been in Vancouver, where actually we were working with the Canadian Neuromuscular Disease Network to think about a national Center of Excellence for Rare Disease model. And one of the models to potentially consider is, instead of having individual centers apply and become recognized as a Center of Excellence, in Canada, a better approach might be to consider an inclusive approach to all centers. Maybe we don't need to consider one solution for all RDs. We have rare and ultra rare diseases. So maybe the concept can be around basic standards in all centers to be able to provide care to more common rare diseases. Sounds like an oxymoron, but you know, PKU, et cetera, CF, where you're saying that these are the things that all centers should be able to have as standards and capacity to be able to do clinical trials, innovation and therapy, but also provide standard access to standard of care. For rare disorders, we may have national access to expertise, and then for ultra rare, thinking about national liaison into international consortia. How do we resource this? I mean, in reality, what does it mean to be a Center of Excellence? And how do we translate that Center of Excellence model to actually impact families which are reaching out to those centers for help? So what are the resource needs within those? And I think there's some ideas that could be developed around this. Then what's the scope? There's advocacy roles, there's activities within these three pillars of diagnostics, therapeutic, and supporting families. I would say that we should probably tackle all three of these. The opportunity within therapies maybe drives it. So, you know, can we define what the scope of priorities within this Center of Excellence model might be? And I'll just stop there, and maybe we can dive into some dialogue, which I'm super keen to hear. Yeah, I just saw the question of strategic clinical networks, so maybe I'll answer it quickly. So strategic clinical networks were created within the context of our single healthcare provider system in Alberta. So I removed my Alberta-centric slide, and I did have SCNs on it. They're integrated within the healthcare system to provide access to not only innovation in standard of care and research across spectrum. So we have a maternal youth child strategic clinical network. They're very effective as a model of innovating and creating new healthcare systems. We talk about the learning healthcare system. And I see Kim's on. Maybe you want to make some comments or add some comments, Kim, on our kind of Vancouver meeting, where I think we had tackled some of our challenges in Canada, what a Center of Excellence model could look like.
Yeah, thanks, FB. And those were great, great comments. And I kind of like how Derhane, we're actually looking at the opposite model of NORD as a US approach, and making it more of a Canadian approach, where we're actually inclusive of all and not having centers compete with each other for what they can provide, but instead bringing everyone along. And as Francois has outlined, setting up a system such that we would help enable competency for us, as Francois suggested, the more common rare diseases at every site, and then layering on connections to regional and then national centers of excellence that deal with the rare and the ultra rare disorders, such that we have a network of clinical teams and diagnostic teams, et cetera, that can share expertise such that individual families living with a rare disease can be cared for close to home, but still access that national knowledge for these ultra rare diseases that, the local team won't necessarily have any expertise on. And so building that framework, I think, is the challenge in front of us as we move forward with these working groups.
It's interesting as you're putting it out there as well. And, I want to take 2 steps back as well. Once upon a time, as I said, there was an Ontario Rare Disease Strategy. And you remember, Kim, you were a part of that.
I do. Yep.
And, part of what was proposed in there was absolutely one from the diagnostic point of view, right? Being able to do that kind of networking and getting rapid returns back, and how do we do that? And I think at that point, most of it was still just around, maybe the genetic testing, but then also that hub and spoke model. So do you see this as, taking that initial proposal from Ontario and thinking about it as a national model? And I'm going to ask you that, and then I know I've kind of waved to Marshall that maybe he can respond as well from a bit of an international perspective and how we see, best practice in Canada.
Yeah, I do see it like that, Doreen. At least I think we can work through that thought process. And it sort of links up to what Matt was talking about yesterday with these regional and national hubs, which literally are then hub and spoke models. But I think our Canadian sociology is such that what we want to be able to do is actually bring everyone along so that we can enable these families to be cared for at home. Nobody wants to fly 6 hours to Vancouver to be seen, and setting up these virtual approaches will be great, but we have to resource and fund that. So I think going back to that framework we thought about in 2018 for Ontario and refreshing that and reviewing it in the context of what we're talking about now will be an excellent exercise.
Yeah, and again, as you're saying, certainly we've had families, and Alberta's a great example, also coming from Whitehorse and from the Northwest Territories down into, Edmonton or Calgary. And it's happening today, quite
It does
frankly,
happen. Yeah.
And so, possibilities there. Marshall, maybe I'll ask you to reflect, and maybe I'll even get Matt to come back up, because she certainly referenced, I think, what you were saying from a international perspective, but also bringing it back home.
See you guys virtually. It's been a while since we've seen in person. We actually took a swing at this and failed in the States. So when we look at our Medicaid programs in the States, they tend to limit the patient's funding/care to within that particular state. It's a little different here. It's more almost like an accountable care region where you have a physical area that you're covering. So how do you make those rare disease patients who may need access to an expert that's in another province or in an area outside their care? What we had looked at, and you guys might be able to do this better than we did or tried to do, is the idea of a patient passport. So for disorders that are rare or where access is more available on a national level, the patient has a basic funding passport so they can go where that care is best. It also can support some of the digital access. Like you said, some of these patients are airplane flights away, even within their own process, in their own province, from where the care is going to be, to try to build some of that out. I would say even in the last 5 years, the digital access model has changed rapidly. So I think it's one we almost have to update every 6 months just because of all of the tech changes in that. But looking at something along the line of a national passport for diseases that fall below a certain frequency.
Well, that would definitely be revolutionary for Canada, to think about a national approach to healthcare and to actually think about how we can use this rare disease model, and maybe, as you say, with the ultra rares, to actually pioneer that. Oh my gosh. So I mean, I'm looking around the room here. I think we're all in agreement, and we really could aspire to that. So thank you very much, Marshall, for that opportunity. Matt, maybe you'll say something, then we'll circle back maybe to get some closing remarks from both Francois and from Kim.
So the Canadian system is very different to the US system, and it's important to build your network rooted in your system, built from the ground up. I love the inclusiveness. It reminds me of the French model which they developed, their filières, which was reference centres and competence centres. The only way that system started to work was when they switched on the competence centres on the ground, working with the reference centres. Otherwise, you end up with islands of expertise, which are inaccessible by most. So I think, you know, building from that bottom up and then recognising within your national system the ones which are rare, for rarer or ultra rare, etc., where you need to connect, I think is a brilliant way to go.
Thank you. You know, and we had some great conversations with Health Canada at one point around, you know, what do we do with these pooled funding? And I think part of it initially was thinking we could have pooled funding for therapies. That is, for some of these ultra rare therapies that may be quite challenging for any kind of jurisdiction. And we did that a bit, right, with the, way back to what Ed was talking about with Fabrice, where actually everybody pooled the funding, and then out of that pooled funding was the distribution according to need. And I mean, it was an experiment that actually did work. And then we talked about potentially pooled funding, even including the private plan. So you contribute to it based on the patients that you're, you know, treating, but then you have a pool funding so that patients can get equity. But the idea of pool funding in terms of beyond the treatments, in terms of services, diagnosis, et cetera, I mean, it's not it's something that, yeah, I think from a Canadian context and are used to the idea of having really dyed-in-the-wool, you know, kind of provincial cleavages, and then challenges across, you know, with the interprovincial care. But you know, is this a possibility? I mean, is this what we're talking about? And I guess I'm going to back to Kim and Francois. You know, I really am looking for you folks to be key in terms of our drafting this proposal as we're going to put it forth in terms of Health Canada for the next steps in terms of really how do we want to use the opportunities of having a rare disease drug fund to actually be able to talk about setting up properly the infrastructure. Is this something that you would see us being able to build in there as a potential stepping stone, or is this a step too far for us to really envision in our, you know, Canadian ethos here?
Go ahead, Francois.
Yeah, Doreen.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm still brooding about that one. I think we have to be pretty visionary, and because we really are talking several years down the road, and the hammer is hitting the provincial boundaries, the challenges around data sharing, interprovincial care. But if we have a model where really the local center, the kind of reference center, not the center of expertise, is the care provider, then money can flow there, funding for drugs can flow there, based on recommendations of either national or international experts. So Matt, I like the model. We have strengths here. My CERN just blew me away again. Every time I hear them speak, I think of, you know, how do we leverage my CERN? How do we do that across our adult patients? We have strengths, the Canadian Neuromuscular Disease Network. So, but the Canadian model of floating the ship is the only way I think this works. You know, we can't leave provinces behind. We can't leave centers behind. We can't leave our territories behind. And so I think building standards in each of the center and then facilitating really, in a sense, capacity within that center to reach out to experts and provide the care locally. I'm sold on the model. I think it's how do we fund it, and then how do we create a proposal around this?
Kim?
Yeah, I agree. And so I think that the goal should be that we are providing as much care as we can locally for the family. But I think where we may find some interprovincial crossing of boundaries is with some of these ultra rare diseases with high cost therapies or complicated therapies, for example. And maybe how we bite this off to think about more of a national approach is actually within our proposal, we think about those types of rare diseases that I'm talking about. And in that, put some interprovincial crossing of patients and their families to some of these expert centers on these very ultra rare diseases. And if we can bite that chunk off, we will have built a culture or even a framework around the fact that in some exceptional circumstances, families will need to travel to access at least their therapy at the beginning, for example.
Absolutely amazing. Cheryl, are you still online? If I can get you to kind of, okay, you know, I'm going to give the sort of a final kind of external word to you, and then we'll see if we can bring this together, because we've got 3 sessions still coming up, and the next one is really going to be looking at how do we integrate these centers of excellence with our ability to talk about drug management. So over to you.
Oh, I'll be very, very brief, but I've enjoyed the discussion and where it's going. And I just wanted to, I guess, make a statement that I agree with the decentralized centers of excellence for rare diseases and the hub and spoke model. But the central part, I think, could have a structure similar to what we look at the Jordan's principle model. I look at it as a Jordan's principle model for rare diseases, that we need that national infrastructure that is going to help all the spokes in this initiative. And I would like to relook at how Jordan's principle type of approach could work for ultra rare diseases.
Thank you very much. You've said that so many times that I wish that, you know.
I know, but nobody listens.
I know, but I do. You know, the rest of us are not quite as, I think, as advanced. Sometimes it takes hearing it 16 times before we get it. I think we get it, you know, but
I'm in no rush.
Exactly. No, I think what we're saying here is really profound. I'm really kind of scared now in terms of the next steps, because I think we're actually going to have to think about, you know, what.
Well, I'm just saying it, Doreen, because the federal government has worked closely with the Jordan's principle approach, and we could make the same argument for rare and ultra rare diseases.
No, I'm not denying it. I think it's absolutely profound, and we should be, right? I mean, if we're saying truly, leave no one behind, what does that mean? Leave no one with a rare disease behind, regardless of where they are or what the disease is. How do we do that? And I think what you folks are proposing here is a big step there. And I think the question is, do we have the courage to really kind of embrace that and build it in? That's what I'm asking. I mean, Marshall said to us when I visited him a long time ago, you know, your biggest problems, you've got these provinces that have these hard barriers between them. And I said, well, they're not that hard. They're actually quite permeable. And he's come back and say, I give you a challenge. And Matt has been really clear. If we're going to do this, we have to really think about how do we work across boundaries. And I'm also, sometimes I'm really kind of really embarrassed when I'm in the European environment and say, God, you guys do a better job of moving somebody from Poland over to Germany, over to, you know, France, than we do, you know, moving them from Newfoundland over to, you know, Ontario or to Alberta to get care. So we really do have to address this in order for us to move forward. But it's a big kind of a, you know, we said at the beginning, we should build on what we have, and we'll do it incrementally. We're also saying we have to make some big, bold recommendations. So I'm counting on all of you to be part of this drafting and working group, because we're not going to be able to do it, I think, without you. So I'm going to close the session from here. Really, thanks so much, Brianne, to begin with. Thierry, who was online with us the entire time, is the head of it. Certainly, Cheryl. Really huge thanks to Francois for coming on, for Kim for Francois for noticing Kim was there and really bringing her back into the discussion, and absolutely to Jim, who I knew had to step off as well, and to everybody else who's been participating. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock. We're going to be looking at the integration between these centers of excellence and what we want to do in terms of drug management. I think we're trying to bring all of this together and really setting out the task for the next stages here. So thank you folks so very much. Just before I leave, something I really want to do, I want to acknowledge our University of Western Ontario, students who have been here, who run the Rare Disease Review, have been such an integral part of helping to build the awareness around rare diseases, not just in the student community, not just in the public, but really as an integral support to what we're moving forward. And this is the future of where we want to be in terms of our healthcare community. So thank you folks for coming all the way in from London, for being a part of this, and for continuing to do the work that you do in terms of helping families and also being able to provide the awareness. And thank you so much, for, I think, what the future is going to be. Appreciate it very much. Okay, so we're going to come back at 1.
get started? What do you think? Back at it? It's over to me, all right.
Which was a translational genomic diagnosis project in our hospital, BC Children's Hospital, that concluded a few years ago. And
All right, just to let you know, we're going to get started in 1 minute.
Ancestry is part of their family history. And we noticed that there were many more.
Pardon? Yeah, repeat. We're going to get started in 1 minute. Thanks. If people want to grab a coffee. Yeah, 1 minute. Not 90 seconds. All right, welcome back, everybody. Although you don't see it from the floor, and we've got, how many people do we have here? 130? Around 130 people here in person. It's so good to actually see people's faces and, be able to do what we used to be able to do once again. My name is Bill Dempster with 360 Public Affairs, although I could say Bill Dempster with CORD because we do. Because we have been so involved in helping Durhan and Angela and Hillary. And in fact, as you said earlier, Durhan, the CORD community is everyone in this room. I need to give a shout out to the dozens of people who have been following along on Zoom through the hybrid format. And again, the Zoomers wanted to give a special thanks to the tech and the AV. It's working really well. We have actually proven that we can do live and hybrid meetings. I was actually moderating the Zoom chat as well, so they were very interested, involved. Although people on the floor haven't seen it, we've actually got a rapporteur working up a summary. We have a summary of day one, it's just 2 pages. So by the end of today, we're gonna have a summary of both days. We're looking at a 3 to 4 page, really concise document for all the good things that we've managed to get through today. I'm going to be facilitating this afternoon's panels. We've got 3 sessions and we've got a break. I did want to bring up just a couple of slides to help kick us off and an observation based on all of the knowledge and expertise that has been shared from Meiser and from Cheryl in Winnipeg. We had Alberta on the line, sick kids in Toronto. I think about rare disease activities and strategies as stars in the sky. And the purpose of CORD and what CORD has been trying to do is create a constellation, a really Canadian constellation of what we can do to do better by patients and families with rare disorders. So I just wanted to throw up CORD strategy from 2015. We're going to talk a little bit about that this afternoon. It has 5 pillars ranging from improved early diagnosis, providing timely and equitable and evidence-informed care, community supports and the care pathways, and research. That was basically built on the UK strategy because the United Kingdom is a federation like Canada. So they needed a framework strategy that all of the different countries within the United Kingdom could actually build up towards and stand up and start to do. This actually happened in Ontario in 2017. Now the government fell, but you'll see that Ontario's rare disease strategy lines up almost perfectly with CORD strategy. That's not an accident. And the point is advocacy works. When we took the CORD rare disease strategy across the country, when CORD got kicked out of the Hotel Vancouver at the health ministers meeting, that got us into the media. We were the first point on the communique out of that health ministers meeting in early 2016. That's not a coincidence. And I want to throw up Quebec strategy, just came out. This is so new, you can almost smell it like a new car from last week. They have a definition of rare diseases, 1 in 2,000 people, a vision, really clear, optimize access to quality healthcare for rare disease patients, guiding principles, 1 to 5, learning approach. We've talked about that yesterday. And then they have 3 themes: awareness, building, and training. I think we heard that clearly from the patients, and now we have got the Quebec government saying that this is what they're going to do. Ensuring equitable access to diagnosis and care, and promoting research, innovation, and data collection. And this also involves early and optimized access to treatments, by the way. It's quite, this is much more extensive than we were expecting, actually, as external stakeholders. We were thinking they were just going to focus on newborn screening, and they didn't. It's a heck of a lot better, right, Catherine? Catherine's nodding, yeah. Anyway, good. No, but there are some people, we've got Farah from Montréal en Vivo here too, who's going to talk a little bit more about that. And then if anyone else from Quebec want to put up their hands and say, yeah, this is what we can do if we put our minds to it. Now, Durhan, just before this break, you said that it's all talk, right? One of the problems in Canada is that we have too many people talking and not enough people actually walking and doing things. But the talk actually does and will lead to walk. The more we actually get stuff into people's brains. Last August, Health Canada pulled out the draft rare disease drug strategy. Notice that they pulled out the drugs, the high-cost drugs for rare diseases, which was good. They're calling it a national strategy for drugs for rare diseases. A very clear vision. Patients with rare diseases have improved access. Clear themes, meaningfully involve patients, families, and caregivers, et cetera. Leverage clinician expertise. These are the 4 objectives or pillars that Michelle Majumdar talked about yesterday. And then some very clear tactics underneath that. Now, what we did though, what I should say Health Canada did, well, this was last August. 9 months later, they changed it significantly. They added a lot more language around it. Objectives became strategic pillars. The vision was, I would say, kind of expanded, but a little bit qualified, right? It wasn't just patients have improved access to DRDs, to drugs for rare diseases. It was effective drugs and better health outcomes. Well, that's okay. They changed themes to preliminary underlying principles. And then, of course, they changed the objectives to strategic pillars that Michelle talked about. The notable differences and changes, there's a shift towards effectiveness, and so more about value for money, which kind of makes me think, is that CADTH getting involved here? And the previous version included an objective, a straight objective to invest in innovation. Well, that has been changed to aligned research and development efforts across all stakeholders. So I just want to show you how things change, but where we want to go, and this is where, and this is a good segue into some of the afternoon sessions, is Canada for Rare. Some of you have been following this on Twitter, the hashtag is #Canada for Rare. That was the clunky chant that we came up with at the Hotel Vancouver. You've heard me talk about that before. It works better as a hashtag maybe than a chant. But this website, Canada for Rare, allows you to send a letter to members of parliament and your local MPP. I know, try it, eh? It doesn't work. But as a hashtag, it's beautiful. And this kid's awesome. Actually reminds me of Stephanie's kid. Is Gray still here? I don't know if he just left, okay. It's got a petition on change.org, and it's got a pre-populated tweet. This is organic too. We've got to get it into French next. If anyone has any ideas of what we can do to evolve this, but use this. CORD is coming out with tools for everyone to let their voices get louder, and we're going to learn how to really get loud from a couple people shortly. So that's it from my setup for this afternoon. I'd like to invite folks up to the stage of this next panel, because we've talked about the how of a rare disease strategy, including the centers of excellence. Now we need to know what are we going to do to actually get there. We know that involves the clinicians and patients. Can we somehow knit them all together? Can we flip the whole system around? So Health Canada and the Government of Canada, to some extent, want to come up with a national formulary, potentially, with a list, a binary list. Can we flip that around and say, no, the centers of excellence should be the funders and providers or the reimbursing opportunities for patients. And if they're being treated at Saint-Justin Hospital in Montreal, they can still come from New Brunswick. If they're being treated in Winnipeg, they can come from across the prairies, and we can figure it out. And Marshall, I don't know if you're still here, but patient passport, that sounds really cool. So yeah, you know, TM, whatever. Thanks to Marshall for bringing that forward. Maybe Canada can have a Canadian rare disease passport to get treated anywhere. I do know that for some patients, for instance, I think with SMA, they have actually moved to Quebec to get access. Yeah, Catherine's nodding over there. Because Quebec is funding for adult population. The rest of the country is following more closely to the CADTH recommendation, which is basically do not reimburse that. So that's not very Canadian if you have to actually move provinces to get access. I think maybe a patient passport might, well, a passeport patient, we're going to definitely make it bilingual. So Quebecers can also go elsewhere to the center of excellence that are best for them. So let's get this next panel up. And we're going to hear from Amy Sullivan from Alexion Canada. Where's Amy? There's Amy, good. We've got Jenny Trepanier, excellent, from Pfizer Canada. Paul Petrelli from Jazz Pharmaceuticals. Lindy Forte from Eversana. And I would have to say, in your program, there's been a slight change of folks. Now, you would have seen Oki Blomqvist and Paul Grutendorst. Oki wanted me to pass on a message that he regrets that the communication issues we're not able to let him actually be here, although he is based here in Ottawa. He did want to give a couple of notes as a health economist. In principle, he favors the consistent use of cost-effectiveness analysis in the regulation of drug prices or in the negotiation of listing agreements between sellers and purchasers or reimbursement agencies. But he recognizes that a case can be made for less restrictive pricing rules for drugs for rare diseases to create more incentives for global R&D in this category. And he also wants to see more transparency in international drug pricing, enhanced cross-country collaboration in drug evaluation and regulation to ensure that new drugs are made available without delay to patients all over the world once they have been developed. So that's great. Oki sends his best regards. A couple of words. Unfortunately, he's not here with us on the panel, but thank you, Oki, if you're somehow listening or if you watch the YouTube video later. So let's get this kicked off. I'm going to put a question to each of the panelists to start this, starting with Amy. What are your observations on how Canada is doing, and what do we need to do better, especially with respect to disease centers of excellence? And this is a follow-on question for the other medicine developers on the line too. You know, what is the role of medicine developers in that regard in terms of standing up these centers of excellence and having them woven into a true national strategy that we're looking for? So over to you, Amy.
So, can you hear me? Yeah. So thanks, Bill. And regrets from our GM, Christian Hansen. I am not Christian Hansen, but we wear different shoes, but I'm happy to be here on his behalf, and he sends his regrets. It's a complex question because I think when you look at Canada, there are so many layers of delay in terms of the patient accessing both the diagnostic and diagnosis. That odyssey to diagnosis and then to treatment is so very long. And we've created a system that maybe isn't with the patient at the center of it and the patient in mind, but the cost effectiveness or the cost as the first kind of measure. And we haven't really looked at the value of providing those therapies and providing that early diagnosis overall to society. So when we look outside of Canada, at Europe, NORD, the Centers of Excellence, And we see how well established they are, whether it be in France with their second iteration of Centers for Rare Disease and Centers of Excellence, and ensuring those streamlined pathways, ensuring that access is the very first objective. And then the question of value and cost effectiveness and the negotiation with the payers is a question that's solved afterwards, sometimes through arbitration. It's not always easy, but it's actually centered around what are we all doing to deliver the best care for patients. And so I think there's probably a reframing that needs to happen in Canada to take us from, good to great, and be really proud as Canadians. We have the opportunity to actually leapfrog in learning really quickly from those other markets and other countries, in being able to be unlocking the potential of our best and brightest, clinicians. You heard from Dr. Ward yesterday, hustling away, trying to write grants while she's treating patients. It's just unsustainable. It's untenable. We're going to lose talent. We're going to lose the war for talent in terms of our clinicians. And we have too many lessons that we learned through the pandemic in terms of COVID, of being able to rapidly make decisions, but also in terms of the cost effectiveness of medications and making them available. AstraZeneca was the first company to actually step up through a public-private collaboration with Oxford. We provided over 3 billion doses of the vaccine, and actually through COVAX, 80% of the developing world had access to a vaccination. So these models are possible where the public and private sectors come together. We can get these medicines to patients faster, and we can actually do so in a collaborative manner. It doesn't have to be a confrontation, and each other's integrity doesn't have to be torn down in the process. We can actually have a better health outcome for everyone.
Can you just elaborate on that, and then we'll move on down the panel. I have heard, or I understand that certain European countries, if you're below a certain threshold of budget impact for the entire jurisdiction, there is no HTA.
That's right. So under
that's a
50,
gate.
yeah, under $50 million, you're simply exempt. And I think that's important when you look at a company like Alexion, for example, that had its roots in biotech, right? Didn't necessarily have the flexibility that a larger, more robust pipeline like an AstraZeneca may have. And so we weren't able to reach as many markets and as many patients as a biotech. And so that meant that our pricing strategies were essential. It was essential that we had the returns that we had on the investments that we made. So I think that's an excellent point, Bill, and I think it brings in also the importance of spurring that innovation and that investment for our biotech sector as well.
Excellent. Just by coincidence, I just heard that our friend Brent Fraser is on the line from Vice President. Oh, he's here. He's in person. There he is. Even better. Welcome to Ottawa, Brent. I just assume you're in Toronto. This is great. So Brent, we're ready to have everything under a certain budget impact, no CADIT, right? You heard it. Getting is, well, there are systems potentially. I don't know if that's a part of the plan or how CADIT, but we'll get into that. Durhan, did you want to jump in?
No, because originally when we shuffled the panel, I wondered if we should encourage Brent to join this panel and stay for the next one.
Well, you're here. Oh my gosh, what a trooper, eh?
Thank you, Brent.
Okay, Jenny, so Pfizer has been at the forefront of some very novel therapies for rare diseases. I was going to ask you a couple of questions. One, what do you see as as a near-term future of some of these new therapies, and what is the role of research and clinical research from the developer's perspective in terms of standing up the centers of excellence?
Yep. So thank you for your question, and hopefully, today we can transform some of this talk into concrete actions for Canada, right? So what I see really as a true potential for patients with rare disease is all the genetic medicines that will be coming through. So we know that about 80% of rare diseases actually have a genetic cause. And so when we think of what's coming in terms of research and clinical trials for gene therapy, as well as any type of gene modulation therapies, I think this has the potential to really help a lot of patients with rare diseases. And so we have to remember that clinical trials are investigational in nature, and we often think of them for patients that don't have any treatment options as a potential treatment solution, right? But we do have to remember that they are investigational and they have not been proven safe and effective. So it is something that we truly want to bring to Canada. And I think there are different mindsets, but if you're working with, in a big pharma company that already has a Canadian footprint, that is easier because we are personally invested in our country, and it is part of what we do to make sure that we lobby globally to have those trials in our country. We do have to realize that we are competing at a global level, and so we have to make sure that our centers of excellence are able to do so because, from a broader company point of view, a patient in Germany is as valuable as a Canadian patient, right? So it's up to us to really make sure that we are well set up and can compete with this. And so yes, setting up centers of excellence does work. And when we think of the first few gene therapies that will be coming into trials or potentially markets, they have been known for quite some time, right? They're monogenic diseases that are well characterized, that have the centers of excellence. They have excellent patient advocacy groups. They have registries. So it is fairly easy, I would say, to compete globally to get those clinical trials in Canada. And so our metric as a country, Canada normally represents about, I would say, 3% of clinical trials. So I've set a metric that we need at least 5% global enrollment because we want to, punch above what we should get. And we are well set up to achieve that in most therapeutic areas. But as we'll go forward, there will be diseases that are newer, that are not as organized, and it will be harder, perhaps, for Canada to compete. So what we can do is definitely, the bottlenecks in setting up centers for clinical trials are ethics. So some provinces like Ontario and Quebec have central reviews, whereas if you have one site that is getting up and ready, it's approved in the province for those, right? So that certainly helps, but when we're talking about rare diseases, we're not talking about 10 trials in Ontario. So those don't help as much. So could we have a broader national point of view that perhaps instead of just focusing on one province, these ethics approval could be applied across different provinces? I don't think that has been done. And another important bottleneck is contracting. It takes us months to contract the institutions, whereas for some US sites, it's very rapid. So sometimes we have pre-agreed templates that we just add in the specifics of the study that really, the two lawyers spoke to each other, they have a template, and we just add in the specifics. So that certainly speed things up. But again, each institution across the country has their own lawyers, and, I'm married to a lawyer, so I know they like to debate. So could we do something to speed this up? Could we really, this is a true bottleneck that we've known for decades, and we still don't have a solution for this. And so, again, how do we take someone from Newfoundland or someone from Victoria to be able to be enrolled in a trial in Ontario, right? That is a challenge. So the more I think we focus on centers of excellence, the more we can compete globally, but then perhaps the less access we have for remote patients. So those are all things to consider. So I would say, yeah, the key things, if we can have centers of excellence, I think that's great. Having registries are definitely a plus, because if patients are already identified, it's easy to go in and say, here's are the patients that fit in the exclusion criterias, and we can refer them to the Center of Excellence. That certainly helps us to compete globally, to identify them quickly. The patient associations are amazing. They do amazing work. But that being said, for most rare diseases, those things are not as laid out, right? And so it is not impossible to move these things forward, but it will become more challenging. And so I was thinking also a best practice is that patients don't go into clinical trials to see what's available to them. It's a complex site that they don't necessarily have an understanding. I know that some patient groups have experts that really lay this out and explain it in lay terms so that they know what's going to be available to them. One caveat is that we only post a site once it's activated. And it would be nice for patients to know that way ahead of time. And compliantly, we don't know how to do this. And so I was thinking, what else could we do? And if, for a minute, I take off my Pfizer hat and I, talk, for me as a person, my father passed away from a rare disease, and I was thinking, how can we make Canada better? And it took years, the classic story, that it took years for him to get a proper diagnosis. And he was finally diagnosed by a rare disease specialist who was quite old and, passed away by now. But we definitely need a lot more of them in the country. And so how can we train our physicians to become rare disease specialists? This is the voice of the future. There's so many things going on, so many potential solutions, and I think we need more of them. So when I heard this idea of rare disease specialist center of excellence, like that, kudos, because that's pushing my thought way further than, I thought, but I think that's definitely something we need to fight for and get going.
Thanks so much, Janie. So, Paul, as the head of a global pharmaceutical company based here in Canada as the affiliate, what's been your experience trying to get research into the country and then to bring a product through from clinical trial right to the patients? And what do you think that the Centers of Excellence model would or could do to actually improve that pathway?
Yeah, thanks, Bill. It's a good question. And it's a complex one. I don't understand why I always get the hard questions. But anyway, thank you for joining me up on the stage, by the way. You're going to get some hard ones, too. I almost look at it in three ways. So one is, as you're mentioning, as a multinational, I think there are some opportunities that we do, and we do compete in the global stage in terms of trying to land clinical trials here. And although there are opportunities for us to improve, I still think Canada does punch above its weight. And I think to the great one in terms of 5% versus 3% in terms of a stretch goal, I think is critical for us to continue to do. And when we do land clinical trials, we do them well. So it makes it a bit easier to compete on that stage. Where the challenge falls into play is it's the long play. And when we look at landing clinical trials, that's great. You put patients on these trials in the rare disease space, then what? And that's where then when we start thinking about almost the analogy of how big is a ball of string, right? You got to start pulling that piece of string to say we've got them in clinical trials. It's great that we can innovate. It's great that we can do the research in Canada and make new and innovative medicines available to folks. But eventually those trials end. And then what? And that's the big, we can't answer that, and then what, right? There's got to be regulatory change, I'm sure, as you've all talked about, market access and access change as well to be able to help support that. The second way to look at that is when we look at SMEs in Canada, the challenge always faces is money and talent, right? We got to chase the money, and we also have to maintain our talent. And the big problem is we compete with the states. And a lot of times there's more money, and the talent goes and follows the money. And it's how do we sort of reverse that flow in terms of keeping people in Canada so that we can do that. So where the Centers of Excellence, I think, come into play quite significantly is when you think of other models, somewhat like Sweden, Israel, for example, where there's a collaboration and coordinated approach to it, both on whether it's multinational clinical trials that go on, to be able to share information across so that they can expedite, they can learn, they can educate, and make sure that there's equal access across the country versus it being a few clinical sites across the country. On an SME point of view, obviously there's a great opportunity for us to keep that talent here and invest, right? As a the feds are putting money into rare disease. I think we can pinpoint more of that money more accurately in terms of the centers of excellence so that we can help support clinical research in Canada and keep the talent here. But ultimately, I think what those centers of excellence can also help do, and I like the slide that you showed when we were looking at Ontario, for example, although some significant changes, is really leveraging those points as areas of sharing information, being able to expedite trials, being able to educate and creating access and equality of access across the country.
Thanks very much, Paul. And Wendy, I believe from Alexion AstraZeneca as well, I don't know if Paul's point about pulling on the ball of string, you don't know when it's going to end, was that a mirror to what you were saying earlier? I don't know if that's...
Yeah, same, connecting that same red thread, there has to be a committed end goal in mind. But since I have been called on, I also think it would
Do you want to use the mic so that our Zoomers can hear you too, please?
It would also be wonderful to have the people that are making those decisions, often from the US in our case, where clinical trials are going to be prioritized in this room. Like, I've been blown away with what I've heard about networks and real world evidence and access to information, and I'll take it all back, but we should think about a meeting with those people from our companies in this room as well.
So Durhan wants to go to Washington because she wants to hang out with Marshall Moore. And apparently there's an amazing health system and hospital there. So I don't know if Washington's where we need to do that. We'll just bring Canada to you.
Sounds good.
Okay.
But we'll commit. We'll have you at Alexion anytime. But we need to meet with the people that are developing and organizing the clinical trial footprint. And I think that's been a big message to me after this meeting.
Excellent. Thanks, Wendy. Lindy, I wanted to give you, just speaking of Marshall, you presented a slide yesterday that showed that the budget impact, or I shouldn't say the budget impact, the proportion of all spending on medicines is heading towards a quarter on rare diseases. Now, for orphan drugs. Okay, thank you for that.
Orphan covers, like Humira's got 8 orphan indications. Probably at least 50% of that orphan market is in cancer, and while those can technically come under the rare disease rubric, we don't normally count those there. But still, as a group, it's heading that, and it's catching a lot of attention in the U.S. In fact, a lot of people want to pry open the Orphan Drug Act and fiddle with it a bit, which is, obviously scares folks, but also it's probably going to happen at some point.
So thanks. I wanted to give a chance to Lindy, who with Eversana has really built out a system for forecasting the budget impact on public payers for rare diseases. And that's not a bad segue into Brent, who doesn't know what I'm going to ask him yet. But to say, what are you seeing, Brent, based on what Lindy's going to tell you on what is the proportion of spending on rare, or how fast is it growing? I don't know, Lindy, if you want to give some examples from Canada.
Sure. So first, I'll start. Thank you for inviting me here today. And I'll start by saying, Marshall, when you quoted that stat yesterday of 25%, I shrunk in my chair. But you have given us the context there that it includes Humira, that has many different indications. The analysis also includes the oncology drugs, which the orphan oncology drugs, when they're first brought to market, they might have been tested in a single rare cancer, but over time, there might be 10 officially indicated uses of those products and an innumerable or uncountable number of off-label indications. And we see this every day. When we make our submissions to CADTH, we have to look at all the possible comparators, and we're looking at off-label, unapproved, sometimes without good quality evidence supporting their use, and they are de facto comparators. So our group is really passionate about ensuring that Canadians with rare disease have access to drugs for the long term. And so we looked at this analysis. The PMPRB did something similar to, I guess, what's being done in the US, and they included oncology drugs, they included the Humiras, any drug that had an orphan designation. And so we teased that report apart. We've updated it, and what we found, when you exclude all of the drugs that have follow-on indications that are not rare, so for example, the Soliris of the world, all of the indications continue to be rare, so we included all of the costs of Soliris. But if there was a Humira And for a non-rare indication or an oncology drug that was non-rare, we excluded all of those drugs. We went to every single list we could find from the EMA, the FDA, NORD, et cetera, looking to find all of those drugs that could potentially come to Canada. We projected out the potential costs for the future. Of course, drugs that are in companies' pipelines, we don't know what they're going to charge for those drugs, but we estimated based on prevalence and timing what the average cost could be. When we exclude all of those other drugs for non-rare conditions, we found that in 2021, we projected 3.2% of the total public drug budget in Canada would be for truly those orphan medications. The PMPRB report said in 2019 that 10% of the total cost of drugs would be for orphan drugs. But if you take out all of the oncology and the non-rare, they reported 2.5%. So I think we validated that base number. And then when we project out to the future, we're seeing in 2025 about 8.3% of the budget would be for rare drugs. And going forward over time, some of the rare drugs that have been in the market already, they're going to have more competitors. That's going to bring down prices. The analysis can't incorporate the levels of rebates because they're confidential rebates. They don't consider cost offsets due to medical care, downstream negative health effects that are costly to the system. So this is purely based on list pricing. And we really fear that there is too much fear in the market around the cost of drugs for rare diseases and a lot of misinformation. And I'm sure that the public, if they were aware of this and heard some of the patient stories that we heard yesterday that are absolutely heartbreaking, and this is my personal opinion, it's not the opinion of my company, but it makes us sound like a third world country when we are removing people's teeth to feed them through a locked jaw when there is a drug available to them. It's just heartbreaking. A young child who advocated for a better treatment for herself is now in therapy because of what she's gone through, and that is extremely distressing. So I hope that going forward, we can have open dialogue and really talk about the value of these products to patients, to their family, their caregivers, and that the Canadian values of doing better for everyone and universal health care are really upheld, because the stories that I heard yesterday, really made me feel not proud to be Canadian. I don't think that those are our values at all.
Thanks, Lindy. Brent, you've been coming to CORD meetings for about as long as I have been, potentially, a long time. You've been a payer. You've been at CADTH now for the better part of 10 years, I would guess, right?
Not quite.
Not quite, okay. But even when you were a payer, you would stand up on a podium and someone would tell you a story like that and you'd say, come talk to me. Maybe we can, I'd like to understand your case more. And so just, first of all, thank you for being here. Year after year, sometimes like every 3 months, you'll come back to a CORD conference, and that's the starter. It's amazing. What you've heard in terms of the developers' perspectives from the global level and from the research level, and then getting through the system, CADTH is actually a big part of the system. Do you have any reactions for where CADTH can or could go with respect to a national strategy for rare diseases and a national strategy for centers of excellence? Because I think that's where CORD would like to see a lot of this funding support and money go, which is closer to the clinicians and the patients as opposed to a top-down approach. What is CADTH's role in potentially facilitating some of these changes?
So I guess primarily one of the main challenges we're having is really the uncertainty in the evidence. And I know people probably get frustrated by that, but it's a reality. A lot of the clinical data that comes forward to us is not very robust. Even if it's supplemented by real world evidence, it's still not great evidence for us to be able to review. And for our committee members to feel certain that when giving a positive funding recommendation that it's built on relatively robust data. That being said, they make a number of exceptions related to rare disease conditions. But I think the centers of excellence can help really start coalescing some of the data that's needed to, if we were to do things like time-limited recommendations, allowing something to be funded for a period of time while data is being collected, and doing that at multiple centers across Canada. I don't know if that's going to really benefit us in the long run, but coalescing it through some of these centers of excellence, maybe that's an opportunity for patients to get enrolled in some of these trials, collect the evidence, look at the outcomes, which is often the key thing that's missing from the majority of our, I'm going to say more the ultra rare conditions. We have no clue how a patient's going to particularly progress with a disease, and therefore you don't know what outcomes are important. So if this is being not necessarily in one institution, but centralized across Canada, where the connections are being made and it doesn't become a competitive environment, I think that can really help support any sort of policy initiative that looks at sort of providing funding in the interim while there is a guarantee that data is being collected to help substantiate the initial results. That, I think, is where something can be managed outside of the public drug plans is a little easier, because we know that the drug plans are very busy having to take on this additional work. There are going to be a lot of antibodies to that. So having a robust centralized system can help, I think, deal with some of that stuff. In the context of funding, I don't know what your percentage equates to from a dollar perspective, but prior to this meeting, we did take a look at the BIAs for non-oncology drugs that have been reviewed through CADIF, and the dollar amount for when adding them all up and realizing they may displace some therapies in that was well over $1 billion. So the amount it's not whether that's the right number or the wrong number, but you know that these drugs do have a substantial impact from a budget perspective. That doesn't take into consideration sort of the healthcare offsets associated with access to those treatments. So it's a very preliminary analysis. I think it is important to include cancer, because that is where we are seeing the majority of submissions coming through for rare diseases. And we're seeing companies are focusing on one particular tumor marker. It becomes a rare disease as a result of that. And then we receive submission after submission after submission, and we're expanding that. But I'm sort of torn a little bit whether you look at the drug on its whole or if you only look at that rare indication, because companies, I think, leverage that rare indication to open up the cost for other indications as well. And so it's really, I think it's a strategy that companies are using to get a foothold into the Canadian market and then build and build and build on that particular piece. So while it may not be for a rare disease, the impact of funding for that rare disease, there is some collateral associated with that, which does have an impact on payers and being able to fund these particular products. Because you know inevitably you're going to get the argument, well, you're funding in this indication, what makes it so different from that indication? And really it becomes more of a policy argument, I think, at the payer level, which they're trying not to get into in a lot of cases. So.
Well, yeah, we have to give an opportunity for the developers to, I think, respond certainly to that. And then Marshall from the floor, absolutely. So you wanted to jump in, Paul?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on that with Brent, because I two things. One is I totally hear the point around as indications sort of expand within the oncology space, recognizing though that in a lot of cases there's usually a molecule therapy that's being involved. You find a target, you find it works, and then you see other targets that it works in, right? And obviously in the best interest of patients, we want to make sure that they have access to all of those. One thing that I've heard you say, and I think there is strong alignment around, and I'm going to hold you to the unlimited one. I'm going to talk to you about that one later, privately. Is the
idea, have to go back to Toronto.
The idea of what flight are you on?
I won't disclose that.
But I think there's on two sides. When Bill, you asked me the question around being part of a multinational, the biggest thing I always challenge with when I talk to my bosses is certainty. Right? We're going to launch a product, we're going to come to market with this product, and they're going to go, okay, great, what's the certainty of this happening and what's the long term going to look like, right? And again, not being a payer, My assumption would be is there's certainty as well, budget certainty, right? Let's not blow our budgets. We need to better understand. And I think that's where there's a bit of that partnership needs to come into play now, where both parties are looking for certainty. Now let's work on sort of how do we create that, right? Whether there is a, like, help me be certain in terms of we can work with you to find ways and mechanisms to create reimbursement and market access opportunities in Canada. We want to work through it to make sure that they have the best interests of the patients in mind. Let's figure out what that looks like, and then we can work together on being able to get there.
Thanks. That's pretty, I don't know, Brent, if you want to respond? You're
No,
just-
I think that's what we're all looking for, is some level of certainty. But I would also, in addition to certainty of access, I think there's certainty within the data itself. And that's the big question jurisdictions are asking. What am I actually paying for? And when we're doing our evidence review, we can't often answer that question, because either we don't know really what the trajectory of the disease is. We don't, even when we talk to our clinical experts around what kind of things should be measured as a positive outcome that the drug is working, we don't know that. And we don't have a lot of the qualitative data from patient groups, and I think they're often hampered because these trials are not happening in Canada, and therefore they don't have the experience of what the drug is doing to help treat their particular condition. So the more we can answer those questions up front, I think it makes it a lot easier to then go to the payer and say, look, we think we can do A, B, and C, and this is what we're committed to. So.
And I think that's where the Centers of Excellence can play
Yeah.
a big role as
Yeah,
well,
I
right?
wouldn't disagree with
Marshall
that.
will have the answer, maybe? No? Okay. And then
Of
Amy.
an observation, I would agree with your data about the true rare disease impact is much smaller than the orphan impact. And I think that's a trend we're going to continue to see, because it is exactly as you said, it's a way in the door. We're seeing the same thing in the States. The other thing I wondered, though, have you all looked at the idea, we've been talking about this a lot back and forth with the FDA, the concept of phase 4, conditional approval with reevaluation, so you can actually look at meaningful outcomes. The drug sponsor gets a little bit more, actually probably a faster conditional approval, but then they got to prove it works over a period of time. You don't end up so many with the horror stories of, well, we approved it, nobody gets it now. Because you've got that phase 3 that's a very high but narrow peak with very little data under the curve. If you expand that out in a phase 4, you get a lot more data. The peak's not as high. And then you have a sort of built-in system for that. We've been talking about it a lot. We haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Yeah, and I think that's really a key thing that we're trying to look at, and our RWE team within CADIF is trying to look at opportunities to collect some of that data, that's robust data, to help inform a future reassessment. Now, the timing of that reassessment, I think, would really be dependent on
Probably
the
depends
particular
on the disease,
that you can actually measure certain outcomes. And so that is something we've been talking about. I can tell you that the jurisdictions, the payers are a little bit gun shy with that approach. And the reason being, they don't want to have to say no to somebody that you're no longer getting access to a particular treatment after they've been on it for 2 years, as that data was being collected. Now, that being said, there may be other approaches. Maybe you grandfather certain people. There could be other ways of kind of dealing with that situation. But having been in that situation myself, where we had to pull back funding, the physician at the beginning of the treatment was adamant that, you know, they would collect it for a year. If it did not work, they would take them off that medication. So we agreed to that. When that year came up and we saw that the patient was actually declining, it then became an argument around, well, I need to be an advocate on behalf of the patient and the parent. And so I actually cannot suggest taking this patient off. So it leaves the payer to be the heavy hand. And I don't think that if we're talking about equality and access and being certain, everybody has to hold the ball on this. It can't just be one person that has to deal with the negative consequences. And then it plays out politically. And we all know what happens in those situations as well.
We're looking at building it into the FDA process, so it actually becomes kind of part of that formal process, which then detoxes it a little. But to be honest, y'all are probably more nimble and probably better set up to do it than we are.
Yeah, I know Health Canada is working closely with CADIF on RWE as well to be able to come up with the right endpoints that could be used in phase 4. Amy, last word to you, because we have another panel, or we have some final thoughts from the rest of this panel if needed.
Yeah, I think, you know, in manufacturers, we're in the business of risk, right? It's what we do every single day. We try to fail forward. So 95% of rare diseases don't have treatments. And so whether it's, you know, our company with ALS and failing there, unfortunately, we are continuously learning from the scientific knowledge, and we have to iterate and build on that. And we learn from those failures. But we also learn from that risk-taking, and I think that risk-taking needs to be shared, right? I think, to Brent's point, it's really imperative that we're all kind of carrying the can and the water together, and that we're in it together, that there's a collaboration of what are those managed entry agreements, or what does that risk sharing sort of and tolerance look like? But we're in the business of risk, and I think we're in the business of trying to improve outcomes, and we'll continue to do that, and against all odds in terms of what the science, you know, and what we would like to be a certain business, but isn't, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's maybe a pin. Oh, we got Oksana too. On managed entry agreements, the question is who manages them, right? Would that be the centers of excellence? There are so many questions that I think are going to come out of this conference that will, and Durhan's going to wrap it up later today. We've been talking about working groups to actually tackle some of these really nutty challenges, because there are solutions. They exist in Europe. They exist even within Canada, as we've seen some of the jurisdictional strategies for these come forward. It's not just outside, but Oksana.
Yes, sorry, I know we are short on time, but Max already mentioned the FDA has some pathways of negotiation. Health Canada is also very open, and I don't want to speak on behalf of Health Canada, of course, but they do have a notice of compliance with condition, which allows the pathway of drug being available for the patients as the additional collections of the real-world evidence will be going on. So I think we can find that compromise as well.
Thanks very much. So with that, please join me in thanking session number 7. Or session number 6. Now we're going on to session number 7, but Brent gets to hang out. Until the 4:10 flight where he's seated in 27C. Paul, I don't know if you took notes there. So the next panel, and then we're going to go for a break and then bring it back and really get into it and make this very interactive. So we've come a long way on. Oh yeah, we need more chairs up here. Actually, this is an issue. Hold on a second. Yeah, 2 more chairs. Thank you. Look at that. Rare's rule. And I can bring this down. Oh, perfect. I'm actually going to bring the podium down.
Duran can stand on it.
I know, it's a super panel, right? Remember when I
feel very exposed.
I remember one time Durhan asked me to help moderate a panel, and she said, "We're going to call this one a fishbowl." I was like, "What's a fishbowl?" I stand outside a round bowl, and all the fish swim in it, and we sort of figure out what they're doing. Anyway, this is definitely a super panel. It's gonna, you know, we've learned a lot about the Centers of Excellence concept. And thank you, Brent, for coming. And we had Health Canada here yesterday to say this is where Health Canada can play a role. This is where CADTH can play a role in how the Centers of Excellence model could actually help them do their job better. We're going to kick off this panel by hearing about CF Get Loud, and I should actually expand on that. It's not just CF Get Loud, it's the CF advocacy that happened around all of the gene modulators that have been coming forward to Canada for cystic fibrosis, I guess for the past 10 years. Would that be right, Beth? Yeah. And yesterday we heard your personal stories, but what you just gave us a hint at, Beth and Stephanie, was that you really stepped up in the patient advocacy world to get loud for cystic fibrosis and that community, but you're actually taking it to the next level and doing it for all rare diseases. So what can all of the rare diseases learn from you and some of your experience over the last years to really get loud for rare? So I'm going to turn over to them for a presentation, and then everyone's going to react to that after. So Beth and Stephanie, over to you.
All right, my slides should be coming up any second. Just thanks so much for having us here today. As a patient and a patient caregiver and 2 advocates, we're just so proud to be allowed to see sort of inside, what's behind the curtain, you guys. We've learned so much, and I feel we both have so much more to say every time we meet for coffee. We're just saying, oh my goodness, we have so many opinions on this. And I think that's our goal for this together is, how can we make this a more patient-centric experience and allow the patients to have a true voice.
And learning from all of you and hearing that what you're saying is what we've been saying too. Like, we're not always directly in contact with everybody, and we have all these great ideas. We think they're great ideas. You guys already have them. We just have to get them to the people that can make the change that needs to happen to get these drugs to people. So, we're going to hope to continue to raise the voices of patients throughout the rare disease community, and like we did for the CF patients, and hopefully get this to all come together with you as partners.
Eventually our slides will be up.
There we go.
Definitely not rambling. All right, so once again, we're proud to present CF Get Loud.
I'm going to drive them. Sorry, Steph, that doesn't work.
Oh, you're driving?
Yeah.
This is just a facade.
Just a facade.
All right, do you want me to wink? Okay.
Things in life.
I feel that in my bones, Duran. All right. So cystic fibrosis is an absolute beast, and I know a lot of you are aware of that. Our 2 families have felt it deeply, and my health has greatly suffered from this disease, but I'm not alone. We have families across Canada that are fighting every day, and we lose 1 patient a week in Canada to this brutal disease. But we're also a disease in transition right now, and there's so much hope in this community. The thing is, though, is hope is not enough. We need our country to stand up for us. So when you're just sort of overwhelmed with hope and you think that as a Canadian, we're set, the CF community in Canada is always boasting that we have the longest life expectancy in the world because we have free healthcare. But it's wild that that's not enough because there are so many roadblocks in our way. So as a patient, when I heard that there was this new breakthrough medicine coming down the pipeline that I've literally wished on stars for as a child, to hear that it's here, we all cried happy tears together. To hear that it's not here, it felt like it shook my soul as a Canadian in the worst way possible, and it felt like an identity crisis in a way. But we created change in this country, and this is our story. So this is our hope. It's hope in a bottle. It's called Trikafta. It's good for 90% of the CF population. 90% or more can take it, but so we still have we have 10% of our community to fight for. But this is a phenomenal medicine. It took me from end-stage disease, living on an oxygen tank, lost my ability to do most things in life. My complete quality of life had disappeared, and this personal, I can only speak on my story, but we've seen it happen all across the community. But for me, it took me from end-stage disease, sort of sorting my affairs in order, to being here with you today without an oxygen tank, without any tubes in my arms, and living a completely new life. So we're at a point here. The community, we had a choice. We could sit back and be polite Canadians, as we do. Have faith in our government, have faith in our healthcare system, have faith that our doctors were gonna be empowered to prescribe us this miracle medicine. Or we could not. We could get so damn loud. For me, I was being evaluated for a double lung transplant. And I know, I assume, maybe ignorantly, that people in this room have not done that yet. But when someone's measuring your rib cage to see if the lungs will fit and where you'll sit on a registry, the strain on mental health is enormous. Personally, I wasn't ready for that. So you can sit back, or as many before us have, you can fight harder than you've ever fought before. So I found myself in this position. I fought hard. I used my voice, and I felt like I was screaming into an abyss, and I felt so alone. I campaigned through social media, through different avenues, through advice from colleagues. I call them colleagues now, but through advice through friends in the community, and to just raise my voice, and I personally got very loud. I got so loud that I got attention to the people that needed to hear, and I was the first patient in Canada to receive compassionate care for this breakthrough medicine. I had a personal victory. Durhan mentioned at the beginning of today that earning, he said, it's not a privilege to gain access to medicine, it's a right. And when Durhan said that, it took me back to that guilt that I felt since I've got this medicine, because at a time where we all should be rejoicing, there is so much survivor's guilt and so much inequities within our community. So I sat with that because I took my first dose of Trikafta on Global News, and I was so proud to do that. I had my husband and my son there. I had no idea what was waiting for me. Every patient that saw this, it went a little viral within our little community in CF. There's 4,300 patients, a lot more supporters than that. But when people saw this, all of a sudden, I became this lady in Toronto. Why did this lady in Toronto get this medicine? My kid's in the hospital. Why did this lady get this medicine? I need this medicine. So some people were so overjoyed for me, and they knew that this is a step in the right direction. Other people just sent me hate mail. They just sent me, this is what I sent to Doug Ford yesterday. You should read it. I'm like, the thing is, though, I was them just the day before. I was the one writing letters. I was the one pleading. So I didn't want to have to go inward. I wanted to be able to help. But let's be honest, I was a patient with 28% lung function, still on a full-time IV, using oxygen, and I was weak physically. Mentally, I was strong, but this was a lot to take on, and no one has success alone. At the time, and still am, I'm sitting on the patient advisory board for St. Michael's Hospital, the biggest clinic, CF clinic in North America. And my friends Jacob Jaramello and Matt Van Camp, we were all chatting. And this was the first time some of us had even spoken to CF patients, us getting together. So after the Zoom call ended, we stayed on, we had a chit chat, and the topic of Trikafta came up. And I felt so guilty because I had it. And I broke down. I said, I can't deal with this. I have kids. At the time, there was a woman, a young girl, I should say, she's 22, in Nova Scotia that was going on a ventilator because she needed access. And here I am at home on a Zoom call and I have access. It just felt disgusting. And I broke down. And these two patients, they were both on IV poles as well. They both had to leave their thriving careers. And they said, Steph, this is ridiculous. Clearly, there's a gap in the knowledge. People don't understand the drug, they don't understand the barriers. Let's answer. He said, we'll divide and conquer, create an email address, and that email address became a movement. The whole community was absolutely riled up. Once one person has it, there's an actual obtainable goal here. Someone has it in Canada, start the races, right? So we formed our first in-person rally. As CF patients, that's incredibly dangerous. We shouldn't even do it. We're supposed to be 6 feet apart at all times, CF patients, not just in COVID world, but forever, because we can't get close to each other. So Beth's daughter, Maddie's there, and this entire conference, I've just been trying to stay 6 feet apart. So starting a rally was already risky enough, but we're like, you know what, this has to happen. We had the permits, we had it all lined up. Next slide, Bill. Look at the date. This is the day that, this is the week that COVID really hit Toronto. This is the week that everything shut down. And the irony that we're fighting for the right to breathe, and there's this a respiratory pandemic? We all have to be 6 feet apart. It felt like a cruel joke. So, but we had to somehow cut through the noise of all the headlines about the pandemic. And this was a massive job, and we had to get very, very creative in our approach. So we moved our entire movement to a virtual setting. When we talked about what we wanted this movement to be, it all just happened so organically, but there were so many formalized conversations about who we needed to be. We wanted to be a business, not just a grassroots movement. We wanted to just be sitting at the same tables as everyone else fighting the fight, even though we were just so green and grassroots. We wanted to be mindful of the trauma that comes with advocacy as well. A key component here is we knew that we thoroughly understood the audience, the CF families. We understand what drives them and what paralyzes them. So we divided our audience up into internal communication, meaning the CF community, and external, meaning media, the government, the MPs. If any of you have ever been to a fundraiser, you'll hear the sob stories. And they'll make you take out your pocketbooks, but they won't really make you take much more action than that. And we didn't want money. We just wanted movement and action. So we were very mindful of how we spoke and how we empowered patients in the community versus in the media. There were two different stories. We wanted to be trusted because, we thought we know what we're talking about a little bit here.
Absolutely.
So, Durhan mentioned again in the morning about you need to be agile, but you also need to be, predictable in a way because predictability adds trust. So our team dynamic was extremely agile. We have no board of directors. We have no red tape. Who's going to tell us not to do something? We have no rules. We're not a national charity. We can do whatever we want. We can get great politically. But we wanted you to take us seriously. If you saw our brand, you knew right away that CF Get Loud. And so that's what we did. We created brand standards, the creative direction, every piece of photography, you should say, that kind of looks like CF Get Loud, And also another just one point here is tools and technology. Like we're not making signs on Microsoft Print, on Microsoft Word here, doing word art. Like we're trying to keep up with the rest of this industry that's so fabulous, but has huge pocketbooks. Sorry, one more point, it's just the talent sourcing. We're a CF community full of amazing talent, so we made sure to access them. We came up with our pillars, and I've heard them echoed in the presentations this morning: to empower, educate, and elevate. As I already mentioned, we wanted to get our audience moving because they felt paralyzed. We wanted to educate them, that was a clear gap, and we wanted to elevate their voices. Almost like a sneaky pyramid scheme. Like if you know a good story, can we elevate your voice? And we can take anyone that's never even approached advocacy before. People feel guilty when they haven't advocated and they've got to a certain age with a disease, but they should never feel that way because your best form of advocating is just telling your story. So we worked on several campaigns and projects, and Beth and I are going to go through just a snippet of them, but ones we're particularly proud of. But when we got started, we just needed a brand awareness, and more than a brand awareness, but really what is our goal as a community? And we wanted to be out there everywhere. So we created our digital marketing, we created all of our social media sites. We wanted to look at our digital footprint as well as our offline footprint. We didn't want anyone to mistake who we were. I want to mention that when you're doing this work with zero budget, you're creating a deficit. So it's not the most sustainable way to work. In terms of empowering, what's the better way to empower people than start with the early generation of kids? We wanted to create literature and educational material that empowered kids to be so proud of being warriors. Hashtag CF Warriors, a trending hashtag in the community, but let's make them warriors, let's label them. And in this book that we gave out, this is a print material that you could print at home, and we had different things. We had make your first advocacy poster, and my son made one of these. He colored it, added stickers, and all of the friends in the neighborhood added them to the windows, and also kids across Canada. We had make your vow as an advocate. What are your goals? Get them goal setting. We had a crazy maze in there that no one could ever complete, but in the middle of it was a PMPRB because it was a massive barricade for us and we couldn't get through it. So the poor kids, they didn't work it out either. And we even got them to practice writing Trikafta, which seems kind of, brainwashing, but we just had to get them informed. So educating the little ones. They were so proud. And this is incredibly moving. These kids are so just proud to represent and know they're making a difference. Kids from across Canada posted these online. They brought them to their appointments with their MP because let's be honest, some people don't know what to say to a politician. But if you can just be like, I just need the right to breathe and I'm 5, that's enough, it's fine. And this is a marathon. We're talking to a community that's in and out of hospital, that has IVs in their arms, that is exhausted constantly. And this fight is exhausted. The parents are exhausted, the caregivers, everyone is tired. So we needed to make sure that we kept people engaged, but also proud to be part of the fight. We started this Get Proud for CF Get Loud campaign, and we had people, not only in Canada, but across the US and the UK, start just putting hashtag CF Get Loud on their arm and sharing it on social media. We looked at trending social media trends. People did reels. We tried to incorporate it wherever you'd see it, but also we really had a goal to get outside of our own echo chamber because we all know the problem. And I think one of the biggest, Beth and I were talking about this, but one of the biggest compliments is somebody that had never heard of CF went to their dentist and they asked for Trikafta. They didn't mean to say Trikafta, but it's just a word that had been planted in their brain from watching all of our social content that got people talking. So that's a real success. Next. We encouraged everyone to own this. This isn't an executive team running in isolation. This is a community presence and something the community should be so incredibly proud of. So we even offered like, oh, here's our colors, here's our brand guidelines, go wild. They didn't use them and that's okay. But so all these small businesses across Canada started raising their flags for us. We have little marquees, and this is just a small sample, but people made t-shirts, keychains, had it plastered on their walls, and just to see businesses say, Get Loud for CF. And we just put up this website. We barely had that website going. You can relate to that. But it just made us so proud. And whenever we lost some motivation, because it was a tremendously hard fight and we had a lot of Zoom calls with tears, we went back to these photos and it was everything.
Next. So the pandemic worked in a way positively for us because number one, CF patients can't get together to meet. So the Zoom call became really powerful and it was fabulous for bringing people together across the country and bringing patients together. So one of the first things that we did together was a community town hall. Durhan was part of that. We had the Dr. Tullis, who is the head, one of the best doctors for CF in North America, Chris McLeod from the CF Treatment Society. We brought everybody together that was in this fight, as well as the MPs, MLAs, MPPs, and patients to educate them, because education, as you know, is key. The politicians don't understand all of our issues, right? So when you go into a politician and you say, we want this, they don't know why you're not getting it. You have to sit down and break that down for them. So in this town hall meeting, we made sure that everybody understood what the product was. They understood the disease and why we needed it. And they understood all of the challenges facing our community to get that drug to it. So this was a wonderful thing. I don't know how many, but we had many, many people involved in that and coming to learn about how to get, our issue, what was going and how to go forward. So back to the PMPRB. So one of our biggest challenges, of course, was the PMPRB. We knew very well that the drug that we wanted so desperately was not being submitted to Canada due to the uncertainty surrounding the new regulations. So we, once again, taught about the PMPRB. We educated our patients. We created a letter to go to the PMPRB that would tell the stories and personal stories about how these new regulation changes were going to impact the access to these drugs that these patients needed. Our original goal was 4,300 letters, which was one per patient. We managed to get over 11,000 letters sent to the PMPRB from patients, caregivers, and friends explaining why the PMPRB changes weren't going to work and why they needed to be changed or halted. So that was pretty huge. We were very proud about that. The next one. So we had many meetings with Christine Elliott, our Minister of Health in Ontario, about Trikafta and the challenges that we were having. And we figured we needed to go maybe up to the top and maybe get a meeting with Doug Ford. Once again, the pandemic was in our way. We were not going to be able to get a meeting. My MPP suggested a letter, and I'm like, CF Get Loud, just not do letters. We're going to do something more creative. We got 5 different families together. Now, once again, we used resources within our community, so this wasn't costing money. We gathered 5 families, all with different stories, all revolving around the need for Trikafta. And we had somebody that was going to personally deliver this film to Doug Ford. It would make you cry because that's how desperate the need was, and these patients needed this drug, and he needed to know that. So that was another way that our community all got together. We delivered the documentary to Doug Ford, and then 5 days later we put it out public and everybody could see that. We'll go to the next one. CADTH. We did our own submission for the CADTH submission for Trikafta. And it was not just like every other submission. Steph's amazing creativity, which you can see in all the slides and that's what made all of this so impactful. It wasn't just putting words on a slide on our Facebook page or on our website. Everything was creative and was designed to engage people, to empower people. People wanted to read, people wanted to be empowered and look at this stuff. So our submission to CADTH for Trikafta was no different. There was a lot of different pictures. Patients had sent in their personal stories that were included, and it was very impactful, and we were very excited to be sitting at the same table as some of the big people. Collaboration. We sat with CF Treatment Society, CF Canada, our national organization, and we all sat together and collaborated. We had a caucus, a federal and a provincial caucus, where we had MPPs and MLAs, again, together, talking about the situation. We all got together and did a letter to Patty Hajdu, explaining what we wanted and what we expected. And what we expected was the broadest coverage and an expedited process to get Trikafta into Canada. We had 44 of the MPPs sign that letter, and it went to Patty Hajdu. And I think it really created some pressure there, because Health Canada actually reached out to the manufacturer of the drug saying, please submit, these people are getting crazy. So, and that's pretty unheard of, to be that loud and impactful. This part I'm going to read. So these are actual 2 sisters that have CF that you can see. And this was the moment they actually found out that Trikafta was approved, and it was they were going to get it. So this is what we call the win. The countless hours our little team spent working together from home, together but apart in front of our computers, to address issues as they arose, brainstorming new and creative ways to engage and empower our community, was well worth it when, in record-breaking time, the drug approval process recommendation and PCPA was completed, and the drug began to get into the hands of patients. All provinces and territories are now funding Trikafta. We continue to celebrate the newfound lives of adults who are now planning long lives and not funerals. This makes me happy, sad. Teenagers are excited to continue their journeys, knowing they have a future that does not need to be planned around hospital admissions and declining health. Together, the CF Treatment Society, CF Canada, 5,000 plus patients and families, and CF Out Loud supporters came together to empower each other and show our broken system that it can be done fast and efficiently, although not fast enough for many, because we did still lose a lot of patients. I know, a lot of patients along the way. The next slide. Moving forward, sharing lessons learned, the rare community is small but mighty, and most definitely stronger together. We wanted to share what worked for us, knowing that all of our situations are different, but we do face the same challenges when working to access fast and fair access to new and innovative treatments. Our hope is that some of the things that worked for us may also help you in your own access challenges. Some of the things that we've learned are working together. You can work with other partners for the same disease. You should fill in gaps for each other. That's a huge thing, supporting each other. The power of creativity and advocacy. Making it creative brings people in. They want to be part of that. It's not just words, boring words on a page. Bring it to life, right? Let people get excited and understand. Working smarter, not harder. I don't know that we did that. We worked pretty hard, but there was like 4 of us. The system needs to catch up. Science and innovation is moving forward quickly. We need a system in Canada that will afford fast and efficient and fair access to rare treatments. By empowering patients educating the community and elevating the patients' voices, the rare community can get loud together. Thank you.
Wow. So now we're going to turn, and thank you so much, Beth and Stephanie. It was an opportunity to share a real success story at the national level, very grassroots. I see so much, you know, it sounds like CORD is very similar in terms of the numbers of people at CORD in terms of the core team, but the bigger community that you were able to rally to make that happen, and the fact that you're actually bringing that energy and some of that creativity and ideas to the entire rare disease community is just awesome. I want to give an opportunity to Farah and to Jason to just talk about what's happening at the provincial level, and you know, what can we learn from some of those advocacy campaigns, like what we just heard about, to really elevate this at the national level. I don't know, Farah, if you want to start in terms of what's happening in Quebec.
Sure. Is this thing on?
Yeah, he'll turn it on.
Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm Farah Bendamin. I'm with Montreal in Vivo. We're the life sciences and health technologies cluster of the Greater Montreal area. And in terms of you know, what's been happening in Quebec recently, as Bill, you mentioned earlier, the Quebec strategy, for the Quebec policy for rare disease was published actually last weekend. And as you mentioned, you know, with, I guess this vision and these guiding principles that I think are more holistic, more inclusive, more really actually centered on the patients and the persons who need that kind of support across the board. So there's that dimension. There's also the dimension where, you know, without going through every single of the, you presented the guiding principle. Oh, that's a great slide. Perfect. So as I mentioned, you know, the first guiding principle being the patient and family-centered approach, and the idea of looking at a holistic approach with starting with improving training and raising awareness about rare diseases in Quebec. And facilitating access to diagnosis, care, and services. So not solely a drug reimbursement sort of approach, but really something more sustainable. I mean, more comprehensive and actually more hopefully sustainable. And finally, so the idea of promoting research, innovation, and data collection. I think one of the interesting things that come out in the new Quebec strategy is that they will be putting in place a registry for rare disease. So both for you know, the clinical aspect of following up with patients and the symptomatology, the evolution of their disease, but also on a clinical research and more broadly a research, you know, for research purposes. Another element that you know, the Quebec government will be supporting is the creation of, I think, you know, several people mentioned this over the last 2 days, the idea of having regional reference centers surrounded by, you know, reference centers surrounded by regional centers of expertise that can take on some of the more, let's say, day-to-day or routine follow-ups with patients. And I think one of the interesting things as well that come out is in terms of how Quebec can be better for conducting clinical research, attracting clinical research. And so they will be also putting in place an ethical and organizational framework for clinical trials for rare disease in Quebec. So those are, let's say, like some of the main elements in terms of what I would say are the salient points from the Quebec rare disease strategy. And I would also like to sort of relate it with the work that Montreal in Vivo has been doing, because I think, Bill, you showed the slide with CORD and the strategy at CORD and the strategy of
Ontario.
Of Ontario. And so it's pretty interesting because there's really a great alignment between this strategy and the work that Montreal in Vivo has done. So Montreal in Vivo worked with a project committee. What we do as an organization is that we mobilize a variety of stakeholders to both identify key issues that the sector is facing and also to come up with the solutions that are going to be acceptable for all stakeholders. And so the idea is that Montreal in Vivo assembled a project committee for rare disease, about 22 people, and really with a balance between of representation between industry, patient associations, research, and in those researchers, there's a lot of overlap with clinicians as well. So to come up with what we had, we published this rare disease action plan in April of 2022. We met with the government of Quebec to discuss this, and in terms of next steps, we're really looking at I think there's a willingness on the part of the Ministry of Health and Social Services of Quebec to sit at the table with different stakeholders and discuss in terms of, okay, well, how are we going to implement this? What is our action plan in very concrete terms? I remember someone mentioning yesterday about Ontario's rare disease from 2018. We really, really don't want that to happen in Quebec. We really want to be very proactive in implementing this. And so the next steps in terms of the government of Quebec as well is to in addition to implementing it, to be able to evaluate how, the outcomes of putting this in place. And I think that this is quite promising in terms of what we can expect from collaborations between the public and private sectors.
So Farah, just to build on that, would this have been possible if it hadn't been for a lot of the advocacy from the rare disease community and patients, et cetera, and some real challenges around individual products making their way through? It just seems like we're at a really good spot right now in Canada, where we've got a bright star shining in Quebec. Ontario's is starting to turn on, and LSO, Life Sciences Ontario, published a vision paper last year. It actually looks, and there was some collaboration, I believe, with Invivo, right? I don't know if, Jason, you want to talk about that. These are some of the solutions that are coming forward. When I was doing grad school for policy, you needed a problem. Well, we know we have a problem in rare disorders. You need a solution, some ideas, and we've talked a lot about those solutions, but you also need the politics and the political drive and the will to pull it through. So it seems like Invivo is playing a real role in pulling that through. Jason, I don't know if you want to talk about what's happening in Ontario and on both the political drive to bring it forward, but also the guts of a plan.
Well, I wish I had the strategy to speak to, but we don't have that anymore. It struck me as we were sitting here and I'm listening to everyone talk, and they're bringing together all these different players, and we're all on the same team, right? We're trying to bring access to patients at the end of the day, and we have some real superstars, as we heard from the CF Get Loud. I mean, they're our first line for sure. I'm feeling a little bit like LSO, our little organization over here. We're kind of like the fourth line players, and so my bench warming position on the panel here, I think, is very appropriate. I want to go back to your statement at the start, Bill, before I just talk about what's happening in Ontario, because you made some really good points about advocacy and Durhan's comments about there's a lot of talk, and it takes a long time before we get results. I started my career as a research chemist in the pharmaceutical industry making drug products, and I then transitioned into government. I worked with the Ontario government in economic development. People said to me at the time, well, that's quite a leap from research into policy. And I said, well, they actually have a lot in common. Most of what you do fails. And the few times that you do succeed, it's very rewarding because it usually has broad impacts. And then after the time in government, I then joined my role in LSO, where I'm an advocate. And they said, wow, that's an interesting transition from policy to advocate. And I said, yeah, most of what you do fails. But it's even though a lot of what we do it can be frustrating at times, and definitely takes consistency and determination. We learn from those failures, whether it's in science, whether it's in policy making, whether it's in advocacy. So there's always a progression there, and so you have to find these wins along the way. But the other element that's really important to all three of them is timing. So it's not just about having the great ideas like the patient passport or interesting concepts if the timing isn't right and the context isn't right for them to take root and take hold. And so we actually saw a lot of that over the last few years around PMPRB. We've been living through a pandemic. That's certainly a context that has shifted a lot of the conversation and dialogue. The advocacy that we were doing around PMPRB in particular was very focused around that relationship between the industry and government and the need for change. And one of the things that we did was we related that advocacy back to everyday moments. And the need for us to get back to those, that regular way of life and, the exhaustion from the pandemic. But, that sentiment carries forward into, not just the pandemic, but other disease states, that desire to get back to a sense of normalcy. And that really struck a chord, and the timing was right for that. And we saw an Ontario Life Sciences strategy come out. We saw a federal life sciences strategy come out. And the basis of those strategies really is a new foundation to establish an ongoing dialogue with industry and government and other stakeholders in partnership to develop this sector. So from that perspective, I think all of these advocacy efforts are really integrated. Specifically around rare disease in Ontario, as Bill mentioned, we did launch a white paper on rare disease, the need for a provincial rare disease strategy. Obviously, with the government change, what was developed, sort of fell off the radar, and we were really championing that within the Ontario government to bring that back to the forefront. Prior to the election, we actually held an all-party roundtable, and we actually heard commitments from all parties that this was a nonpartisan issue, that there is a need for this. So that's something that we want to pick up. So from the provincial standpoint in Ontario, we want to make sure that that dialogue continues forward, and we can leverage the fact that there is national development taking place. Ontario, as the largest province, needs to be at the table. They need to play a significant role in that. And so now that we're post-election, we'll have to start picking that up again and bringing the stakeholders together to bring that conversation and dialogue to the renewed government.
Thanks so much, Jason. Anil and Wayne, you're up next. What are the roles and this is actually a good question for Brent too, what are the roles of each of the stakeholders within the system to make the case for change, to make the case for the Centers of Excellence approach or a different approach? And I should also put a shout out to Michelle from Health Canada yesterday. We heard some language changes when she was describing the Health Canada strategy. She was saying investing in infrastructure is critically important. And that's something that Durhan has been on for months now, and everyone has been on for months now. So advocacy does work. Submissions do work to these more formal processes. Anil, what is the role of the developers in making the case for change?
Thanks, Bill. And first of all, I want to thank Durhan, Angela, and Hillary and Cord for inviting me to participate on this amazing panel and in this meeting. And I also want to thank them for bringing us all together. It's actually quite refreshing to see so many different stakeholders come together. And I want to thank Brent and Kenneth and Health Canada. Everybody's participated and at least try to make an appearance and try to listen to what's going on. So and without having everybody at the table and discussing and putting the work into action, we're not going to get there. So I think this is fantastic, and kudos to Cord. As far as manufacturers go, and I think it's been said yesterday, it started yesterday, it was quite interesting, and it was continued today, is manufacturers want and can contribute towards certainty and stability. We want to know where goalposts are. We will try to, work towards those pre-launch. We can try to get the evidence that's required. it becomes more difficult with rare diseases, as we all know. We don't, quality of life in 20 to 40 or 50 patients, that's all we have. It may not be good enough to provide the check mark or the review, but that's all we have. But let's have a dialogue. Let's have discussions to see how we can overcome that and continue on the path to have a post-marketing or post-launch validation on value. And I think that's the important part, and manufacturers would like to be part of the process in that dialogue to discuss where those goalposts are and what they are. So dialogue would be welcome when it comes to pre-launch and how we can create and submit for a faster review, if you will. And when it comes to review and the whole certainty and stability, this is something that, we still realize there's gaps. Like we've been talking about gaps all along. And one thing we should be keeping on top of mind is when we looked at, this is from a study or report, when we looked at rare disease drugs or drugs with orphan designation, in the EU, 75 to 80% get approved for reimbursement. And they get approved within 3 to 6 months. In Canada, the number is 25 to 30% at an average time of 19 months. It's almost 2 years. In the Atlantic, I think on average it's 25 months. So I'm not saying we've made great strides, but there's still a gap. And manufacturers want to be partners in trying to narrow that gap or even eliminating that gap. Obviously, it can be done in others, and there's challenges. And I totally agree, Brent, that there's lots of challenges, and you have your challenges, we have ours, and that we need to have dialogue to come up with solutions. Too often, we assume this is what's required. And sometimes the other side assumes, or another stakeholder assumes this is what their needs are. But we can easily pick up that phone and have that dialogue going, hey, listen, I'd love to approve your drug, but this is the challenge. Or, hey, listen, we're missing this. So I think dialogue is very important. And post-launch, I think manufacturers can definitely partner in validating the value through registries, through PSP, through outcome-based agreements, whatever it may be. We're open to engagement and willing to partner with payers, with patients, with physicians on access and on pricing. We want to show value. We want to show, if pricing is a challenge and value is a challenge, let's have a discussion. At the end of the day, it's about getting the right medicine to the right patient at the right time. That should be the focus. We can work out the other things, and we should be able to work out our differences and or our challenges if that remains our focus. And to that end, we need to have that dialogue and that exchange to make sure that we have a clearer understanding of each other's challenges and then explore solutions. So at the end of the day, I think the manufacturers are, across the world, and we keep talking about it being a global economy and business, something has worked in another jurisdiction. It's not, may not be perfect, but it's better than I think what we have here. So let's try to get there also through collaboration and through discussion.
Thanks so much, Anil. Wayne, you were chair of CORD as you try to tap on your microphone to get it. There we go. In 2015, when CORD launched Canada's Rare Disease Strategy, which actually was referenced in a peer-reviewed journal as actually Canada's Rare Disease Strategy. So this is amazing that CORD and the whole community that included Health Canada, CIHR were also involved, is being recognized as the strategy in Canada. So they're actually leading the parade, and other people are actually following it. And the Quebec strategy looks pretty much like and is very aligned with CORD's strategy. 7 years later, what do you think about where we are now, and what has to happen next, Wayne?
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, no, that's, I was thinking about that earlier when you mentioned this. It's fascinating to see, first of all, let me just comment on it. Marketing is important. So calling it Canada Strategy did help, with that, right? Modestly, as Cord was. But it's fascinating to see that the themes get picked up. So we get very frustrated from time to time that nothing is happening on this or that. Remember, at that time, we had the regulatory framework for orphan drugs at Health Canada, and then that died, and we're frustrated. But nonetheless, the themes and the main ideas do continue. They persevere, and we are seeing that the 2015 strategy today in the recent strategies. But I'd like to. So I'm very positive and optimistic about where we go. We just need to be patient, and I just pray I live long enough to declare victory. But Bill, I'd like to just pick up on a couple of things that came up today, if I may. And the first, I want to start with thanking Brianna for her presentation this morning on MICERN. I found that was, for me personally, I learned a lot from that. I'm embarrassed to say I didn't know that much before. I learned so much from that, but one of the key takeaways for me was we don't need government to solve all our problems. And here's a case for this arises from folks working in the field and in the community and recognizing a need and finding ways to work together. So yes, government can help. Government can be very important in providing support, facilitating, funding, etc. But we don't need government to create things if we can do them ourselves. Second point, Bill, and you've alluded to this so many times today already, but I really want to repeat it again with Stephanie and Beth. Advocacy works, and you folks have done such a tremendous job and set a wonderful model, I think, for others in the future, and a real encouragement to CORD to keep pushing away, and the work that CORD has done has been so important in all this. And thirdly, this may seem a little bit off base, but something that's been really bothering me more lately, perhaps, is I'm not sure Canadians really appreciate who's responsible for what. And so, I would like to really encourage us to think about our advocacy. When we're advocating, who we're advocating with, and what we're asking of them. Let's make sure, first of all, that we're advocating with people who actually have the power to do something. And we're not just going in and whining, but we actually believe that they can do something and tell them what they can do. They need help. They're all very busy people. And so we can help them by telling them what to do and how to do it. And this may seem very odd, but I'm going to tie that into a subject that's come up in this panel, the PMPRB reform file. Because it's something that has just frustrated me for the last 5 years. I'm still suffering some of the trauma from that, as many of you in this room are. But what's frustrated me from day one over the last 5 years is the federal government decided to try and do something that's not within the realm of authority. And thank goodness for all the energetic advocacy and work on the part of so many people over this. And kudos to CORD and to the CF community for engaging in the legal actions that were taken. But CBC recently reported, well, the federal government has pulled out of that because it's caved into pharma. Well, I don't want to correct the CBC, but the reason they pulled out of it is because the court said it's illegal. The federal government has no authority or ability to do these things, and the courts ruled them illegal. So that's why they pulled out. They should never have been in there in the first place. So I come back to this. One of the reasons, there were many, but one of the reasons the government got into this was they believed that there were people who wanted the federal government to do this stuff. I think they were wrong in thinking that, but they believed that. But people shouldn't have been asking the federal government to do this in the first place, and the federal government should have known it didn't have the authority to do it. So don't count on the people you're going to know the limits of their own authority. Try and bone up on that yourself, first of all, and make sure. So anyway, I'm going to leave it there, but congratulations, Durhan and Cord. This has been a great, great conference, and thank you so much.
So, a final word to Brent, because we are eating into our break. We will have a chance to come back and have one final session and really make it interactive with folks from the ground, because the next panel, I gather, will have fewer than 4 people. And Brent is in C27C on 410. But Brent, over to you. What are your reflections on the advocacy efforts, both on the individual medicine level, but also on the meta level of trying to, influence and impact some of the processes and systems that you work under that govern you? I don't know if you're allowed to speak frankly on that kind of thing.
Well, I speak as frankly as I can, and I also want to thank Wayne for commenting that people don't often know which group's responsible for what. So as somebody who's often asked about PMPRB rules, that is not within my domain whatsoever. So, but on the advocacy side, I think one of the things, and I alluded to it earlier, that we're missing is a lot of great observational data, which is really what do these drugs do to impact caregivers' lives, patients' lives, and the healthcare system as a whole. And I think what we tend to see with many of the rare disease submissions, the submissions can be at a relatively high level, and they don't drill down into the individual impacts. And I think as people get more used to developing these submissions, we're starting to hear those stories a little bit more. And they do have an impact on the review. I think one of the key things that our expert committee members are asking for is, what is the place in therapy for this particular drug? And how does it address the needs of patients, caregivers, and clinicians in managing a particular disease? Many times we just don't know that, or we're given submissions that talk about, well, we want a reduction in X. Yet the clinical data that's been submitted to support the file shows the opposite. And there's maybe a disconnect between an advocacy or a patient submission and what we see in the data. And that's where I think sometimes it's the issue around hope. We're hoping that this drug is going to do X. The data which we have to work from in order to provide the clinical summaries to our experts doesn't address those types of questions. And that's where I think it's very important from an advocacy perspective to understand sort of how is this drug going to affect a particular group of patients. And part of that might be built off of international experience. As we've seen, sometimes the drug may be available in other sectors, not necessarily in Canada as yet, or the experience in Canada is very limited. So drawing upon the other communities as a way to sort of express, I guess, a little bit more around what the actual impact is on a particular disease, I would say is extremely helpful. We don't want to get patient story after patient story after patient story, but we do want to get information around how it affects patients. I think if you provide story after story after story, it does sometimes, I don't want to be critical of this, it's often repetitious, and it may not necessarily add value to the broader position of an advocacy group. So that's where I think, individual stories are helpful. They're probably not the answer to every single submission that comes forward to us, but I think the examples that you've provided around what happens in the community as a result of getting access to a particular treatment is great information for our expert committees to have, so that they can understand the context of this particular drug based against the evidence. And then also our experts that join our tables that talk about sort of the value and the need for these treatments for a particular disease.
Excellent, thanks, Brett. And just to bring it back to something that I think Amy, I don't know if there's Amy, we were talking about earlier in Europe, we're going to take a lot of work off of CADTH's plate potentially if we allow access instantly after Health Canada says it's useful for this patient population. It's on the market for a year, and then you can do a rapid review or some other kind of
So
review for a small patient, a small budget impact medicine.
I actually think, so first off, this is my opinion only. I actually think, and I actually thought that Germany had it right for a period of time. Now they're changing their system as well, as they learn from experience, about having something available in the market for a period of time to understand how it's actually used and the benefit associated with it. So I don't disagree with some of the stuff that UK's doing. However, and this is the caveat that I always struggle with, is can you do that in a jurisdiction where there's 15 different drug plans? I don't know the answer to that. I think it's simpler to introduce that in the UK when you have one payer system. In Germany, even though they have private insurance and public insurance, the public system does have regulations around how those benefits are provided. So while I'm not saying it can't be done in Canada, I think that there's other elements that also need to be looked at a little bit more closely, because there's no point in introducing it and then just having it fail, because you'll never get it reintroduced again, because I think that is a huge leap that people need to look at if they're going to go down that particular path.
Apparently there's $500 million that could potentially be a down payment on that concept.
Well, it's a pretty small down payment, I think.
What did Obama win on? What was his slogan again? Do you remember? Yes, we can. So anyway, I don't know. I'm not. Maybe do we need Obama to come to Canada and start a rally? That's sort of bringing it back to the advocacy and bring it up a level.
Mm-hmm.
Final word to Stephanie, who put her, because you kicked it off, and then we have to break for sure.
I'll be quick. I think we're talking about approval process in general. We all think we have the luxury of time. And from a patient with a rare disease that's terminal, I just hope I'm here for it, because you worry about saying no, because I understand it's a pure nightmare and it's hard to go back and say no 2 years from now once a patient has had their life changed by a drug. But either way, you're saying no. You're just giving them more time. So if we could look at life just not as we all have the same amount of time to work through all these complicated solutions. That's my only
Stephanie.
request.
Yeah, patients who don't have the luxury of being patient. I think that's what you're saying, right?
You said it better than I did.
Thank you very much. This was a great panel. Really appreciate it. We'll be back in 15.
Oh, thank you very much.
I was going to say, it's
Yep, take care. domain, right? So.
And that's really awful.
Yeah, but we often say, what we often do though is identify certain patient populations, and I think that sometimes is perceived as a no, because everybody wants the entire group of patients. But that's not what we've got a summary. Things like age, that's not us. That's because Health Canada is only approving drug to be used in 18 years and above. So there's, it's a change that has for sure. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. You're welcome.
That's good. Hi, how are you, Aaron?
Hi.
I just want to say one. Thank you very much.
Yep.
So I heard you saying everything well.
I think that's
We put it where you're at.
well, I think it's though whether that's our role, whether that's part of the conclusions, I think how the payer sits within all that, the manufacturers sits within all that is something that needs to be discussed more broadly. I personally think that if there's if people want to enter into managed access agreements, I think the manufacturer can make it easy to say, look, like we will pay for X amount of product, and what we're also hearing is that manufacturers don't want to go down that road. So everybody's different. Every condition's obviously different. I don't think managed.
They want to go down the road.
They just want the drug listed as quickly as possible. So having a discussion around managed access agreements, outcomes, measurements, they just don't want to go there because they see that that's just going to prolong a yes at the end of the day. So it's
Essentially, one physician, right? They don't represent the average patient.
No.
That's totally awesome. We actually completed MEA.
Sorry?
We completed my entire message to my team at This is not a way to do things fast.
No,
it's arguably a way to do things faster. But trigger, you said it right. It's not what happens to patients. The trigger is not the MEA discussion, I would say, is we've been and if through they don't meet the criteria, brings it into like that was the risk we were willing to take. And honestly, this is again, this is what you said, like personal opinion versus company. And that's it. Right? Like if we're working, the conversation gets a little bit easier, right? So there is a bit. I think that's where our side, the side. And if we're willing to say, hey, look, if it doesn't work, then it's on. We all know, right? So maybe gets a little bit. And that was the trigger. Once we said that, that's the hard side.
Hi. That way I know the name for sure. Yeah. I know. Probably. I know that's
hopes that it.
You need to answer, you okay?
I think I'm okay.
I don't know, you got lost for me and kind of came back to the very place. I mean, that's a bit of a, that's a bit of a kick in the pants beyond. Never mind the fact that PCP was not nice. That was supposed to have a chance to say no. It's not the country. Right? So it kind of got. We're the ones making the cases to say, look, we think we can make this work. And then when it goes like, what's the risk? The high, it's like, we're not sure that we're going to
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. Okay, we're going to get started in about a minute. 60 seconds. Yep, please. Thanks. Jason's coming back.
So will I be the only one in the Life Science Ontario? Okay, that's it.
All right, we're in the final stretch. You heard me say that Brent's a trooper for always coming to court events, which is true. But I have to say that the folks in this room have been here for multiple hours over 2 days. When was the last time we got to do that? I mean, it's amazing. And a special shout out again to those on the line on the Zoom feed. This hybrid approach is actually working. They can confirm. That's not a suggestion that you participate by hybrid next time. Please come out to more of these events. It's great to see everybody in person. And I think Durhan's going to wrap up the day with some ideas about how we can actually do that going on the road, even across Canada, or getting people from the US up here or vice versa. And another special shout out again to Matt from Europe to really explain the European centers of excellence. One thing, Matt, that I took away from your presentation yesterday was that if you start building things from the ground up, from the research and into the centers of excellence, the diagnostics, everything else starts to build from that, and then it's obvious what you have to do next in terms of an implementation of a rights-based access approach, because people are diagnosed and there's a possibility of a potential treatment for them. And I think we've seen the elements of that in Canada happen, and this next session is going to talk about research and the frontiers of research in rare diseases and how that can actually play a role in a system for rare disease centers of excellence. So this next panel, and we've got somebody on the line too, just a quick tech check. Do we have Ivana from Vancouver? Perfect.
I am
there you
here.
go.
Can you see and hear me? Okay.
Loud and clear. This is great. This is working. Thank you. So we've got Ivana Chekchik from Genome Canada reporting in from Vancouver, although Genome Canada is officially, I think, based in Ottawa, isn't it?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, in
but
my
I'm
building.
in rainy Vancouver right now.
Yeah, no, that's great. We've got Etienne Richer from the Canadian Institutes for Health Research. And I just had a quick pull aside with Etienne. CIHR was actually a really important part of Canada's rare disease strategy. The 2015 strategy started as like a few hundred pages of input from different working groups and different committees, and it was narrowed down to about 55 pages with a 4-page summary that's actually still valid today. So, and honestly, the research section of that was some of that came off of your keyboard. So thank you again, Etienne.
From CIHR and Genome Canada was also.
And Genome Canada was a key part. I don't know, Ivana, were you involved in 2015 as well?
I was not with the organization at that time yet, but
Okay.
there was input.
Excellent. And then we've got, once again, Jason Field, President and CEO of Life Sciences Ontario. As you heard from earlier, Jason started as a bench scientist in the industry. But I mean, you're going to Bio next week. You're all about getting more research into Ontario and into Canada. So let's talk about that. I've got 3 questions, and I'm actually throw it up to anybody. The first is, what are the technological advances that you're seeing? Maybe I'll start with Etienne, actually, for rare diseases that need to help inform which and how the centers of excellence work, from diagnostics to therapeutics and to other clinical interventions. What are our scientists actually seeing coming forward, Etienne?
Okay, great, thanks. I will start by changing a little bit your question from technological advances to knowledge advance, if you don't mind. Just to do a quick shout out to a very important aspect, which is actual clinical care, and we can do research on clinical care. Especially one example that comes to my mind is the Genetic Counselor, and a great project called Gene Consult, funded by Genome Canada and us. And it's one of the worldwide of the largest projects led by Genetic Counselor, looking at how to best address the needs of their integration into the healthcare in the next 5-10 years. Clearly, that type of research would be something really facilitated and well integrated into the research of excellence, going to your question. So that's the first one. Going to diagnosis, we've, again, heard great talks throughout the 2 days and great insights, especially from Pranesh and Kim yesterday. As we are going towards the generation genomes or potentially everybody being diagnosed at birth. But right now, we still need to see when best integrate whole genome sequencing for diagnosis in the care pathway. Clearly for that, having data really proving what is the best in terms of healthcare outcomes as well as what is economically viable is certainly the type of research that, again, in Research Center of Excellence, that could be facilitated. And one example that many of you might have heard of is the Project Baby Bear in California, where in 5 hospitals managed by their Medicare, so not necessarily the regions with the most highest standards of living and everything, so kind of underserved populations. They actually introduced the whole genome sequencing as first-tier test when babies were being brought, not walking, but were being brought into NICUs. And they demonstrated that not only improved health outcomes, but it was actually cost saving for their healthcare system context. Essentially what they invested to do the whole genome sequencing, it saved more in healthcare costs that they didn't have to spend on those babies. So clearly now California took these results and are expanding that potentially to those. So this is, again, the type of, it's obvious for communities like that yes, we should do that as early as possible, and it's the best for the patients. But when you do have data also like that produced by research, that introduce a change in the decision makers and say, well, that's a, clearly that's the path to take, and let's expand that and use that more. But again, it took like research results to actually support that. And again, in research excellence research centers of excellence, center of excellence, that would be the perfect place for that. There's also in studies that could help defining exactly the burden of rare disease. Again, we are all convinced and we all know that it's a huge burden for the healthcare system, that most beds in NICUs are occupied by rare disease patients. However, if you ask an hospital administrator, what's the burden of rare disease patients in your hospital, they won't know. The data does not exist, so how do we generate that data to really demonstrate and allocate in an equitable way resources, scarce resources in the healthcare system for this very important problem? So clearly, again, having research centers of excellence like that, which we could spearhead the introduction of the ORFA codes or ICD-11 so that we can actually count rare disease patients in the system, could help us define in a Canadian context exactly what it is and support numbers like those presented by Durhan, saying that there are like baby X number of minutes that is actually dying from a rare disease in Canada every day. So that's the type of research that we could clearly envision. Finally, there's the clinical trials. No need to go into too much details there. We've heard again many examples of centers doing that, how this can bring earlier access to patients and the best drugs already in Canada prior to their approvals and even reimbursement, and also providing better care for the patients as they are enrolled in clinical trials, and again facilitating the submission, following submission to get the notice of compliance and to be actually accepted in Canada subsequently. And I think that the examples of the ERNs are a very good example for that. And we, in the projects that we have with European colleagues, we can see how this is integrates clinical care, clinical trials, and research in a very well cohesive way. So great model to look into. And maybe a special space also, I won't go into too much details because that's mostly my colleagues from the NRC, the National Research Council, that's doing that on gene therapies, and all the investment being made in biomanufacturing right now. Huge potential to develop therapies for rare disease patients in a publicly funded system by optimizing the whole system process, but clearly, again, having these center of excellence to be able to integrate the clinical centers would be highly beneficial, and again, all done with public funding. Integrating also our colleagues from Health Canada, looking at how we can change the way things are regulated, going towards more a plug-and-play approach where we just swap the gene, and a lot of the costs associated with those trials could be reduced. So anyway, I'll stop it there. There's tons of other research aspects, but those were really focusing on the Center of Excellence and how they could be integrated, giving your question.
It almost sounds like who's seen the Field of Dreams? You know, if you build it, they will come. And I'm not James Earl Jones. I wish I had a voice like James Earl Jones, but.
And I will just finish, but we've heard, well, unfortunately, I missed the presentation from MyCERN, but I'm a huge fan of what MyCERN is doing, and I think that we already have, in terms of building it, we already have a pretty good scaffold in Canada across the country, going across jurisdictions, so this is also something very interesting to build on.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Thierry, I hope you're on the line somewhere because your ears must be burning in Brianne. Like, everyone's fans of MyCERN. That's one of the takeaways from this conference, too. Ivana, if you build it, they will come. What is Genome Canada building? And how can that help inform and support the Center of Excellence approach in terms of research? Over to you.
So Genome Canada has supported health research for 20 years, but really focused in on rare diseases, and in particular, more recently, a little bit of a patchwork, but really an initiative called the All for One. We heard some of it from Kim Boycott, Dr. Kim Boycott yesterday, but also there are other clinical leads that were touching upon some of that activity today between across the country. So basically it was taking a look at a way that we could help the community connect and build capacity, at least regionally, and then connect those dots on the sequencing components of the diagnostics for rare diseases in the pediatric space. So it was with limited resources, we drew on one of the programs that we had and partnered regionally with the health authorities, the payers, to be at the table with you in these conversations. And then layering on top of that were policy connectors, and now most recently a needs assessment for what can data sharing look like moving forward. But when I reflected further on that question and where this continued idea and discussions that we've been having for the last 2 days on centers of excellence, I mean, to describe the role of research and research funding, I've used the word enabling, and I hope others might agree with me. And in a sense, to envision that, centralized, but one spot where we can see discovery, but then also the creation of learning health systems, the sharing of best practices, knowledge creation, mobilization, but in particular, addressing equity and accessibility to the outcomes of some of that research. And then also developing training programs to build further capacity for the next generation of leaders, as well as creating capacity for state-of-the-art technology and new innovations, and all in that sort of 360 view of which would also improve the competitiveness globally for the Canadian-based researchers. But ultimately, it's about improving the connectivity also with patients. So it's alluding to something what Etienne was saying, but if we can centralize databases, and that, but that's a very broad term, databases, but that could improve the access and sharing of those outcomes of research that I had mentioned, and then learning, sort of again that feedback loop of understanding the patient experience through all of that life cycle. So that's sort of those comments that I had, and then just to wrap that up and to summarize, it's a real opportunity for multidisciplinary research, because it's not just research at the lab; it's so many different components to move the needle forward.
Thanks so much, Ivana. We heard earlier, and in fact, we've got CIHR and Genome Canada, which are really national organizations, principally funded, I believe, by the federal government, both of you, but you operate from coast to coast to coast. And so my question is now brought back over to Jason, which your main jurisdiction, of course, is Ontario. Do you think that some of the things you're hearing from Ivana and Etienne in terms of research could help overcome some of the jurisdictional barriers that we talked about earlier, or that Brent even mentioned? 15 jurisdictions, how can that happen?
Well, first of all, Bill, I feel like I just got moved up the lineup, so thank you for that. I'm now on the third line. Well, I actually want to answer your first question and add something to what was mentioned too, is that we're actually seeing a lot of technologies in Ontario that are enablers that are disrupting the way drugs are discovered and developed. So we've got companies like Deep Genomics that's using artificial intelligence, to facilitate drug discovery. Another company we just gave an award to this year called Nicoya is lowering the cost of research instruments so more academic labs can, have access to the equipment they need to move research forward in drug development. There are companies that are developing organs on a chip that are going to change the way we run certain trials. So lots of technology in the enabling space and the disruption space as well. To answer your question around the systemic barriers that sort of exist in Canada, we've talked about this at length already. I mean, it is a complex environment. If the federal government is trying to roll out anything health related, you're always going to run into the jurisdictional boundaries of the provinces who deliver healthcare. provinces like Quebec that have their own, pharmacare system, their own way of doing things that are very well established. They're going to say, cut me the check and we'll do what's best for our environment. And they're not going to be alone in that, right? So those are some real challenges in rolling out anything health-related. Health research, however, is a different story. And the jurisdictions tend to compete for those dollars quite competitively. And that's a little bit of a doorway into access, as we've talked about at length, right? A lot of research studies and research projects have those components to them that can benefit patients directly. And so yeah, I think it's a great way by which federal funds can be deployed in a very effective manner to overcome some of those traditional barriers that you would have in health-related projects.
Excellent, thanks. I'm going to ask a question to all of you, in fact. How do we start to measure success in terms of, traditional academic literature would be number of peer-reviewed papers potentially. Like, what are the right metrics for saying, okay, we're on the right path to doing better by patients through research in Canada? Like, what would you like to see 5 years from now? I'm going to bring it back to your question yesterday morning, Durhan. And what is the role of potentially research in measuring that success? Maybe, I don't know if Etienne, you want to start on that.
I can start on that one, and I will start by saying that there's an important revisiting of what we mean as in terms of research excellence at CIHR right now, and moving away from the matrix that were convenient to collect but didn't meant anything for most patients, to a way where we would be much more inclusive in how we measure that. So this is clearly evolving. New guidelines, new policies will be coming from CIHR that will very much apply to this. And also embracing principles like the DORA principle, which actually makes us moves away from the publication matrix and the journal impact score to evaluate the quality of research, to really move to how this actually impact research in other ways, in real ways. So that's the first part of my answer. Now, in terms of the outcome, I think that the approach that at the Institute of Genetics we are putting into practice right now is to start from the patient and to go upstream up to the first bottleneck. And this is where we want to invest our strategic funding at the Institute of Genetics. We've had multiple very successful projects like that involve patients at the very core of them, looking at the indirect burden of inherited disease or rare diseases, for examples, and looking at the projects, following the projects, and be close to the research community. We are able much better, I think, to evaluate the success of these projects, other than just looking at the number of publications or patent or other type of traditional metrics used. But this is clearly a perfect space to spearhead those new approaches.
Excellent. Ivana, what does success look like to you, and how does Genome Canada measure that?
Yeah, so we're also undergoing a similar, a little bit of a change in approach to how we evaluate our programs, looking retrospectively into prospective approaches. We're sort of in the middle of that right now, and moving from project-based to more portfolio-based style to broaden that impact across the country. Regional strengths, but then countrywide impacts, and certainly the patient is at the center of some of that. But we're also reframing exactly how that will look. But in terms of 5 years from now, where we are focused in the genomics space, we'd certainly like to see that we've helped to move the needle and ensure that patients do have the proper accessibility across the country for the proper diagnosis at the very least, and then move on to treatments if they're available.
Just speaking of diagnosis, I don't know if this would count as one of your success factors, but I do want to give a shout out to some news that Catherine Boivin provided through the chat, and thank you, Catherine, this is amazing. The Quebec government has added SMA to their newborn screening matrix. So, but wait, there's more. So Quebec, and then as Durhan just said, Manitoba, it's also on there for Manitoba. So babies in Manitoba and in Quebec will be screened for SMA. So these are the incremental wins and points on the board for moving in the right direction, I would think. Jason, what does success mean for you in terms of 5 years from now? What are the points that we're looking for to say yes?
So I'm gonna sound like an academic here for a moment, which actually surprises me as I'm saying this. I think we have to be very careful when it comes to the metrics we place on basic research, because when you put certain metrics in place tied to funding and incentives, they guide behavior. And so I think we need to be cautious about that. Translational research may be a little bit different. It can be a little bit more directed. But that's outside of my realm. From my realm, a couple of things. From an advocacy perspective, we've talked a lot about the changing relationship between the stakeholders, government, industry, academia, patients. And we talked about being at the table, the nothing about us without us. But I think it needs to be taken a step further. I've heard the terminology co-create used so many times, and I think it's appropriate here. So it's got to be more than consultation. It actually has to be real co-creation between these stakeholders. So that would be success from an advocacy perspective. And in terms of an outcomes perspective, I'm going to go back to Oksana's presentation this morning about the no travel and looking at from the time of diagnosis to the time of treatment. That says it all.
Thanks very much, Jason. Do you have any new data that LSO has been supporting or creating in terms of the number of medicines that are actually coming to Canada that you could potentially share? Is that a potential metric for success beyond research? I'm just wondering if there's anything you can share here.
Can you tell Bill underhanded that one to me? Thanks, Bill. Yes, so some of you may have known that we've worked with IQVIA a couple years ago during the PMPRB advocacy that we were doing to measure the number of new product launches that were happening in Canada compared to other global jurisdictions. And we did see a downward trend. We did a refresh of that data, which was done in 2 years ago, did a recent refresh, and we're seeing that trend continue and Canada slipping essentially in its launch position globally. So this is something that we continue to be concerned about. And the report is available on our website, so all the gory details are detailed there, other than to say that this is something that we do need to continue to watch and measure, and as far as success outcomes, it's an important one.
Excellent. This is the time of the conference or the webinar where I always call back on Durhan, because I always say, what does success look like for you, Durhan? Where do you want to see us in 5 years? Like, what would you say, okay, we've nailed it in terms of the centers of excellence as they relate to research? I'm going to need to get you a microphone.
You know, we have a strategic plan that was put out in 2015. Ontario put out a very abbreviated strategic plan around 2017, 2018, and now Quebec has a plan, or at least a policy framework. So, you know, I would say that we've heard endorsement even of our plan, and we've seen it referenced in international literature as being Canada's plan. We thought that was great. Somewhere there's being recognition. And certainly Ontario put out the policy, their strategy, not to say, okay, here's just an exercise. They said, we take the plan that was developed by CORE, we're going to create a framework. To me, go down the line in terms of what people said this morning. If those things are happening, then that's success. If this plan is actually implemented 5 years from now, that's success. If what Get Loud CF is talking about, if we never have to do that again, that's success. And I think they'd be happy to kind of hang up, their little placards and take down their website and, kind of disappear into real world living as opposed to what they're doing right now. And it goes back to what I think Oksana says. If we're getting therapies and they're getting to the patients, it's the only thing that counts. I mean, you're saying research and, some of these other metrics don't count. I mean, I was in academia for, 20 years. And many of us leave academia because we know that what we're being measured on is useless, and from the point of view of having a real impact in terms of people's lives. So at the end of the day, all research has to be translational research. There's no such thing. Knowledge for the sake of knowledge, yeah, okay, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't have a translational benefit, certainly in health, certainly in terms of care, certainly in terms of therapies, then it's useless. And I go back to what I said at the very beginning. If we can move that IQVIA metric that suggested that 10% of patients, in developed countries who are eligible for therapy were getting access to a therapy, that would be important. Less than 1% globally, that would be important. So can we move those? I don't know how big we need to move them, but I think we need to use those as the metrics. They're the only metrics that count. Not what we're doing, not what processes are in place, not what commitments are in place, but what is the impact in terms of patients. So, I don't think it's magic. I think if you ask any patient, what do you really want? At the end of the day, they want to get access to the best they can. So it would be lovely to be able to go and ask any patient who has a rare disease in Canada and says, do you feel like your needs are being met? Not are you being heard, not are you being engaged, not are you being consulted. Nobody cares. What they really want to know is, do you get what you need? Is your life better? Do you get what you feel would be the optimal? So I guess that's the only thing that matters for me, Bill.
Yeah. Anyone else want to jump in here? Questions from the floor or from the Zoom call? I can see a lot of people out there who have been pining to talk the last 2 days. Etienne, jump in.
I'm just going to make a shameless plug. As of yesterday, we do have what we call the Planning and Dissemination Grants program that is open. So any patients' organizations, any clinical groups, any researchers wanting to organize a meeting, either to organize meetings or to plan future activities, or it's really broad, the type of projects that can be applied to there. So I just thought that it might have interest to many of you. So putting it there, it's up to 15,000 that can proposals that could be awarded.
What's the time frame for that request?
It's just been out. I think that it's late July, the time to give the research proposition in, or the propositions in, and after that, the funding start date is January 1st, 2023. So any activities happening after that are eligible.
Yeah, that's so late 2023, that's when the activities would start, but the grant starts now.
The application process is open right now, so people can submit their applications to the system, but the funding will start January 1st.
Excellent. I think Leanne Ward might be, remember she had the mouse on the treadmill writing grants? I think a lot of people took notes of what you just said, Etienne. I guess your point is people are... Oh, yeah.
I can easily provide that. I've tweeted it yesterday from our CIHR IG account. I can retweet it, or just contact me and I'm happy to provide you more information about it.
We can include it in our wrap-up note that we can get to all participants as well. So Etienne, that's great. Congratulations on that. So in fact, people can apply to research.
Well, to organize events, it could be just to organize a conference. It could be to organize a planning group to submit something, or to launch a clinical network, or to... It's quite open, but yeah, after that it's peer reviewed and the best will get funded.
Fantastic.
But the success rate is quite high for this program.
So apply if you want a $15,000 grant to be able to run an event. That's fantastic. Yep, Joanne's gonna write a yeah, she's already sent it in. That's great. Yeah. Anyone from the developer sector, in terms of what you've heard from Ivana and from Etienne and from Jason, do you hear some of these signals as being the right ones for you to be able to go and make the case for bringing products to market in Canada? Because what we heard from Wendy from earlier was that it's often this long ball of string and you just don't know what the end is. But maybe some of the things that they're talking about here is, here's part of the string and there is an end and we might be able to help. Are these the right signals that Canada is starting to send from CIHR, from Genome Canada, and from the provinces? I don't see anyone's head nodding. Is the Field of Dreams starting to be built? That's what I'm trying to ask.
We've got the bat and the ball.
We've got the bat. Joanne says we've got the bat and the ball. We just, and Rare Disease Rule is saying that, yeah, and we've already got Jason over here saying that he's moved from the 4th line to the 3rd line. Anyone remember Billy Berg from 1993 with the Leafs? He was in the 4th line, but he was a critical role of getting to the semifinals. Anyway, you're way better than Billy Berg.
Thanks, Bill.
I'm almost wondering whether I should intervene. We're really, kind of moving into some areas that we probably did not talk about earlier.
That's very true. And certainly some metaphors that only very few people in the room actually get. So I'm sorry about that. So yes, why don't we wrap up this panel in terms of research. I'm going to hand it back over to Durhan or help co-do whatever we need to do to help wrap up today. But thank you so much, Ivana, Etienne, and Jason.
I know that if Joanne were here, you're Joanne, she would be giving me signals right away, say, could you just get him off of there? He's going to start telling stories that will make no sense to anybody and will just embarrass not only us, but him later on. So just get him off of there, rescue him. So, no, that's not really true. I won't be long because I do think it's important that we actually do kind of come to next steps, and that's it. We heard a great deal here. I will not try to reiterate it. Those were 3 really brilliant closings, and I think, we heard a lot in terms of where we need to go in terms of bringing together the centers of excellence and the drug management, which I thought was great. Really, that next steps also towards how we're going to get, I think the important message on that panel too, right, was as patient advocates, we need to be loud, and we need to be visible, and we need to take some of those risks in terms of not only getting our message out there, but engaging others. And when we do that, we actually do and can get results. Mind you, I think it was one of the questions that maybe asked about the research as well. 99% of the time, it doesn't go anywhere, but that's okay, because the 1% that you get actually can make a huge amount of difference. Or maybe it really says you have to try 99 times, and maybe that 100th time is the one that sort of hits the bell, right? But you have to keep doing it, because if you don't know when that next time is going to be. That's the important thing. So it's perseverance, it's being able to stay the course, it's being able to do it. So I think what we want to be able to do is apply all of that advocacy learning. What we want to do is apply all those relationships that we've got, and maybe even directly some of those platforms to say, okay, how do we move to the next stage? And I think what's so important here, and I said it before and I really say it again to all of the patient organizations and the patients themselves that have been involved, kudos for staying involved beyond, As Stephanie says, I've got my treatment. Yes, I'm getting a lot of hate mail, but the easier thing to do would be just to walk away and say, we're there. And quite frankly, a lot of people do. And as you say, no shame for doing that, because you want to get on with your lives, or you've got other things that you need to do. But for that 1% that hangs in there, that's what we all, I think, are able to live off of. So I think somewhere down into history, when we talk about the history of great advocacy movements, we talk about HIV, we talk about breast cancer, we talk about what happened to do with the blood program here. I think we're going to talk about CF as well. So I think this is going to be written in the annals somewhere in terms of, advocacy, not only lessons learned, but huge successes. But let's channel that all into what we're going to be doing next in terms of getting this rare disease drug strategy in the form that we want and to getting the rare disease. I'm so excited by the fact that we ended up with a reinforcement of where we started, and that is we've got to invest in infrastructure. We've got to make sure that we're able to do everything from the screening, the diagnosis, the specialty care, the monitoring, the management, and the follow-up, and the only way we're going to do that. We don't have a magic formula in terms of what those centers are going to look like. So this is exciting and important. Sandra, in her infinite enthusiasm, has already sent me the 2 proposals for how we're going to move forward in terms of the working groups. She's already assigned a lot of you to the working group, so just be aware of that. There's like names next to people, so this is good. She's even got names of people that she thinks would be great potential leads, so be really aware of that, right? So we're moving forward because we do have to do that. January the 1st, 2023, may be a little late for us to get started, but it may be important for us to be able to use that to actually say, okay, you know, if January 1, 2023, we're all looking and reflecting in terms of saying, what have we built and what are we putting out there? It's probably not too bad, you know, so I think it'll take some time. We said 22, 23, so, you know, and the government has assured us that the monies are there, so we need to make sure we're going to be able to put a proposal around it. So we're going to start those groups, you know. If you don't get a call, if you don't get an invitation, it's not because we don't want you, it's just because we've got a lot of moving pieces, and we may need you to just step up and say, hey, I'm willing, I'm really interested, and I'm, you know, and even here's what I'd like to be able to do, because we are going to need all hands on deck to do this. This is really exciting. I cannot say enough in terms of what this has been able to do. I absolutely have to thank, you know, our international, I want to say guests, they really weren't guests, they were like international kind of like workhorses that came in. What were they? Shanghai. Yeah, exactly. No, Marshall was easy. I said to Marshall, wouldn't you like to come up here and do this? And he looked at me, so sure, I guess I could do that. It was like almost immediate. And when I sent the invitation to Matt, you know, Matt says, absolutely. He says, this is something that really is going to make a difference. And then Matt did something even more important, because he and I are both working under RDI. He says, I'm going to get RDI to pay for it. I said, bingo, that's even more exciting, because we're going to show RDI that this is a real benefit in terms of moving this agenda along. And hopefully that has been the case. And hopefully in that next iteration, we'll continue to do that. You know, somebody asked early in the game, where do we have the best rare disease plan, and where do we have the best rare disease drug plan in the world? And I said, nowhere, right? Nobody's got it. Nobody's got it absolutely right. And even as we heard, the German system, there's big holes in it. The French system, there's some holes in it. The Danish, in terms of what they're doing, Netherlands, Australia's come forth. Nobody's got it. But guess what? We can. We could have the #1 rare disease drug program if, in fact, we do it right and we build it on the right infrastructure, not because we want to be #1, but because we want to deliver for the patients. And I think that's really critical. Because what? Because we, I mean, we heard it over and over again from others, right? Canada is exactly in that right sweet spot. And right now, with the commitments in terms of the funding and the attention, you know, I think we can do it. And you know, Brent was leaving. I said, Brent, we're going to hold Suzanne to what she said. We want to ensure that no patient who's gotten a diagnosis needs to spend their life fighting for their life. And as Oksana says, we need to make that patient journey no travel. We want no tickets. There are no tickets for this train, because there ain't no train. You get the diagnosis, you get a prescription, and now let's look at where you're going to get that and how you're going to get it. And we understand what Brent said, right? None of us are naive. None of us are, you know, oblivious to the fact that there has to be. But I think we also know that a lot of the technology that goes into accounting for what is the value of a therapy, what is the actual cost per quality, what is the, you know, ICER and the willingness to pay, a lot of that is actually voodoo statistics. That's voodoo accounting. I can give you any answer you want, right? As long as you tell me what the result is. We can make up any formulas, and we can plug them in any way you want, and we can make any kind of gyrations, and we know that. I mean, and it's not trivial to say that you give 6 HTA bodies the same information, and they'll come up with 6 different, you know, evaluations, right? And that's not because they're stupid, and that's not because they're not doing things right, and that's not because they're not trying to be conscientious. It's just because there's no real one-set formula behind it. And there's absolutely no consensus around it. So let's not pretend that this is giving us the right answer that's actually going to determine whether a patient gets access to a therapy that can actually transform their lives or even save their lives. Let's not pretend that that's what's happening. if we're basically saying we don't want to pay that much, if we're basically saying we can't afford to treat everybody, if we're basically saying we don't really appreciate the kinds of evidence that we've got in terms of how well it works, so we're going to need to kind of fudge that a bit or think about it differently, let's just say that. And if at the end of the day, all we're really talking about is negotiating the right price, then let the hell get on with it. Get to the negotiations, because there's no magic to it. And meanwhile, let's do what Oksana says. Let's give that patient the ticket to the prescription and the access. Let's not put them on the journey. And let's not put them on the train while everybody else is negotiating. There's no magic to that part. So we can do this, and we are going to do this. So I'm really looking forward to it. I cannot believe that we had the kind of, maybe it was just because it was after the pandemic and people were just excited and they were really willing to come back together. And, you know, if we'd probably done this, 2 years ago when we were just starting and, people were still kind of like looking and busy with other things, maybe this would have never happened. So maybe I'm just working off of your, kind of need to get out there and need to be able to advocate, need to be out there on the streets again to be able to do what you're able to do. Maybe that's all we're building off of. Who knows, but who cares? We're in the right spot. Everything's about timing. Everything's about taking advantage of what you've got. So I think we're in that right place. So appreciate it so much. I am so thrilled with the people that came, people that stayed, people that were online with us. It's been a great opportunity. Really, as I say, at the end of the day, the only thing matters, though, is do we actually deliver? So we are going to deliver. We've got the right people here. We've got the right people listening. And quite frankly, they haven't got anything else. Certainly, as Bill showed, what they came back with that first round is not it. And there's nothing else, you guys. So it's our opportunity to fill in that void with the right kinds of recommendations. So thank you very much.